Reborn and back, starting with sleeping with the female CEO. Reborn in his youth, waking up to find a beautiful female CEO lying beside him. His girlfriend seduced a rich young master, and when he confronted them, he had his leg broken. Now, reborn, he vows to crush all his past enemies and present foes beneath his feet. Chapter 1. Inside a villa, Lin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the ceiling and the unfamiliar surroundings, and then glancing at his thin, frail hands, he immediately realized something. I did it. Lin Feiyang is back. Lin Feiyang's soul had crossed into the cultivation world. He practiced the yin-yang canon and became the youngest immortal king in the immortal realm, the most powerful as well, with strength comparable to an immortal emperor. However, this drew the envy of the 4 immortal emperors, who joined forces to kill him. He fought alone but was defeated by the 4 immortal emperors. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul unexpectedly returned to his youth. Wait for me, you 4 old dogs. When I reach the Emperor realm, I will trample you under my feet, and you will never rise again. Cold light flashed in Lin Feiyang's eyes, and the murderous aura around him made the air seem to freeze. At that moment, a soft gasp suddenly reached his ears. He turned his head to see a stunningly beautiful woman lying beside him. Liu Feifei. Lin Feiyang immediately recognized her. In his previous life, it was because of this woman that his family was destroyed. It was all part of a plot targeting Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei was the 3rd miss of the Liu family and the most beautiful woman in Jiang City. She was courted by Guodongyan, the young master of the Wu family, one of the 4 major families, and they were about to get engaged. But Liu Feifei's cousin, Liu Yingying, jealous of her, set up a trap to ruin Liu Feifei's reputation. Liu Yingying chose Lin Feiyang because he was a cripple. His girlfriend, Luo Xiaoli, had been secretly fooling around with Xu Guanyao, the young master of the Xu family. When he discovered this, he went to confront Xu Guanyao but was ambushed and had his leg broken. Liu Yingying chose him, a cripple, to further humiliate Liu Feifei. In his previous life, Liu Feifei was supposed to get engaged to Guodongyan the day after. However, on the day of the engagement, photos of him with Liu Feifei were exposed, which enraged Guodongyan. Guodongyan crippled his parents, violated his sister, and beat him to death. Somehow, his soul traveled to the cultivation world. So now that he had returned, he was not only focused on cultivation but also determined to stop the tragedy from happening again. Lin Feiyang looked at Liu Feifei with a complicated gaze. In his previous life, because of her, his family was ruined. He should hate her, but there was no reason to, as she was also a victim. Liu Feifei's face was flushed, her eyes hazy, and she kept rubbing against him. Clearly, the drug was starting to take effect. Lin Feiyang also felt a surge of heat in his body because he too had been drugged. Now, he had no cultivation and a frail body, but his spiritual power far surpassed that of ordinary people. Although he could suppress the effects, it would still harm his body. Having been reborn, he would not mistreat himself. Without hesitation, he pounced on Liu Feifei, and a storm of passion ensued. Just before everything ended, Liu Feifei regained her senses. When she realized a strange man was taking advantage of her, she immediately screamed in terror. Liu Feifei struggled to push Lin Feiyang away, but her weak body had no strength. Eventually, she gave up resisting and silently cried. No one knew how long it had passed before everything calmed down. Lin Feiyang looked at Liu Feifei, still crying, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. I think you should understand, we've both been drugged. Do you dare say the one who drugged us has nothing to do with you? Liu Feifei glared at him, full of fury. In her eyes, it was Lin Feiyang who had set her up. Lin Feiyang didn't explain. Instead, he just stared at the door. Almost immediately, there was a sound at the door lock, and then someone barged in, a man holding a camera, immediately snapping photos. Liu Feifei turned pale with fear. If this thing got out, how could she face anyone again? She hurriedly covered her head with the blanket. Are you done taking pictures? I'm done. The man answered instinctively, but then he realized something was wrong. At some point, Lin Feiyang had appeared just a few steps away from him. The man was startled and was about to flee, but Lin Feiyang grabbed him tightly by the neck. Who sent you? Lin Feiyang asked coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Before the man could finish his sentence, Lin Feiyang nearly snapped his neck. When Lin Feiyang loosened his grip a little, the man gasped for air. Answer me. Lin Feiyang's voice was cold and emotionless. The man, terrified, immediately confessed. It was Liu Yingying, the second miss of the Liu family, who sent me. Death can be avoided, but this crime can't. Lin Feiyang spoke coldly, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it with force. There was a loud crack, as the man's arm instantly snapped, the bone shattered in his grip. R. The man screamed in agony. If this were the cultivation world, you could join the One-Armed Alliance, Lin Feiyang said. Now, get out. In the cultivation world, there were two notorious alliances, the One-Armed Alliance and the No Eggs Alliance, both of which had one goal: to take revenge on Lin Feiyang. After the man left, Lin Feiyang picked up the camera from the ground and tossed it to Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei realized she had been set up. She quickly deleted all the content on the camera and threw it to the ground in frustration. Lin Feiyang understood her emotions and, after thinking for a moment, said, "It's not my fault, but the deed is done. I can take responsibility for you." Liu Feifei snorted coldly. "I am Liu family's third miss. Do I need you to take responsibility? Let this be a nightmare. Leave, and I never want to see you again." Lin Feiyang nodded, then limped toward the door. Liu Feifei kept comforting herself that this was just a nightmare. But when she saw the bloodstains on the sheets, she couldn't help but cry out in agony. She had been violated by a strange man for no reason, and it caused her immense pain. Meanwhile, outside the villa, not far away, a woman was sitting in a car. If Liu Feifei were there, she would recognize her as Liu Yingying, her cousin. Liu Yingying had been watching the villa, waiting for good news. When the man emerged, she quickly waved to him. The man, gritting his teeth in pain, ran over. "Where's the thing I asked for?" Liu Yingying asked urgently. "Miss Liu, the camera was taken by that man. He also broke my arm. You must give me more money." The man said angrily. "What? The camera was stolen? You're such a useless fool. You couldn't even deal with a cripple, and you still want money." Liu Yingying fumed, her face full of contempt. "Miss Liu, you don't know, that man is too powerful. But I can confirm they slept together. My arm got broken because of it. You can't ignore this. If you do, I'll start talking." The man said meaningfully. Liu Yingying threw 5,000 yuan at him. "This is all I have for now. I'll give you 500,000 later. Remember, if you talk, I won't let you off." The man took the money and left, needing to go to the hospital immediately. Liu Yingying suddenly looked at the dashcam and was overjoyed. "Liu Feifei, once your reputation is ruined, let us see what you'll use to fight me." Lin Feiyang had no idea Liu Yingying was watching. To him, after destroying the camera, this matter was over. Right now, the priority was to find a place with enough spiritual energy to cultivate and heal his broken leg. Chapter 2, Engagement Turmoil. Lin Feiyang found that the spiritual energy around the villa was quite good. Although it was far from comparable to the cultivation realm, it was still enough for his needs. He found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged, beginning to circulate the swallowing heaven technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The swallowing heaven technique was a powerful divine skill he obtained in an ancient secret realm. It was similar to the northern dark divine skill in novels, but its power was far greater. As the morning sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, it fell gently on Lin Feiyang's face. At that moment, he opened his eyes. Har! Lin Feiyang exhaled a long breath, and immediately stood up. After one night of cultivation, he had entered the qi refining stage, which was the first step towards cultivation. His broken leg had also healed, and his physical strength was now 100 times stronger than before. Lin Feiyang adjusted his direction and jogged back home. His home was in an old and dilapidated neighborhood, with a small 2-bedroom apartment. Both his parents were ordinary workers living a modest life. Despite their hardships, the four of them were content, especially after Lin Feiyang graduated and started working in a hospital, raising their living standards considerably. Unfortunately, just the day before, his girlfriend had cheated on him. When he went to confront the man, his legs were broken, and then he was framed into sleeping with Liu Feifei, the young lady of the Liu family, which led to the destruction of his family. Now that he had returned, his mission was clear: to change all of this. "Mom, Dad, I'm back. As soon as Lin Feiyang entered the door, he saw his father sitting on the worn-out couch reading the newspaper, while his mother and sister were busy preparing breakfast. "Where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back all night?" his father, Lin Shan, asked. "I drank too much with a friend yesterday, so I stayed at his place," Lin Feiyang lied to avoid worrying them. "Drinking harms the body. Even if you drink, you should drink less," his mother, Zhang Guilan, advised. Lin Feiyang nodded vigorously, his eyes moistening. Although they lived together every day, to him, yesterday's events felt like they happened centuries ago. Seeing his parents and sister again filled him with overwhelming emotion. "Feiyang, it's the weekend, you don't have to work today. Why don't you invite Xiaoli over for lunch?" Zhang Guilan suggested. Lin Feiyang watched his mother busying herself in the kitchen and couldn't bring himself to lie to her. "Mom, Xiaoli and I broke up." Zhang Guilan was immediately stunned, and hurriedly walked over, asking, "What happened? Why did you break up?" "She found a rich man," Lin Feiyang told her honestly. "I never expected she would be such a woman," Zhang Guilan said angrily, but then smiled to comfort him. "It's okay, I'll have Aunt Lan introduce you to someone else." "No need, I don't want to date for now," Lin Feiyang declined gently. "I know you're feeling bad right now, but the best way to forget her quickly is to start a new relationship. You should listen to your mom, I'm sure you won't regret it," Zhang Guilan said in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feiyang didn't reject her again. As long as it made his parents feel at ease, he was willing to do anything. The next day, which was the weekend, Lin Feiyang stayed in his room to cultivate. However, due to the spiritual energy depletion on Earth, his progress was extremely slow. To reach the foundation establishment stage would take at least a year. But he wasn't in a hurry. His main purpose for returning this time was to accompany his parents. When they passed away, he hoped to have reached the golden core stage. At that time, he could set up a teleportation array and go to the cultivation realm. Lin Feiyang stood in front of the window, watching the nightfall slowly descend. Tonight was the engagement ceremony of Liu Feifei and Guo Dongyang. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Logically speaking, since the camera photos had been deleted, there should be no more trouble. However, his intuition told him that something unpleasant was going to happen tonight. After thinking for a while, he decided to go and see for himself. Jiangcheng Restaurant. This was the only 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, frequented by the rich and powerful. But today, it was closed to the public as it had been reserved by the Guo family for the engagement ceremony of their eldest son, Guo Dongyang, and Liu Feifei. Inside the hotel lobby, the place was filled with well-dressed individuals, people of importance and status. Lin Feiyang's arrival immediately drew the attention of several people. He was wearing cheap, off-the-rack clothes, completely out of place among the well-dressed crowd. However, no one thought much of it. After all, who didn't he have poor relatives? Lin Feiyang went straight to the buffet and began eating. Although it was a buffet, the food was plentiful. He piled up a huge plate and devoured it greedily. The people around him saw this and sneered, keeping their distance. Who comes here to eat? Even if they eat, it's just a small snack to tide them over, unlike Lin Feiyang, who was gobbling everything like a country bumpkin. Lin Feiyang ignored them, continuing to eat without a care in the world. At this moment, in a room on the second floor, Liu Feifei was sitting in front of the dressing table, lost in thought. An engagement was a significant day for any woman, second only to a wedding, and should be a joyous occasion. But Liu Feifei felt no happiness at all. She didn't want to marry Guo Dongyang. Despite Guo Dongyang's prestigious family background, he was a notorious playboy, using any means to get what he wanted. Every woman he set his sights on would be pursued relentlessly. She couldn't stand men like him, but she had no choice. On the surface, the Liu family appeared prosperous, but in reality, it had been losing money for several years. Right now, only the Guo family could help them out of their financial troubles. At that moment, Guo Dongyang walked in and locked the door behind him. "Feifei, you look beautiful today," Guo Dongyang said as he reached for her face. Liu Feifei hurriedly stood up and stepped back. "Young Master Guo, it's getting late. We should head downstairs." Guo Dongyang was displeased. He had thought that after everything, Liu Feifei would finally let him touch her, but she still refused. "You're really playing hard to get. After the engagement, I'll make you beg me to sleep with you." Guo Dongyang thought to himself. The two of them descended to their hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Wu Dongyang looked fine, dressed in a neat suit and exuding confidence. As for Liu Feifei, she was the top beauty of Jiangcheng, with looks and grace that made all the women present pale in comparison. Dongyang brother. Just as Gu Dongyang was about to speak, a woman suddenly ran up, pushed Liu Feifei aside, and linked arms with him intimately. Sun Jie, go away, don't make trouble. Wu Dongyang shot her a glare, clearly displeased. Although Sun Jie was attractive, she paled in comparison to Liu Feifei. Normally, he wouldn't mind fooling around with her, but today was not the time. Sun Jie pointed at Liu Feifei and said, Dongyang brother, you can't marry this shameless woman. As soon as she spoke, the entire hall fell silent, with everyone looking at her in disbelief. Wu Dongyang was instantly furious. Sun Jie, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you. Sun Jie wasn't afraid in the slightest. She smiled lightly and said, I'm not talking nonsense. Let me show you something, and you'll understand. With a snap of her fingers, an image appeared on the hall's screen. The image clearly showed a man limping out of a villa, looking disheveled. Wu Dongyang's face darkened as he immediately recognized the villa. It was Liu Feifei's, and she lived there alone. A man had come out of her room in the middle of the night, disheveled and in a state of disarray. The rest was easy to guess. Chapter 3, Slept with this man again. Liu Feifei's face turned ashen. She had hoped that it was just a nightmare, but to her surprise, someone had recorded the video and released it in public. Sun Jie, standing among the crowd, was extremely pleased, as was Liu Yingying. Liu Yingying, being smart, did not take the front stage but instead handed over the task to Sun Jie, who also had a fondness for Gu Dongyang. This way, she could not only humiliate Liu Feifei but also let Sun Jie bear the brunt of Gu Dongyang's anger. It was a 2-in-1 strategy. Sun Jie, oblivious to the murderous glare Gu Dongyang was shooting her, loudly declared, You may not know, but this villa belongs to Liu Feifei, today's bride-to-be. On the night before her engagement, she was fooling around with another man. It's utterly shameless. The crowd erupted in murmurs, pointing fingers at Liu Feifei, gossiping and speculating. Liu Feifei's face drained of color. Her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. She wanted to explain, but without any evidence, no one would believe her. Sun Jie, not yet satisfied, sneered at Liu Feifei, Not only did you fool around with another man, but you even found a cripple. How desperate can you be? Slap. Before Sun Jie could say more, someone slapped her hard across the face. The entire hall went silent in shock. No one had expected someone to slap Sun Jie, especially in front of everyone, and especially since Sun's family was one of the 4 great families in Jiangcheng. Even Gu Dongyang, although furious, restrained himself from acting out. The person who slapped her was dressed in cheap clothes, and no one knew who he was. Liu Feifei was shocked. She instantly recognized this man. He was the one who had taken her virginity. She didn't expect him to appear here and slap the young lady of the Sun family in public. Although it felt somewhat satisfying, was it worth the consequences? She even doubted whether Lin Feiyang would make it out of this place alive. It took a long time for Sun Jie to snap back to reality. Holding her swollen cheek, she pointed at Lin Feiyang and shouted, It's you. You're the cripple from the video. You filthy cripple dared to hit me. Slap. Lin Feiyang slapped her again, this time with even more force. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ruin your face. Sun Jie was stunned, quickly retreating a few steps. She glared at the nearby bodyguards and yelled angrily, You useless fools, what are you waiting for? Go, get him. Enough. Wu Dongyang shouted, his voice thunderous. He was seething with rage, his mood at its lowest point. Today was supposed to be a day for celebration, but now, his reputation was in tatters. By tomorrow morning, everyone in Jiangcheng would know he had been cuckolded. Dongyang, everything I said is true. Liu Feifei is a shameless woman. Her lover even came here today, Sun Jie continued to argue desperately. Wu Dongyang turned toward Liu Feifei, Feifei, although I believe you, public opinion is powerful. I think it's necessary for you to explain. Clearly, Wu Dongyang was trying to give Liu Feifei a chance to save face, and at the same time, he needed an explanation to salvage his own pride. Whether the accusations were true or not, he needed something from Liu Feifei to restore some of his dignity. Liu Feifei bit her lip and silently wept. How could she explain the truth? Should she lie? Or should she tell the truth? She knew that no matter what, no one would believe her. In that moment, Liu Feifei even considered death. Perhaps only death could end all of this. Come with me. Lin Feiyan, seeing her helpless and lonely appearance, softened. He walked over, took her hand, and began walking out. Liu Feifei did not resist. She let him lead her out, desperate to escape the situation. Guo Dongyang clenched his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire. It was easy to imagine that he had become the biggest joke in Jiangcheng. At this point, the crowd, sensing the tension, began to disperse. However, Guo Dongyang could not swallow this insult. Furious, he started smashing everything he could find, venting his rage. Let go of me. Once outside, Liu Feifei pulled her hand away from Lin Feiyang. Why do you keep appearing in front of me? Liu Feifei asked tearfully. If you hadn't appeared, I could have lied my way out of this. But you showed up, slapped Sun Jie, and essentially admitted it. I was worried, so I came to check. I didn't expect all this to happen. I'm sorry. Lin Feiyang rarely apologized, but he did so now because he realized that coming here tonight was a mistake. Forget it. Nothing matters now. But please, I beg you, never appear in my life again. Liu Feifei's heart was shattered. She walked into a bar to drown her sorrows. The bar was full of shady characters, and soon a few thugs began to eye her. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they slipped something into her drink. By the time Liu Feifei realized something was wrong, it was too late. The thugs started dragging her away. Let her go. Lin Feiyan had been following her in secret. Seeing she was in danger, he immediately intervened. Brat, if you don't want to die, get lost, the thugs snarled at him, their faces fierce. Lin Feiyan didn't bother talking. With a few swift kicks, he incapacitated them and then lifted Liu Feifei in his arms, walking out. He took her home. By now, the drug was taking full effect, and she was clinging to him, her body leaning into his. Lin Feiyan hesitated for a moment but then pinned her down, realizing that after what had already happened between them, there was no longer any need to hesitate. When Liu Feifei woke up the next morning, she was shocked to find a man beside her. The pieces of the previous night came back to her, and she had a vague understanding of what had occurred. Liu Feifei broke down in tears. She had slept with this man again. Lin Feiyan also woke up, and the two of them locked eyes, both feeling a bit awkward. Liu Feifei quickly got up, grabbed a checkbook from the nightstand, wrote out a check for 1 million, and handed it to Lin Feiyan. Take the money and leave Jiangcheng. Lin Feiyan glanced at the check but didn't take it. If this had been him in the past, he might have been tempted, but now, even if it were 100 billion, it wouldn't matter to him. Why should I leave Jiangcheng? You need to leave Jiangcheng to calm down this storm. Staying here is dangerous. Guo Dongyang won't let you off. Take the money and go. It's better for both of us. I don't want your money, and I'm not leaving Jiangcheng, Lin Feiyan refused firmly. Liu Feifei, infuriated, shot back, you think staying here will get you more benefits? You might even lose your life. I'm only offering you this much. Don't be so greedy. Do you think I'm staying because I want more money? Isn't that the case? Liu Feifei retorted. Lin Feiyan smiled and shook his head. He genuinely wanted to take responsibility for Liu Feifei, but it seemed she didn't appreciate it. Since that was the case, they could part ways. Just as Lin Feiyan was about to leave, the doorbell suddenly rang. Don't go. Liu Feifei turned pale, quickly locking Lin Feiyan in the room before going to answer the door. Mom, why are you here? 3 people stood at the door, a middle-aged woman, a young man, and a young woman. They were Liu Feifei's stepmother, Guo Yangling, her cousin Liu Dongcheng, and her cousin Liu Yingying. Slap. Guo Yangling raised her hand and slapped Liu Feifei hard. You shameless woman. You've brought disgrace to the Liu family. Chapter 4, The Tears of a Beauty. I never wanted to get engaged to him. It was you who forced me. Liu Feifei almost screamed, her voice trembling as she stood on the brink of collapse. Guo Yangling sneered, as a member of the Liu family, it's your duty to contribute to the family. Moreover, young Master Guo is talented and handsome, countless women would want to marry him. But look at you, the night before your engagement, fooling around with some other man. How shameless. Liu Yingying joined in with mockery. Feifei, I'm not trying to criticize, but if you wanted a man, you could have chosen young Master Guo. Why go for some wild man? Liu Feifei glared at Liu Yingying and gritted her teeth. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Don't blame me. You can't just go around biting people. Liu Yingying said defensively, though she looked uneasy, knowing she had orchestrated everything from the start. Liu Feifei realized there was no evidence to prove Liu Yingying's role, so she decided to ignore her and turn to Gui Yangling. Anyway, the damage is done. Do whatever you want. Gui Yangling coldly replied, it's easy for you to say that. If it weren't for the Guo family's investment, our Liu group would be doomed. Early this morning, I went to young Master Guo, begged him in every possible way, and finally, he agreed to give you another chance. Tonight, he'll send someone to pick you up. Once you get there, you need to beg for young Master Guo's forgiveness and do whatever it takes to please him. Liu Feifei wanted to refuse, but she couldn't act impulsively. Her grandfather was old and had heart disease. If the company collapsed, he wouldn't be able to bear the blow. Do as you wish, Liu Feifei said coldly as Gui Yangling left with a disdainful snort. Liu Yingying walked up to Liu Feifei and whispered, the man I picked for you was quite nice, wasn't he? Look at your glowing face, he must have treated you well. You're shameless. Liu Feifei couldn't hold back any longer. She slapped Liu Yingying hard across the face. You? Liu Yingying was furious, but then she started to laugh. You're already a ruined woman, and the Guo family will never accept a woman like you. Young Master Guo is just using you to satisfy his desires. Har har har. Liu Feifei gritted her teeth in anger but could do nothing but silently cry. Her mother had died when she was very young, and not long after, her father found a new lover, Gui Yangling. Gui Yangling was a cruel stepmother who would either hit or scold her, while her father turned a blind eye. Eventually, her grandfather found out and took her away to live with him. Her grandfather was the only family she had left in the world. After she graduated from university, he entrusted her with managing the company. She didn't want to disappoint him, which was why she had agreed to this forced marriage. She never expected things to end up this way. Do you need any help? Lin Feiyang's voice appeared quietly beside Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei glanced at him coldly. The best help you can give me is to never show up in front of me again. With those words, Lin Feiyang didn't insist. He turned and left, his footsteps echoing in the silent room. Although Liu Feifei was beautiful, Lin Feiyang wasn't the type to get flustered just because of a pretty face. He wasn't going to be a simp for anyone. After leaving Liu Feifei's villa, Lin Feiyang went straight to work at the hospital. He had been working there for 3 years as a regular doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Chinese medicine was a national treasure, but with the rise of Western medicine, its popularity had waned. By the end of the day, there weren't many patients. During his free time, Lin Feiyang practiced his yin-yang eyes. The yin-yang eyes was a powerful skill from the yin-yang book that allowed the user to see through illusions and perceive the true nature of things. Having mastered it in his previous life, Lin Feiyang quickly succeeded in reawakening the skill. When he activated his yin-yang eyes, his vision penetrated the walls, allowing him to see the people outside moving about. After a moment, he closed his yin-yang eyes, feeling a slight discomfort in his eyes. This was due to his cultivation level being too low, so he could only activate the yin-yang eyes for short periods, and the range of his perception was limited. Now that he had the yin-yang eyes, diagnosing patients would be much easier. After finishing work, Lin Feiyang took the bus home. Although he had stayed out all night, his parents didn't ask any questions. After dinner, Lin Feiyang sat at the door, waiting. According to the memories from his previous life, Wu Dongyang would send someone to his door tonight. Although he had returned to life, and some events had changed, the engagement ceremony had still been ruined last night. It felt as though some mysterious force was pulling events back onto their original course, no matter how hard they tried to deviate. This was something he absolutely could not allow, and he would definitely change it. Accompanied by a flurry of footsteps, 5 or 6 ferocious hooligans ran up the stairs. It's this guy, beat him to death. Several hooligans had seen Lin Feiyang's photo before they came, so they recognized him at a glance. The first person came in front of Lin Feiyang and clenched his fist and punched Lin Feiyang in the face. A cold light flashed in Lin Feiyang's eyes, and he stretched out his hand to grab the hooligan's fists, and the dark power burst out. With a pop, the hooligan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. When Lin Feiyan let go, the hooligan's arms fell down limply, because the bones in his arms had all exploded. Come on together. The remaining few were all startled, but they were brave in numbers and rushed up again. Lin Feiyan's face was grim. He grabbed the arms of two people with both hands. Then there were two slaps, and accompanied by a shrill scream, he fell to the ground and rolled in pain. The point is too hard, run. The remaining three people were almost scared to death and turned around to escape. But how could Lin Feiyan let them leave safely? He chased them and crippled one arm each. Where is Guodongyan? Lin Feiyan's voice seemed to come from hell, cold and emotionless, and the air seemed to freeze. Several gangsters were terrified and felt that their hearts were about to explode. They stammered, Jiancheng Viller number 3. Get out. Lin Feiyan's voice was like thunder. Several gangsters were so scared that their faces turned pale. They endured the severe pain and ran away. Lin Feiyan's eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through time and space. In a room of a villa, Guodongyan sat on the bed with a gloomy face, and not far in front of him was Liu Feifei. Take off your clothes. Guodongyan's tone was completely commanding, and he had lost all patience with Liu Feifei. Mr. Guo, please don't do this. Liu Feifei burst into tears, looking pitiful. Guodongyan sneered, Liu Feifei, am I not good to you? It's you who are so cheap that you cuckolded me. Our Guo family will never let a slut like you enter the house, so from now on you are my slave for venting, and you must be available at any time. Now, take off your clothes immediately. Liu Feifei cried and hugged her shoulders and shook her head. Fuck, you're still pretending at this time. A little jerk can sleep with you, but I can't. Guodongyan lost his patience. He stood up and grabbed Liu Feifei's neck, then pushed her down on the bed savagely, grabbed a piece of her sleeve and tore it apart, revealing a piece of her white and tender arm. After seeing this scene, Guodongyan's eyes lit up immediately. Facing Liu Feifei's desperate pleading, he not only had no pity, but was morbidly excited, and tore her clothes more frantically. Liu Feifei held the collar tightly with both hands, making the last stubbornness. Chapter 5 Let's get married. You bitch, take your hands away. Guodongyan had taken medicine before, and he was impatient at this moment. Seeing that Liu Feifei refused to take her hands away, he immediately got angry and raised his hand to slap her. However, this slap failed because his wrist was firmly grasped by a hand. Guodongyan was shocked, and when he saw that it was Lin Feiyan, he was even more shocked. Fuck, how did you get in? Guodongyan was shocked and angry. He wanted to shake off Lin Feiyan's hand, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt a sharp pain, followed by a snap, and the bones burst instantly. R. Guodongyan screamed miserably and fell to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. Then Lin Feiyan kicked him in the vitals, and the latter rolled his eyes in pain and almost passed out. Lin Feiyan raised one foot with a stern face and stepped on Guodongyan's chest, saying coldly, If you dare to harass my family again, I will make you die miserably. Also, Liu Feifei is my woman. If you dare to hit on her again, I will make you live a life worse than death. Are you okay? Lin Feiyan looked at Liu Feifei and asked softly. Liu Feifei shook her head, then threw herself into Lin Feiyan's arms, crying loudly, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances. Okay, don't cry, let's leave here first. Lin Feiyan patted her back and comforted her softly. Just then, the bodyguard downstairs heard the noise and ran up. Mr. Guo, how are you? The bodyguard wanted to help Guodongyan up, but one of Guodongyan's arms was broken, and more importantly, his balls were broken, and he couldn't stand up because of the pain. Kill him for me. Guodongyan tried his best to point his finger at Lin Feiyan, his eyes full of endless anger. The two bodyguards were tall and strong, like two wild beasts. They rushed to Lin Feiyan in one step and punched Lin Feiyan's head at the same time. Liu Feifei was so scared that she was pale and worried about Lin Feiyan. However, her worry was completely unnecessary. Lin Feiyan stretched out two fingers and tapped the two bodyguards' arms respectively. As fast as lightning, the two bodyguards felt numb all over. Before they could react, Lin Feiyan opened his bows left and right. With two snap sounds, the two flew out immediately and fainted before they landed. Guodongyan was scared to death when he saw this scene. These were his carefully selected bodyguards, each of whom could fight 10 people at once, but they were knocked down by Lin Feiyan in an instant. This strength was too terrifying. Liu Feifei also opened her beautiful eyes in surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Feiyang's thin body could burst out with such a powerful force. Lin Feiyang was calm and composed. This was a piece of cake for him. Although he was only in the entry-level Qi training stage, he was not something that ordinary people could compete with. Lin Feiyang took off his coat and put it on Liu Feifei, then picked her up by the waist and walked out. Liu Feifei chose to obey. Although she didn't know what would happen tomorrow, she felt unprecedented peace of mind and warmth at this moment. Liu Feifei's car was parked downstairs. Lin Feiyang put her in the passenger seat, fastened her seat belt, and then drove away. Lin Feiyang left after sending her home. Liu Feifei wanted to speak to keep him, but she couldn't speak when she thought about what she had said in the morning that she didn't want to see him again. Liu Feifei, who had calmed down, felt a headache. Although Lin Feiyang pulled her back from the fire pit, what about Liu Group? Guo Dongyang must hate her now. Without the investment of Guo Group, Liu Group may go bankrupt at any time. The next day, while Lin Feiyang was at work, he suddenly received a call from his mother, asking him to go on a blind date at noon. He couldn't refuse, so he had to rush to the meeting place, a high-end restaurant near the hospital after get-off work. The agreed time was 12 o'clock, but he waited for an hour and no one came. 8. Just when he was about to leave, a woman with heavy makeup came over. The woman looked average. Not only was she bloated, but she also had bow legs, and she looked quite old. "You must be Lin Feiyang." Without waiting for Lin Feiyang to greet her, the woman sat down opposite him and called the waiter to order food immediately. She ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath, and also a bottle of the two, which cost more than 8,000 yuan. Lin Feiyang didn't say anything until the woman ordered the food, then he said, "You are an hour late." Wang Yang said proudly, "Being late is a woman's right. I came late on purpose to test your patience. Men without patience can't achieve great things and are unreliable." The restaurant served the dishes very quickly. Wang Yang ate while saying, "Tell me about your situation." Lin Feiyang frowned. He didn't like the woman in front of him and really wanted to get up and leave, but he still held back. "I am a doctor, working in Jiangcheng Hospital. My parents are still alive and I have a sister who is in college." Wang Yang curled her lips. "Who asked you this?" "Aunt Lan has said all these." "Tell me something I don't know." "Then what do you want to know?" Lin Feiyang asked back. "How much is your monthly salary?" "About 5,000. "That's all? You can't even buy me a bag." Wang Yang asked with disgust, "Do you have a car or a house?" "My parents have a house, and I have an electric car." After hearing this, Wang Yang's contempt became even stronger. "You are such a grown man and don't even have a car. You must buy a car as soon as possible. The price cannot be less than 500,000. You also have to buy a house within the 3rd ring road, with at least 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. After we get married, I will take my parents to live with me and my son. You have a son and you are still here for a blind date." Lin Feiyang was amused. Wang Yang snorted coldly, "When you meet my requirements, I will take my husband and you to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and marry you immediately after the divorce." Lin Feiyang was a little amused. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in the world. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a faint fragrance suddenly entered his nostrils. When he looked up, he saw a very beautiful woman looking at him. It was Liu Feifei. "Why are you here?" Lin Feiyang was very surprised. "I was passing by. I just didn't have any food, so I came here. Do you mind if I eat for free?" Liu Feifei asked. Without waiting for Lin Feiyang to answer, Wang Yang asked first, "Who are you? What's your relationship with him?" Wang Yang was very angry, not only because Liu Feifei interrupted, but more importantly, she was jealous. Liu Feifei was as beautiful as a fairy, which made her feel ashamed. "I'm his girlfriend." Liu Feifei replied with a smile. Lin Feiyang opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He didn't know what Liu Feifei's purpose was, but it was good that way. He just had a reason to get rid of this shameless woman. "What? You have a girlfriend and you still come to blind date with me? Shameless." Wang Yang was very angry and slapped the table heavily. Lin Feiyang no longer indulged her and sneered, "You have a husband and son and can come for a blind date, why can't I have a girlfriend?" Wang Yang was speechless and left angrily. Lin Feiyang didn't want to waste a table of dishes, so he ate with Liu Feifei. When it was time to pay the bill, Lin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It was more than 20,000 yuan. Miss Liu, can you lend me some money first? I promise to pay you back as soon as possible. Lin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that a meal would cost so much money. He was short of money and could only ask Liu Feifei for help. Liu Feifei showed a sly smile. I can lend you money, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Lin Feiyang asked. Let's go register for marriage. Liu Feifei said shockingly. Chapter 6 Flash Marriage. Lin Feiyang was a little stunned. Miss Liu, are you sure you are not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Liu Feifei asked back with a serious expression. Lin Feiyang was silent. The day before, Liu Feifei still hated him and said she never wanted to see him again. Now she wanted to marry him. This was too abnormal. Don't you want to? Liu Feifei's face darkened instantly. She was praised as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, and she was also the third daughter of the Liu family. Anyone who wanted to marry her could go around the city. She took the initiative to propose to marry a man. If it was another man, he would have danced with excitement, but Lin Feiyang hesitated. Lin Feiyang said, Miss Liu, it's not that I don't want to, I just think it's too strange. Liu Feifei showed a self-deprecating smile. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My father and my stepmother forced me to marry an old man. I married you to completely cut off their thoughts in this regard. Lin Feiyang was very surprised. Your stepmother is fine, why did your father treat you like this? Liu Feifei smiled bitterly. For my father, money is the most important thing. Now our Liu group is facing a bankruptcy crisis. I got engaged to Guodongyang just to get them to inject capital, but this happened. The Guo family was also afraid of embarrassment, so they blocked the news, but there were so many guests that they couldn't hide it. My reputation was completely stinky. So they could only settle for the second best and let me marry Xie Changming, the chairman of the Xie group. Lin Feiyang felt a little sympathetic to her. Although his family was not rich, his parents were very good to him. Although Liu Feifei's family was rich, few people knew about her inner bitterness. Liu Feifei wiped away her tears, looked at Lin Feiyang and asked, I have said so much, are you willing to marry me? Okay. Lin Feiyang nodded in agreement. Although Liu Feifei had a purpose in marrying him, he was willing to help. After all, he was also responsible for Liu Feifei's current situation. Let's go. Liu Feifei acted decisively and called the waiter to settle the bill. Don't be so anxious, I still have to go to work in the afternoon. Lin Feiyang said. You can't ask for leave. Liu Feifei said unhappily. I don't have a household registration book either. Go back and get it. Liu Feifei drove a red supercar, a beautiful car and a beautiful woman, which attracted the envy and jealousy of countless people along the way. Liu Feifei drove Lin Feiyang to the outside of his community, and then went back alone to get the household registration book. After getting the household registration book, Lin Feiyang thought Liu Feifei would take him directly to the Mingjing bureau, but he never thought that he would take him home and into the bedroom. There are plenty of opportunities after marriage. It's not good to be so anxious, right? Lin Feiyang said this, but he was actually a little excited. Liu Feifei was stunned at first, and then her face turned red. What are you thinking? I brought you in to change clothes. We have to take pictures when we get married. You won't just wear this outfit, right? Lin Feiyang looked at his shirt and coat worth more than 100 yuan, and didn't find anything wrong. Liu Feifei rolled her eyes, and then took out a white suit and a pair of handmade leather shoes from the cabinet. Hurry up and change. Why are there men's clothes in your room? Lin Feiyang's face was a little ugly. If he didn't care about these things an hour ago, but now they are getting married, he naturally has to figure it out. Liu Feifei was speechless. This was originally bought for my father, and I haven't had time to give it to him. Besides, didn't you take my first time? What do you want to suspect? Lin Feiyang thought about it, so he could only scratch his head and smile to cover up his embarrassment. After Lin Feiyang changed his clothes and went out, Liu Feifei was surprised. Although Lin Feiyang was a little thin, he had a good frame, and the suit fit him perfectly. With his tall figure and cold face, he looked like a domineering CEO. People who didn't know him would definitely think he was a rich man. Liu Feifei was not bad either, wearing a white shirt, a lavender jacket, loose black flared pants, and white high-heeled sandals, which showed her perfect figure better and made her look very elegant. The two looked very compatible when standing together. An hour later, the two came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each with a red book in their hands. Looking at the photo on the marriage certificate, both of them felt like they were dreaming. Especially Liu Feifei, she had imagined the scene of her marriage countless times, but she never expected to marry a man she had just met for 2 days. There was no wedding, no diamond ring, and not even a bouquet of flowers. What's even funnier is that she still doesn't know what Lin Feiyang does. She couldn't help wondering if she was too impulsive and married herself off without thinking. Lin Feiyang's mood was equally complicated. In his previous life, his family was broken up because of this woman, and now he was married to her. However, it can be seen from this that he has changed his original life trajectory, but it is limited to people and things related to him. Lin Feiyang found that she was staring at the marriage certificate in a daze, and seemed to understand her thoughts. Do you regret it? If you regret it, you can go in and get a divorce immediately. I don't regret it. If I go in and get a divorce now, I will still be divorced in the future. I won't lose a lot. Besides, do you think you can get a divorce just by saying so? There is at least a 1-month cooling off period. After Liu Feifei finished speaking, she drove him back to the villa, then went into the study alone, worked for a long time before coming out and putting a piece of agreement in front of him. 3 rules. Yes. Liu Feifei explained, you also know that I married you for a purpose, so it's better to make it clear. The agreement is written very clearly. The first and most important one is that you are not allowed to touch me during the agreement period. Lin Feiyang frowned immediately. He was driving without a license before, and now he can finally drive with a license. He didn't expect another agreement. Do you agree? Liu Feifei asked. Lin Feiyang nodded. He had endured it for thousands of years, so what did this mean? The second rule is also very important. You are not allowed to mention our relationship to anyone. My parents can't do that. Lin Feiyang asked. No. Okay, you have the final say. The last one, the agreement is for 1 year, we will divorce after 1 year, and I will pay you 1 million in one lump sum, but if you violate the agreement, you have to compensate me 1 million, if you have no objection, just sign it. Liu Feifei thought she was very safe, although she didn't know what Lin Feiyang did, but judging from Lin Feiyang's dress, he didn't look like a rich man, and 1 million was enough for him to remember the agreement. What she didn't know was that Lin Feiyang would never take 1 million seriously. Although he didn't have so much money now, with his current ability, let alone 1 million, even 10 million or 100 million would be a piece of cake. After signing the agreement, the two left each other a phone number, and then Lin Feiyang left and went home. As soon as he entered the house, he was stopped by his mother and asked, Feiyang, what's wrong with you? Your Aunt Lan called and said that you have a girlfriend and you are still going on a blind date. Didn't you break up with Luo Xiaoli? Lin Feiyang was speechless. Wang Yang, that woman, actually complained first. Mom, you don't know. The woman introduced by Aunt Lan has a husband and children. Lin Feiyang explained. What? There is such a thing. Your Aunt Lan is too unreliable. Zhang Guilan was very surprised. Then she looked at Lin Feiyang and asked, what's the matter with the girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. She is just an ordinary friend of mine. I just want to get rid of that woman. Lin Feiyang said. So that's the case. It's okay. Let your sister introduce you to one someday. There must be a pretty one among her classmates. Zhang Guilan said. Due to the confidentiality agreement, Lin Feiyang couldn't refuse and could only perfunctorily. The next few days were very peaceful. He went to work, ate, and went home. Since he learned pharmacology and alchemy in the cultivation world, his medical skills can be called the reincarnation of Huor Tuor. And he recently practiced yin-yang eyes, which is a very powerful skill. He can see through the illusion of a punch and see through the essence of everything. To put it bluntly, he can see through. With this skill, his medical skills became even more amazing. All the patients he treated were cured. His reputation spread quickly, and more people came to see him. One day, a special guest came to his clinic, Xu Guangyao. Chapter 7 Ex-Girlfriend. Xu Guangyao is the eldest son of the Xu group. Although he looks average, he is rich and has many beauties around him. Because of this, he indulged himself too much and became a quick shooter. He could only rely on drugs every time. As a result, he suddenly became impotent recently. He saw both Chinese and Western medicine, but there was no effect. One day, he heard that Jiangcheng Hospital had a miracle doctor, so he came here. This miracle doctor is also called Lin Feiyan. Could he be your useless ex-boyfriend? Xu Guangya joked. How is it possible? He has been in this hospital for 3 years. If he had that ability, he would have been famous long ago. He is just a waste, a piece of mud that can't be helped. Luo Xiaoli looked at him with contempt. It's good that it's not him. If it's him, I won't treat him. Xu Guangya said as he pushed open the door, but he was stunned the next second. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and go in. Luo Xiaoli urged as she walked in, but when she saw the doctor inside, she was stunned with surprise. Lin Feiyan was also a little surprised, with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Luo Xiaoli cheated on him, and Xu Guangya broke his leg. Before they could settle the score, he actually delivered it to them. Why are you here? Xu Guangya asked loudly. What a joke! This is my clinic. Where would I be if I'm not here? Lin Feiyan sneered. How many Lin Feiyans are there in your hospital? Xu Guangya asked. There's only me. If you want to see a doctor, sit down. Otherwise, leave quickly and don't delay the people behind you. Lin Feiyan seemed very impatient. He was not in a hurry to take revenge. There would be plenty of time to settle the score with them later. Let's go. Luo Xiaoli didn't want to face Lin Feiyan, so she pulled Xu Guangya and wanted to leave, but Xu Guangya refused. It is difficult to cure his disease, but he heard that Lin Feiyan has such ability. There is a person with the same disease as him who is full of energy after only 2 treatments. Xu Guangya shook off Luo Xiaoli and sat down opposite Lin Feiyan. I am sorry for breaking your leg before, but we must distinguish between public and private. Now I am here to see a doctor. You must go all out to treat me, otherwise I will make you have no place to stand in Jiangcheng with just one word. Lin Feiyan smiled, and his smile was full of sarcasm. You are really the stupid son of a landlord. You dare to threaten me when you need my help. You are really stupid and pitiful. Lin Feiyan, do you think I dare not or can't do it? Xu Guangya asked coldly. You can try it, get out of here now. Lin Feiyan shouted, and Xu Guangya suddenly felt a burst of fear. At that moment, it seemed that his soul was trembling, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Xu Guangya's face was uncertain. He really wanted to find someone to beat Lin Feiyan up, but thinking of his own disease, he finally held back. Okay, I was wrong just now, you can treat me. Lin Feiyan sneered, you asked someone to break my leg, and you still want me to treat you. You are really mentally ill. Xu Guangya was furious when he heard Lin Feiyan scolding him for being mentally ill, but he held back for the sake of his future sexual life. I can pay you money, right? I'll give you 500,000 yuan. You can't save that much money even if you work for 10 years. Xu Guangya pretended to be very generous. However, 500,000 yuan is really not a small amount for an ordinary person. If it were someone else, he might agree. But Lin Feiyan was full of disdain. Do you think my leg is worth 500,000 yuan? What? 500,000 yuan is not enough for you. Xu Guangya was full of contempt. In his opinion, Lin Feiyan just wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him. Lin Feiyan pondered for a while and said, how about this? I don't want the money, I will break one of your legs. This is fair, right? What the hell is fair? Can you compete with me? Xu Guangya was full of disdain. Luo Xiaoli also followed up and said, that's right, Master Xu is the prince of Xu Group, let alone your leg, even your life is not as valuable as Master Xu's toe. Get out. Lin Feiyan was immediately furious. If this was not a hospital, he would have slapped the couple away. Xu Guangya was also furious, gritting his teeth and said, 1 million, I'll give you 1 million, okay. Get out. Lin Feiyan shouted again. When had Xu Guangya ever been so angry? He almost exploded, but he gradually calmed down. Name your own price. Lin Feiyan didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but when he thought that if he didn't treat him, he would definitely make a fuss and cause unnecessary trouble. He pondered for a moment, and immediately came up with a brilliant idea, 50 million. What? 50 million? Why don't you just rob it? Xu Guangya almost jumped up. He expected Lin Feiyan to ask for a high price, but he didn't expect Lin Feiyan's appetite to be so big. No bargaining, get out if you don't give it. Lin Feiyan's attitude was very tough. Anyway, he was not short of money. Xu Guangye was so angry that he almost smoked, but he had to endure it. You are so cruel. But 50 million is not a small amount. I will give you 1 million as a deposit. You treat me first, and I will give you the rest of the money within a month. Lin Feiyan nodded. Okay, I will trust you once. Xu Guangye breathed a sigh of relief. Although 1 million is not a small amount, it is nothing compared to a happy life. As for the remaining 49 million, he didn't plan to give it. Tell me, what's the disease? After receiving the transfer, Lin Feiyan began to consult normally. I haven't been doing well in that area lately. Xu Guangye's voice was very low, and his face was red with shame. After all, he was not good at such a young age. If it was spread out, he would be ashamed to face people. Lin Feiyan understood immediately, but he asked knowingly, speak clearly. It's just that men are not good at that area, they are weak. Xu Guangye was a little angry. Lin Feiyan couldn't help laughing. There is a cycle of fate, and no one can escape from it. This is really retribution. You took my money, you must cure me. Xu Guangye looked at Lin Feiyan with a pleading face. It's a small problem. Take off your shirt, I'll give you acupuncture and prescribe a medicine. Lin Feiyan said calmly. Xu Guangye did as he was told and lay down on the bed in the next room obediently, but then he opened his eyes wide because he found that Lin Feiyan walked normally. How did your leg heal? Lin Feiyan sneered, I'm a miracle doctor, a leg injury is nothing. Then you still want 50 million from me. Xu Guangye was very angry. If Lin Feiyan's leg was broken, he would have paid some money, but he didn't expect that the other party was fine, so he was a little unhappy about the money spent. Are you still going to treat the disease? Lin Feiyan asked. Xu Guangye suddenly wilted and could only hold back his anger. Lin Feiyan handed a roll of gauze to Xu Guangye. Bite it, it will hurt a little when the needle is inserted. No need, I can still bear a little pain. Xu Guangye threw the gauze away, arrogantly. But the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes wide, because Lin Feiyan had already inserted a silver needle into his body, and then he felt a sharp pain. R. Xu Guangye screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and Lin Feiyan hurriedly picked up a diaper from the trash can and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 8 Liu Feifei's Grievance and Helplessness. Xu Guangye's eyes almost popped out. As soon as the severe pain disappeared, he smelled urine in his mouth, and his stomach immediately turned upside down. He swallowed the urine back. Don't move. If you pierce the wrong side, you will be paralyzed. Lin Feiyan reminded him. Xu Guangye was originally going to take off the diaper, but he was scared when he heard this. Then Lin Feiyan pierced more than a dozen needles, and each time made Xu Guangye feel so painful that he wanted to die. Luo Xiaoli, who was standing aside, was also scared. Xu Guangye's scream was so miserable that those who didn't know would think it was a pig being slaughtered. When everything was over, Xu Guangye was completely exhausted, his face was pale, sweating profusely, and his face was still in shock. After resting for a long time, he recovered some strength and took off the diaper in a hurry, and then there was a burst of vomiting. Lin Feiyan hurried away, and Luo Xiaoli also covered her mouth and nose with disgust. Xu Guangye vomited for a long time before calming down, and then he came to Lin Feiyan angrily. Didn't you say it hurt a little? It almost hurt me to death. You are useless and you have the nerve to say it. Lin Feiyan's face was full of contempt, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Of course he did it on purpose, otherwise he could have done it without pain. Then what do you mean by stuffing the diaper into my mouth? Xu Guangye asked angrily, his eyes almost spitting fire. It's just a convenience, I'm afraid you'll bite off your tongue. Lin Feiyan said earnestly. Xu Guangye naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense, but he could do nothing about it. Prescribe me some medicine. The prescription has been prepared for you, take it. Lin Feiyan handed the prescription to Xu Guangye, who took it and looked at it, and was immediately furious. Damn, you dare to play tricks on me. Xu Guangye was so angry that he cursed. Par. As soon as Xu Guangye finished speaking, Lin Feiyan gave him a loud slap, and 2 big teeth flew out. If you dare to curse again, I will smash your mouth. Lin Feiyan seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person, with murderous aura on his face and sharp eyes like 2 sharp swords. Xu Guangye was almost scared to pee, and in a trance he felt like he was facing a prehistoric beast. Xu Guangye was shocked and angry. Lin Feiyang, I gave you money, but you played tricks on me like this. I will never let it go. When did I play tricks on you? Lin Feiyang asked. You ask knowingly, what kind of bullshit prescription is this? Xu Guangye slammed the prescription on the table. On it was written, boy's urine, 1 cup each morning, noon and evening, for a month, and a follow-up visit after a month. Lin Feiyang said coldly, there is nothing wrong with my prescription. Boy's urine has long been recorded as a medicine. If you don't know it, it only shows that you are ignorant. Okay, I'm going to get off work, go out. Okay, I'll trust you this time. If it doesn't work, I'll go to your yard to ask for an explanation. Xu Guangye couldn't figure out whether Lin Feiyang was playing tricks on him, but he had no choice but to give it a try. Son of a bitch! After Xu Guangye came out of the hospital, he was so angry that he cursed. He was blackmailed for 1 million for seeing a doctor, and he almost died of pain. He was stuffed with diapers in his mouth. This is a great shame. And Lin Feiyang slapped him in the face, and 2 of his teeth were knocked out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. No, I can't swallow this breath, I must find someone to kill him. Xu Guangye said fiercely with a ferocious face. Luo Xiaoli hurriedly advised, Xu Xiao, calm down first, revenge is not urgent, the key is to cure your illness first. Damn you dare to despise me. Xu Guangye was furious and gave her a loud slap. Xu Xiao, I didn't. Luo Xiaoli covered her swollen and painful face and felt very wronged. It's best if you didn't. If you dare to tell others about what happened today, I will kill you. Xu Guangye threatened fiercely. After Xu Guangye went back, he asked someone to get boy's urine, but he almost vomited the overnight meal after drinking a mouthful. But in order to cure his illness, he had to endure the nausea and pinch his nose to drink. He also forgot to ask Lin Feiyang how big a cup is. In order to ensure the effect, he specially made a large cup. Liu Feifei has been having a hard time recently. In order to save the company, she has been asking for investment everywhere, but she has been rejected. Because the capital chain of the Liu Group is broken, the gap is huge, and no one wants to take risks. More importantly, they are afraid of offending the Guo family. The Guo family has made it clear in the circle that anyone who dares to help the Liu Group will have trouble with the Guo family. As one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, the Guo family is even more afraid of the other 3 families, let alone others. Liu family lobby. Except for the old man who lives in the sanatorium, the remaining core members of the Liu family are all gathered together. Uncle Liu Jianming, Aunt Wu Xiu, Father Liu Jiancheng, stepmother Guo Yangling, cousin Liu Dongcheng, and cousin Liu Yingying. In addition, there was a man in his 50s or 60s with a big belly, a greasy face, and a pair of cunning eyes. He had never left Liu Feifei since he came in, and his saliva was almost flowing out. Feifei, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pour water for Mr. Xie. Guo Yangling scolded sternly. Although Liu Feifei was reluctant, she still poured a glass of water for Xie Changming. And Xie Changming wanted to take the opportunity to touch Liu Feifei's hand, but Liu Feifei reacted quickly and quickly retracted her hand. Guo Yangling saw all this, and she said with a smile, Mr. Xie, are you satisfied with our Feifei? Satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied. Xie Changming nodded repeatedly. He had been coveting Liu Feifei for a long time, but he could only think about it before. I didn't expect that Liu Feifei was found out for having an affair. Now she is notorious, and it is impossible for the son of a big family to marry her again. After all, big families pay much attention to reputation. No matter how beautiful Liu Feifei is, she can't get in. So he has the opportunity. He is a nouveau riche, and he is in his 50s or 60s. He doesn't care about reputation. After all, it is hard to find a beautiful woman like Liu Feifei in the world. Guo Yangling hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, Mr. Xie, when do you think you will inject capital? Xie Changming looked at Liu Feifei with fiery eyes and said, I have prepared 500 million yuan. As long as Miss Liu and I get the marriage certificate, the funds will be available at any time. It's not easy, Feifei, you and Mr. Xie go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for marriage. Guo Yangling said in an unquestionable tone. Liu Feifei laughed angrily, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I'm already married. Liu Feifei took out the marriage certificate as she spoke. Guo Yinling's face changed drastically when she saw it. She grabbed the marriage certificate and took a look. She recognized the man in the photo at a glance, which made her very angry. Liu Feifei, it's fine that you're fooling around with a little scoundrel, but now you're getting married secretly. You're so bold. Gui Yangling yelled. What era is it now? I have the right to decide my own marriage, and no one can interfere. Liu Feifei retorted. Par. Liu Jiancheng stepped forward and slapped her loudly. How can you talk to your stepmother? Apologize quickly. Liu Feifei bit her lips tightly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably, not only because of the pain on her face, but more because of the pain in her heart. She asked herself that she had done nothing wrong. Why did everyone bully her? It's okay for others, but even her father bullied her, which made her feel like she had no desire to live. Didn't you hear me apologize? Liu Jiancheng raised his palm again, and when he was about to slap it, he was stopped by Xie Changming. Let's talk it over. Why do you have to use force? Although Liu Feifei is married, Xie Changming still has evil intentions. Miss Liu must have done something wrong in the heat of the moment. We should give her a chance to correct her mistakes. Mr. Xie is really generous. Let's let her divorce that little bastard right now. Wu Yangling hurriedly smiled, then looked at Liu Feifei, and immediately her face was grim. Call that little bastard over here right now to get a divorce. Chapter 9. You don't deserve it. I won't divorce. Liu Feifei's attitude was very firm. She was already extremely disappointed with this family. This time, she would not compromise no matter what she said. Wu Yangling was furious. You have grown wings, right? It's fine if you don't listen to me, but don't you even listen to your father. Liu Jianming teased, Jiancheng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you can't even teach your daughter well. What else can you do? Liu Jiancheng was already very unhappy, and he was even more furious after hearing this. Liu Feifei, I now order you as a father to ask that little bastard to come over and get a divorce immediately, otherwise I will just pretend that you don't have a daughter. Liu Yingying also hurriedly added fuel to the fire. Feifei, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but things are different now. Back then, you were the recognized #1 goddess in Jiangcheng, but you didn't know how to love yourself. You fooled around with a little scoundrel on the eve of your engagement, and now everyone says you are the biggest slut in Jiangcheng. It's rare that Mr. Xie doesn't despise you, so don't be ungrateful. Liu Dongcheng also echoed, Yingying is right, marrying Mr. Xie is the best choice, don't hesitate anymore. Liu Feifei laughed in anger, since this family can't accommodate me, then I'll just leave. Liu Jiancheng pointed at Liu Feifei and was furious, if you dare to leave, I will immediately unite with shareholders to revoke your position as president, and you will never come back to this family. It doesn't matter, do whatever you want. Liu Feifei turned and left. She didn't believe that she would starve to death if she left this family. Liu Jiancheng was almost furious, but more panicked. He was a rich second generation who only knew how to eat and wait for death. His daughter was his only hope. If he lost his daughter, he would have no status in this family, so he hurriedly winked at Gui Yangling. The latter understood and hurriedly grabbed Liu Feifei. Feifei, your father is just angry, you can't run away from home. Since you don't agree, forget it. It's getting late, it's time to eat. On the other side, Lin Feiyang was taking the bus home when his cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his wife. Lin Feiyang was a little surprised. This was the first time Liu Feifei called him, so he hurriedly answered the call. Save me. Liu family. Hello. Liu Feifei's panicked cry for help came from the phone, and the call was hung up before he could ask. At this time, he just arrived at the platform. As soon as the door opened, he rushed down quickly, and then hurriedly stopped a taxi to Liu's house. Liu's family is very famous in Jiangcheng. The driver knows the place and is very righteous. Knowing that he is going to save people, he drove at full speed and ran through the red light directly. Lin Feiyang was anxious and wanted to fly over immediately. He didn't know what danger Liu Feifei was in. Logically, she was in her own home and shouldn't be in danger. What happened? He couldn't guess. He just hoped that Liu Feifei wouldn't be hurt at all, otherwise no matter who it was, he would regret coming to this world. At this moment, Liu Feifei was forced into the corner of the room, holding a broken vase against her neck. She held it tightly, her palms were cut, and blood kept flowing, dripping on the ground, which was shocking. Xie Changming stood not far away. Miss Liu, don't be impulsive, throw away the things in your hands. Get out. Liu Feifei roared loudly, tears streaming, her heart full of anger and worry. It turned out that just now, she was drugged in her wine during the meal. She noticed something was wrong and immediately took out her mobile phone to ask Lin Feiyan for help, but the mobile phone was snatched away by Liu Yingying as soon as she said a word. Then she was forcibly taken to this room. Xie Changming smiled, "Miss Liu, even if I go out, what can I do? The drug has already started to take effect. Before long, you will beg me to play with you. So I advise you to give up resistance. I will never treat you unfairly. Don't even think about it. I will never let you succeed even if I die." Liu Feifei said as she wanted to stab her neck. "No, I'll go out." "I can't go out." Xie Changming compromised and hurriedly left the room. Wu Yangling saw Xie Changming was frustrated and hurriedly comforted him. "Mr. Xie, don't be angry. This drug is very strong. She won't last long." Xie Changming nodded and walked back and forth anxiously at the door. When he thought of Liu Feifei's beautiful face and slender figure, his blood boiled and he wished he could turn into a wolf immediately. 10 minutes later, Wu Yangling felt that it was almost time, so she took the key and slowly opened the door. Liu Feifei was already unconscious, but she perked up after hearing the noise and picked up the broken vase again. Wu Yangling was quick-witted and rushed forward to grab it. At this time, Liu Feifei had no strength to resist. "Mr. Xie, I'll leave her to you." Wu Yangling showed a meaningful smile, then left the room and closed the door. Xie Changming couldn't wait to take off his shirt as soon as he came in. His big belly was comparable to that of a 7-month pregnant woman. "Miss Liu, I'm coming." Xie Changming couldn't wait any longer and rushed directly towards Liu Feifei. Bang! Just as Xie Changming was about to pounce on Liu Feifei, a figure floated in from the window like a ghost and kicked Xie Changming's balls. The latter immediately opened his eyes wide, and then Lin Feiyan kicked him in the big belly again. Although Lin Feiyan did not use his full strength in this kick, it should not be underestimated. Xie Changming was kicked out immediately and hit the door hard, and then a large mouthful of blood spurted out. "Feifei, how are you?" Lin Feiyan hurriedly helped Liu Feifei up, and Liu Feifei was already under the control of drugs. She hugged him and kissed and nibbled. Lin Feiyan immediately realized that she was drugged again. This was the third time in just a few days. He hurriedly took out the silver needle to give her acupuncture, and at this moment, the people outside heard the noise and all came to the door. "Mr. Xie, what happened? Are you okay?" Wu Yangling asked nervously outside the door. "Save me." Xie Changming could no longer get up and could only make a weak cry for help. The people outside could not hear it at all, so they started knocking on the door. After getting no response, they took out the key to open the door. Because Xie Changming was blocking the door, several people took a lot of effort to push the door open. "Mr. Xie, what's wrong with you?" Everyone was shocked to see Xie Changming lying on the ground with blood in his mouth, and then they saw Lin Feiyan. "It's you, little jerk, how did you get in?" Wu Yangling was shocked and angry. Lin Feiyan ignored these people and continued acupuncture. Wu Yangling was furious. "You little jerk broke into the house and injured Mr. Xie, you are so brave. Don't talk nonsense with him, just call the police." Liu Yingying said and took out her mobile phone. Liu Jianming was shocked and hurriedly grabbed her hand and winked at her. Liu Yingying looked at Liu Feifei and suddenly woke up. They drugged Liu Feifei, and they had to call the police, so they all had to go in. Liu Jiancheng stared at Lin Feiyang and said viciously, "Boy, I'll say it again, get out of here." It happened that Lin Feiyang had finished the last injection, and all the drugs in Liu Feifei's body were forced out of her body, and her mind became clear again. Then she couldn't help crying. She never thought that the so-called family would be so cruel to her. They were not relatives, but enemies. "Feiyang, take me away." Liu Feifei's eyes were full of pleading. "Okay." Lin Feiyang grabbed her hand and prepared to leave, but a group of people from the Liu family stopped him. Liu Jiancheng even shouted, "Boy, let go of my daughter quickly, or I will make you pay for it." Lin Feiyang smiled, a smile full of sarcasm. "You still have the nerve to say she is your daughter? I think you are worse than a beast. You dare to scold me, you little bastard." Liu Jiancheng's face was full of disbelief. Although he did not admit it, he was Lin Feiyang's father-in-law. How could a son-in-law scold his father-in-law, and the scolding was so ugly? Lin Feiyang seemed to know what he was thinking, and sneered, "Yes, I should call you father-in-law, but you don't deserve it. Comparing you with beasts is an insult to beasts." Chapter 10. Who gave you the courage? Little jerk, you are looking for death. Liu Jiancheng was almost furious, and wanted to teach Lin Feiyang a lesson, but when he saw Xie Changming's miserable condition, he immediately wilted. Lin Feiyang showed a disdainful smile, and then took Liu Feifei away. Although the Liu family members were very angry, they did not dare to stop them. Lin Feiyang wanted to leave, but he suddenly thought of something, pointed at Liu Feifei's slightly swollen face and asked, "Who beat you?" "I beat you, what's the matter?" Liu Jiancheng glanced at Lin Feiyang with a sidelong look, his face full of disdain. "Who lent you the courage?" Lin Feiyang stepped forward, and an invisible momentum burst out. Suddenly, everyone present felt an invisible oppression, as if an invisible mountain was pressing on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Liu Jiancheng was pale, his legs trembling with fear. I warn you, I am Feifei's father. It is natural for a father to teach his daughter. You can't mess around. HMPH. Lin Feiyang snorted coldly, and it sounded like a thunder in Liu Jiancheng's ears, scaring him so much that he almost lost control of his bladder. "If you treat her as your daughter, then there is no problem, but what you have done is not worthy of being called a father, so you are not qualified to teach her." Lin Feiyang's face was stern, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Although Liu Jiancheng was very scared, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "I have already beaten you, what do you want? Do you want to beat me again?" "Right." Lin Feiyang smiled brightly, and the next moment he raised his hand and slapped her. Par. The slap was so loud and clear that Liu Jiancheng was dizzy and stunned. Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Lin Feiyang would really dare to hit me. You dare to hit me?" Liu Jiancheng was shocked and angry. He pointed at Lin Feiyang and trembled with anger. Lin Feiyang said coldly, "She is my woman. No one is allowed to bully her, and you are no exception." Liu Feifei opened her mouth to say something, but she thought about it and decided not to. As Lin Feiyang said, Liu Jiancheng didn't treat her as a daughter at all. Not only now, she had never received fatherly love since she could remember. Lin Feiyang looked at Gui Yangling and others again, who drugged her. Gui Yangling and Liu Yingying stepped back subconsciously. The drug was provided by Liu Yingying and Gui Yangling. And their retreat was a confession. Lin Feiyang showed a sneer, and then his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the two people, followed by two par sounds. He slapped Gui Yangling and Liu Yingying with great force, and several bloody teeth flew out. Liu Jianming and Liu Dongcheng were almost scared to death after seeing this, and turned around and ran away. Although they did not beat Liu Feifei or drug her, they were also accomplices. It would be terrible if Lin Feiyang came to settle accounts with them. Lin Feiyang ignored the two of them and took Liu Feifei's hand and strode away. It was not until Lin Feiyang walked away that Gui Yangling, Liu Yingying and others dared to curse. They were really angry. Lin Feiyang not only ruined their plan, but also slapped them one by one, and the key was that he knocked out their teeth. Although they can be implanted, they are not as good as the original ones. But the worst was Xie Changming, whose balls were broken, which was definitely the most severe blow to a lustful man. He is the only one, and you three grown men actually let him do whatever he wants. Are you still men? Gui Yangling looked at Liu Jianming, Liu Jiancheng and Liu Dongcheng and questioned. The three of them all lowered their heads in shame. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. After all, Lin Feiyang was too ruthless. Xie Changming's fate was a lesson for them. I must avenge this. I swear I won't be a human being if I don't kill him. Liu Jiancheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Liu Dongcheng hurriedly said, "Second uncle, I know the people of the Golden Wolf Gang. Those people are ruthless people who are willing to risk their lives. As long as they are asked to help, it's not a piece of cake to deal with that little bastard. It's just that asking them to help is a bit expensive. I'll pay for it. You contact them immediately." Liu Jiancheng said viciously. "Feiyang, thank you." After getting in the car, Liu Feifei solemnly thanked Lin Feiyang. Being slept with by Lin Feiyang twice before made her very painful. Fortunately, she knew it was not Lin Feiyang's fault, but today was different. If Lin Feiyang hadn't arrived in time, she would have been abused by Xie Changming, the scum. If that were the case, she probably wouldn't have the courage to live. Lin Feiyang showed a gentle smile. "Why are you being so polite to me? We are husband and wife." Without waiting for Liu Feifei to speak, he continued, I know we are husband and wife by agreement, but I am serious. As long as we don't divorce, you are my wife. As a man, you have the right and obligation to protect your woman, so you don't need to thank me. I just hope you can take good care of yourself. Thank you. Liu Feifei laughed after she finished speaking. Lin Feiyang just said that she didn't need to thank him, but she still said it, mainly because she was too grateful and moved. At this moment, she even thought about being a real couple with Lin Feiyang. However, she quickly rejected this idea. Now that the Liu group is in crisis, she has no time to consider personal problems, and she doesn't want to drag Lin Feiyang into the water. It's good to laugh. Let's let the unhappy things go. Let's go home. Lin Feiyang drove her back to the villa. Fei, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? I want to move in with you. Liu Fei opened her mouth in surprise, her hands unconsciously grabbed the hem of her clothes, and she was very entangled. If she had refused without hesitation before, she would have refused without hesitation, but now that Lin Feiyang had just saved her, she was embarrassed to refuse, but she was not mentally prepared to live together. Lin Feiyang knew that she had misunderstood when he saw her panic, so he hurriedly explained, "Your house is so big, there should be more than one room, right?" Liu Fei suddenly realized that she was wrong, which made her feel embarrassed and her face blushed. "There are still empty rooms, but why do you want to move in suddenly?" Liu Fei asked curiously. "I want to see you every day." Liu Fei blushed with Lin Feiyang's words. Lin Feiyang looked at her shy appearance and smiled unconsciously. He found that he had slowly fallen in love with this woman. Lin Feiyang drove Liu Feifei's car back to get something. The reason why he proposed to move to Liu Feifei's place was that he wanted to see her, but more importantly, he wanted to protect her. At the same time, in a nightclub room, Liu Dongcheng sat on the sofa with his arms around him, looking very happy. Opposite him sat a man who was surrounded by women. He looked about 30 years old, with a burly figure and a rough appearance. He had a long scar on his face, which made him look a bit ferocious. This man was Feng Hai, one of the 4 Hall Masters of the Golden Wolf Gang, nicknamed Scar and known as Brother Dao. The Golden Wolf Gang was the #1 gang in Jiancheng. As one of the 4 Hall Masters, Scar was also a well-known figure in Jiancheng. Even the people from the 4 major families had to show courtesy to him. Scar crossed his legs and held a cigar in his mouth. "Young Master Liu, I know what you mean. It's easy to deal with a little scoundrel, but I can't do it for nothing." "Of course, Brother Dao, just name your price." Liu Dongcheng seemed to be rich and powerful. Anyway, he didn't have to pay, and he could make a profit. Scar showed a lewd smile. "I don't want the money, just bring Miss Liu to me to play with once." Chapter 11 KTV Incident. Liu Dongcheng was stunned for a moment. "Brother Dao, the Miss Liu you are talking about is Liu Feifei, right?" "Yes, Liu Feifei is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiancheng. I really want to see what makes her so special." Scar licked his chapped lips. "Brother Dao, this may not be easy to do. I'd better give you the money." Liu Dongcheng politely refused. It's not that he was reluctant, but he was afraid that his second uncle would not agree. Besides, he and Liu Feifei had a falling out, so it was not easy to cheat her. Bang! Scar slapped the table heavily, and Liu Dongcheng was so scared that he trembled. "Do I need your money? Either call Liu Feifei over to play with me, or get out." Scar's face was fierce, and it was frightening to look at. "Brother Dao, calm down. I will definitely find a way to get Liu Feifei here." Liu Dongcheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then found an excuse to run away. "How can I trick Liu Feifei out?" After Liu Dongcheng went back, he racked his brains to think of a solution. "I got it." Liu Dongcheng's eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea, so he took out his mobile phone and called Xiaoya. At night, Liu Feifei was about to go back to her room after taking a shower when she suddenly received a call. Liu Feifei saw that the caller ID was Xiaoya, her best friend, so she quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Xiaoya, is there something wrong with you calling so late?" Liu Feifei asked. A young woman's voice came from the phone. "I heard that your company is in trouble, so I made an appointment with a few rich boys to sing at Chilan KTV. You should come over quickly. If they are happy, they may invest in your company." Liu Feifei hesitated. She was drugged last time she went to KTV, and now she is disgusted when she hears KTV. Fei Fei, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you still hesitating about? Come over quickly. Room 888. Xiao Huaiye did not give Liu Feifei a chance to refuse, and hung up the phone. Although Liu Feifei hesitated for a moment, she still went to change her clothes. As Xiao Huaiye said, this is indeed an opportunity, worth a try. Where are you going so late? Lin Feiyang was practicing on the balcony, and saw Liu Feifei tiptoeing out, so he asked hurriedly. My best friend asked me out. Liu Feifei said. I'll go with you. Lin Feiyang suggested. Okay, then you come down quickly. Liu Feifei nodded in agreement. With Lin Feiyang following her, she would feel more at ease. Lin Feiyang jumped from the second floor and landed steadily in front of Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei was a little surprised. She knew that Lin Feiyang knew martial arts, but she didn't expect that he could jump from such a high place. Soon after, the two came to Chilang KTV, which is the largest and most luxurious KTV in Jiangcheng, and also the safest KTV, because it is the property of the Golden Wolf Gang, and almost no one dares to make trouble here. When the door of the private room was opened, a burst of ghost howling came out, and a man in a white shirt was seen lying on the sofa, holding a microphone and howling. Yes, it was howling, seriously out of tune, very harsh, and people who didn't know would think it was a dance. In addition, there were 6 or 7 people in the private room, both men and women, all young people in their 20s. Fei Fei, you are here, come in quickly. A woman in revealing clothes saw Liu Feifei coming in and hurriedly got up to greet her. This woman looked okay, but the makeup on her face was too thick, and it was estimated that a slap could smack off 2 tails of powder. And she also had a strong perfume smell on her body, which smelled a bit pungent. Xiao Huaiye was about to pull Liu Feifei in, but she saw Lin Feiyang. She was stunned at first, and then suddenly her face was full of shock. It's you, why are you here? Xiao Huaiye also attended the engagement party, so she recognized Lin Feiyang. Liu Feifei hurriedly explained, Xiao Huaiye, there is one thing I haven't had time to tell you, we are married. What? Xiao Huaiye was surprised, but she pretended, because just now, she had learned about this from Liu Dongcheng. Feifei, I'm not saying anything bad about you, how can you marry him? Look at his earthy bare look, people who don't know him would think he ran away from the construction site, it's disgusting to look at. Xiao Huaiye curled her lips, her face full of disgust. When Lin Feiyang heard this, he frowned immediately, and wanted to slap her in the face. But after thinking about it, forget it, after all, you have to give Liu Feifei face. Forget it, come in. Xiao Huaiye, this is your best friend, so beautiful. Everyone was amazed when they saw Liu Feifei, and several men had fiery eyes, as if they wanted to eat people. But several women were not very happy because they were jealous. Originally, they were all beauties picked from thousands of miles away, and they were beautiful scenery wherever they went, but after seeing Liu Feifei, they felt ashamed. Of course, she is Liu Feifei, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. Xiao Huaiye took Liu Feifei's hand and introduced her to her, pointing to the man in a white shirt and said, This is Who Are You, the president of Hua Group. Hello, Miss Liu. Who Are You hurriedly stretched out his hand. Hello. Liu Feifei was a little excited. She knew about Hua Group, which was very powerful, and hurriedly shook hands with him. But Who Are You was reluctant to let go after holding Liu Feifei's hand. Lin Feiyang couldn't stand it anymore, so he directly pulled their arms apart. Who are you? Who Are You asked, glaring at Lin Feiyang. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, he's my husband. Liu Feifei hesitated for a moment and still made public her relationship with Lin Feiyang. She did this to dispel some ill-intentioned thoughts. What? He's your husband? Who Are You was very surprised, and the others were also full of disbelief. As for Liu Feifei, even if the people present had never seen her, they had heard of her. She was the third daughter of the Liu family and the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, while Lin Feiyang seemed to have run out of a construction site. The two of them were worlds apart and should not have any intersection. Xiao Huaiye hurriedly smiled and said, What husband? That's just a cover. Cover? What do you mean? Who Are You asked hurriedly. Xiao Huaiye pointed at Lin Feiyang and said, Look at his rustic look. Which woman would like him? Feifei is so beautiful, and there are too many suitors. She is annoyed, so she found a fake guy. Everyone suddenly realized. Huaiyu's face was filled with smiles again. Miss Liu, even if you want to find a fake, you should find someone who matches you, like me. No one would believe a country bumpkin like him. Liu Feifei wanted to explain when she heard these people humiliating Lin Feiyan. Xiao Huaiye hurriedly winked at her and whispered in her ear, being single is your advantage. If you want these people to invest in you, don't talk nonsense. Liu Feifei was silent, and it was obvious that she agreed with Xiao Huaiye's statement. Lin Feiyan was a little disappointed. Although it was understandable to use beauty to talk about business, he did not approve of it. But he didn't say anything. After all, he and Liu Feifei were just husband and wife by agreement, and he had no right to interfere. Then Xiao Huaiye pulled Liu Feifei to sit next to Huayu, while Lin Feiyan was driven to a corner and no one paid attention to him. Liu Feifei wanted to talk about investment with Huayu and others, but Huayu said that if she wanted to talk about business, she had to have fun first, and then she kept looking for her to drink. Xiao Huaiye's boyfriend was also here. His name was Dai Panwei. He was also a rich man. He often looked for opportunities to drink with Liu Feifei and brag about his strength. He was obviously also targeting Liu Feifei. Xiao Huaiye also realized it, but she was not angry. Instead, she acquiesced to this behavior. During this period, Xiao Huaiye went out to make a phone call. When she was about to go back after the call, a hand suddenly slapped her but hard. R. Xiao Huaiye was startled and looked back. She saw a middle-aged man with a big belly, drunk, staring at her with shining eyes. You want to die? Xiao Huaiye felt sick and was furious. She slapped the man in the face. You dare to hit me, bitch! The man was furious and raised his hand to hit back. Xiao Huaiye turned around and ran into the private room. The man was unwilling to give up and immediately chased after her. Chapter 12 I know Brother Dao. Help! Xiao Huaiye ran back to the private room in a panic, and the drunk man followed in. Stinky bitch, stop right there. The man looked fierce, he ignored the others in the room and rushed directly towards Xiao Huaiye. Who the hell are you? Dai Panwei was furious and hurriedly stopped the man. Who are you? And the other two men also stood up. Xiao Huaiye pointed at the man and said angrily, he slapped my butt, so I slapped him. Dai Panwei was furious when he heard this. What? Fuck you. Dai Panwei kicked the man as he said this, and the man was furious and immediately fought back and punched Dai Panwei, making him look like a panda. Who are you? And others so that Dai Panwei was at a disadvantage, and hurriedly helped him, and the man fell to the ground and cried with his head in his hands. The men fought for 2 minutes before stopping. Dai Panwei was still not satisfied and kicked him again. I'll spare you today, get out of here. Just wait for me. The man rolled out of the room, but he said something cruel before leaving. Will he seek revenge? Liu Feifei was a little worried. Who are you? Smiled contemptuously and said, Miss Liu, don't worry. I, who are you, have never been afraid of anyone in Jiancheng. It's fine if he doesn't seek revenge. If he dares to come again, I will definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. Dai Panwei also said, Miss Liu, you can put your heart at ease. Hua Xiao knows someone from the Golden Wolf Gang. You know the Golden Wolf Gang, the largest gang in Jiancheng. Originally, the other people were also a little worried, but when they heard that Hua Yu actually knew someone from the Golden Wolf Gang, they were relieved immediately. Everyone thought that the matter was over, but they didn't know that a disaster was about to happen. After leaving the private room, the man limped to another private room not far away. There were many people in this private room. 2 men sat facing each other. One of them was Liu Dongcheng. At this moment, he was flattering the man opposite. This man had a striking scar on his face, which looked a bit ferocious. There were blue dragons and white tigers on his arms. Behind him stood 6 ruffian men, who looked like gangsters. This man was Scar, one of the 4 hall masters of the Golden Wolf Gang. People from the 4 major families had to give way to him. At this time, the man stumbled in, Brother Dao, I'm back. Dao Ba crossed his legs, choked a cigar, and held a charming woman in one hand. Is everything done? The man's name was Biao, and he hurriedly replied, it's all done. Those people almost beat me to death. It hurt me so much. Dao Ba smiled and said, I won't let you get beaten in vain. There are several women in their private room. You can pick any one to play with except Liu Feifei. Thank you, Brother Dao. Biao was overjoyed when he heard it. He had just noticed that Xiao Huaiye was the most beautiful except Liu Feifei, and that woman slapped him. He must deal with her well later. Let's go. Dao Ba seemed a little impatient when he thought that Liu Feifei was there. He stood up, stretched his waist, and led people out aggressively. Liu Dongcheng didn't follow him. After all, Huayu and Dai Panwei were not easy to mess with, and he didn't want to offend them. At this moment, Huayu, Dai Panwei and others were still talking and laughing around Liu Feifei, not knowing that a disaster was about to happen. Bang! The door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, and then Scar walked in with a few of his men, scaring everyone inside. Huayu frowned, and he could tell at a glance that these people were not easy to mess with, but he was not worried, and stood up and said, "Why did you break into our private room?" At this time, a Biao walked in, and everyone saw this and immediately understood that these people were here for revenge, and their hearts immediately rose to their throats. A Biao pointed at Who Are You and others and said angrily, "You bastards dared to hit me, none of you will leave here today." Dai Panwei responded angrily, "You were the first to molest my girlfriend, you asked for it." A Biao snorted coldly, "I touched her but because I respect her, you bastards beat me so badly, you are all dead today." Dao Ba walked to a sofa and sat down, crossed his legs and looked at Who Are You and others. "Tell me, how do you plan to solve this matter?" Who Are You stood up and said, "I am Who Are You, the eldest son of the Hua family. Both sides are wrong in this matter. Why not just let it go? What a bullshit, young master of the Hua family, you are nothing." A Biao was full of disdain. Who Are You was furious when he heard this, and said with a gloomy face, "My Hua family is one of the best families in Jiangcheng, and I also know Brother Dao of the Golden Wolf Gang. I advise you to get out of here quickly, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." "What? You know Brother Dao?" Har har har. A Biao and others all laughed, laughing so hard that they fell forward and backward, with their mouths wide open. Dao Ba also laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. It was really ridiculous to use his name to scare him. A Biao was full of sarcasm, pointing at Dao Ba and said meaningfully, "Do you know who this is?" "Who? Who Are You?" asked curiously. "He is the Brother Dao you mentioned." "What?" Who Are You was shocked, and the others were also shocked. At this time, Scar stood up, walked to Huayu and said, "You just said you knew me." I've heard of your name, Brother Dao." Huayu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was just pretending to be a big shot, but he never thought that the real boss would come. Par. Scar raised his hand and gave Huayu a loud slap in the face. "You dare to cheat under my name, you are so brave." Huayu knelt on the ground with a thump. "Brother Dao, spare me, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time." Huayu was trembling with fear. He knew that the people in the Golden Wolf Gang were cruel and ruthless. It was common for them to break hands and feet, and they might even kill people. Dai Panwei and others were also scared. Only Lin Feiyan, who was sitting in the corner, was calm and composed. He held a bottle of beer and took a sip from time to time, as if he was an outsider. Scar sneered, "It's a taboo to cheat people in my name. How can I forgive you? Come on, break his hands and feet and cut his tongue." The two younger brothers behind him immediately drew their knives and walked towards Huayu with sneers on their faces. Huayu was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. "Brother Dao, please spare my life. Please spare me this time. I will never dare to do it again." But it was useless. Huayu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "I can compensate you. I am the eldest son of the Hua family. I have a lot of money. How much compensation do you plan to give?" Brother Dao was interested. "How about 1 million? Huayu stretched out a finger and asked tentatively. 1 million? You're treating beggars like that?" Brother Dao said as he slapped Who Are You again. Who Are You was almost knocked unconscious, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and a tooth fell out. But he didn't dare to get angry, instead he smiled and said, "Brother Dao, how much compensation do you think is appropriate?" 10 million, not a penny less," Brother Dao said in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 13 Scar. Huayu's family is just a second-rate family, and 10 million is not a small amount of money for him. But at this moment he had no choice but to agree. Scar was very happy when he received a transfer of 10 million yuan. But this was not his main purpose today, so he said, "Forget about you impersonating my name and defrauding others." "Thank you, Brother Dao." Huayu thanked him hurriedly, then called everyone to prepare to leave. "Have I given you leave to go?" As everyone was about to leave, Scar immediately became furious. Everyone was shocked. Why you hurriedly apologized with a smile. Brother Dao, I have already given you the money, just let us go. Scar sneered, you haven't settled the score for beating my brother yet. Why you and the others regretted it very much, but at this moment they could only bite the bullet and ask, Brother Dao, how much do you think is appropriate for us to compensate for the medical expenses? Just 10 million. Scar said lightly. Although everyone had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Why you had already lost 10 million yuan, so he naturally wouldn't pay out of his own pocket. So he looked at everyone and said, let's share the loss equally. At this time, Lin Feiyang stood up, walked to Liu Feifei, and said, we didn't do anything just now, so don't count this money on us. Why you got angry when he heard this, we are together, so of course we will count every one of us. That's right. We are a whole. We share the good and the bad. If you want to clear yourself of all charges when something goes wrong, what kind of person are you? Xiao Huai's face was full of contempt. Lin Feiyang sneered, did you treat me as one of your own before? Xiao Huai snorted coldly, nonsense, if I didn't treat you as one of my own, I would have kicked you out long ago. This time even Liu Feifei couldn't stand it anymore, stop talking, I'll pay for your share. Lin Feiyang shook his head and said nothing. It was not that he was reluctant to part with the money, but what these people had done before was disgusting. A few people immediately worked together and collected 10 million to transfer to Scar. Everyone just wanted to leave here quickly. Why you looked at Scar and said, Brother Dao, can we leave now? Walk. Scar laughed, and his smile was full of sarcasm. Biao and others also laughed. Why Yu's face changed drastically, Brother Dao, we have already given you the money, you can't go back on your word. Scar sneered and said, I, Scar, always keep my word, you can rest assured about that, but. When everyone heard the word but, they immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, Scar changed the subject and said viciously, you just paid for the medical expenses, but you haven't paid for the mental damages yet. Why you and the others wanted to cry. Although they beat Biao up, it was Biao who molested Xiao Huai first, so it could be said that he brought it upon himself. Even if we don't mention this, Biao only suffered minor injuries. If he received normal compensation, the medical expenses would be at most 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. However, they have already paid 20 million yuan in compensation, and now they are asking for more. This is really bullying. But they have no choice, they can't afford to offend, so they can only be slaughtered. Brother Dao, is there anything else to be compensated besides mental damages? Who are you? Asked cautiously. That's all. There's only compensation for mental damage. Scar showed a playful smile. Then what do you think? Can we pay another 10 million in compensation? Why you? Asked tentatively. When Scar heard this, the smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by a murderous look. Bang! Scar slapped Wai Yu in the face, and then slapped Dai Panwei in the face with his backhand, knocking both of them unconscious. Damn it, what we are talking about now is mental loss. The spirit is priceless. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money. Scar roared. Why you, Dai Panwei and others really want to cry. You are the ones who can do whatever you want, okay? Brother Dao, what do you say? You crushed my brother's spirits, so we will crush your spirits in return. Whoever beat my brothers, stand up. The four men who had just taken action, plus Xiao Huai from before, were all trembling with fear. Scar saw that no one moved, and he immediately flew into a rage. I'll say this one last time, all those who beat my brothers, stand up here, or I'll kill you all. Wai Yu and his companions were almost scared to death and had no choice but to move forward. Scar pointed at Xiao Huai and said, Biao, this is the woman who beat you. I leave it to you to deal with. Thank you, Brother Dao. Biao was very excited. He pulled Xiao Huai to the sofa and slapped her in the face. Viagra, save me. Xiao Huai screamed and asked Dai Panwei for help. However, Dai Panwei remained indifferent. He could hardly protect himself at the moment, so how could he care about her? Beat. At Scar's command, several of his younger brothers immediately rushed towards Wai Yu and his men, and started beating them up with punches and kicks. Wai Yu and his companions were beaten so hard that they screamed in agony and soon their faces were unrecognizable. At this time, Scar looked at Lin Feiyang, boy, you didn't hit my brother. My parents taught me since I was young not to fight with others. Lin Feiyang pretended to be timid. The reason he did so was that he noticed that Scar and others kept looking at Liu Feifei and him from time to time, so he guessed that this conflict was most likely not an accident, but a conspiracy. So he took advantage of the situation and found out what these people's real purpose was. Coward. Scar's face was full of disdain. He had heard Liu Dongcheng say that Lin Feiyang was a ruthless person and thought he was a tough guy. But now, he realized that it was not that Lin Feiyang was too ruthless, but that Liu Dongcheng was too cowardly. He was actually afraid of a coward. Wei Yu and his companions were beaten up, and everyone thought the nightmare was over. However, Scar suddenly looked at the three remaining women, including Liu Feifei. The three women suddenly leaned against each other, trembling with fear. You guys come play with us brothers for a while, and as long as we are happy, we will let you go, how about that? Scar said with a lewd face. The three women were terrified. Liu Feifei managed to remain calm and said, "We have paid for the money, and you have also beaten the man. Please don't go too far." Scar said coldly, "I have gone too far today. If you don't serve us well today, you will never leave here alive." Wei Yu said hurriedly, "Just play with Brother Dao and the others, otherwise we will all die here." The three women were all scared and cried. At this time, Lin Feiyang came forward and hugged Liu Feifei. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can bully you." Liu Feifei suddenly felt a warm feeling. But Wei Yu and his men were terrified. "Boy, if you want to die, don't drag us with you. Now we can only leave alive if they serve Brother Dao well, otherwise we will all die here." Dai Panwei also nodded hurriedly in agreement. "That's right, we won't stop you if you want to die, but don't let that get us in trouble." Lin Feiyang showed a sarcastic smile. "Your girlfriend is being bullied, and you are indifferent. You really make us men lose face." Dai Panwei was immediately furious. "You know nothing. It's her honor to serve the brothers of the Golden Wolf Gang. The same goes for the others." Chapter 14, shocking the audience. Lin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in the world. His girlfriend was bullied in front of him, but he didn't dare to resist and even didn't forget to flatter her. He is so shameless to the extreme. Even Scar and his men looked disdainful. Scar looked at Lin Feiyang coldly and said, "You stinky boy, leave her behind and you can get out." Lin Feiyang shook his head without hesitation. "This is impossible, she is my wife, I can't just abandon her." "Then you just want to die." Scar narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. One of the younger brothers even pulled out a knife and pointed it at Lin Feiyang. "Did you hear that, kid? Brother Dao told you to get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll stab you to death. Even if you stab me to death, I can't abandon her." Lin Feiyang was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed a gentle smile. The women present were all ashamed when they saw this scene. They had previously laughed at Lin Feiyang for being a coward, but they had never expected that at the critical moment, Lin Feiyang would stand up and protect Liu Feifei, and refuse to back down even in the face of death. This is a real man. In contrast, their respective boyfriends are all afraid of death and dare not even fart. "Since you are tired of living, I will grant your wish." The guy holding the knife had a fierce look on his face and was about to stab as he spoke. "Don't." Liu Feifei hurriedly spoke out to stop him, then looked at Lin Feiyang with tears in her eyes. "Thank you for protecting me at this time. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to make a fearless sacrifice. Go quickly." Lin Feiyang smiled gently and said, "If you want to go, let's go together. I won't abandon you. What's the point of sacrificing in vain?" Liu Feifei looked angry, but her heart was deeply moved. Then she looked at Scar and said, "Please don't kill him. It's okay if you don't kill him. It depends on whether you behave yourself or not." Scar gave a lewd smile and then reached out his hand towards Liu Feifei's little face. Liu Feifei closed her eyes and let the tears fall silently. A cold light flashed in Lin Feiyang's eyes, but Scar did not notice it, or even if he noticed it, he did not take it seriously. At this moment, he was extremely excited. In the past, he had only heard about how beautiful Liu Feifei was, but now that he had seen her with his own eyes, he realized that a woman could be so beautiful. In comparison, the women he had played with before were simply mediocre. He couldn't wait to conquer this woman. Just when his hand was about to touch Liu Feifei's face, Lin Feiyang made a move. With a flick of his finger, Scar felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Before he could react, he saw a palm rapidly growing larger in front of his eyes. Scar realized the danger, but he didn't have time to react. Bang! The crisp sound of the slap was particularly loud in the closed private room, and then the whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned, their eyes and mouths wide open, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Lin Feiyang actually slapped Scar in the face, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Scar was stunned by the slap. It took him a while to come to his senses and he became furious. "Kill him for me!" Scar roared loudly, he was really angry. As one of the 4 Hall Masters of the Golden Wolf Gang, he was the only one who could beat people. This was the first time he was beaten, and it was a slap in the face. This was a great shame. Only by killing Lin Feiyang could he wash away his shame. Several younger brothers, including a Biao, immediately drew their knives and rushed towards Lin Feiyang, each with a ferocious look on their face. Hua Yu and the others looked at Lin Feiyang as if he were a dead person, but they did not have the slightest sympathy. They were just worried that Scar would vent his anger on them. Only Liu Feifei had a worried look on her face, her heart in her throat. Several thugs surrounded Lin Feiyang in an instant and stabbed him with knives. Just as the knife was about to stab Lin Feiyang moved, still as a mountain, yet as swift as thunder. He kicked one thug away with one foot, slapped another one with a slap, and then kicked him again in a series. The remaining thugs were kicked away one after another, spitting blood, and lying on the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. Scar's face became solemn, and he stared at Lin Feiyang with sharp eyes, and said coldly, "No wonder you are so arrogant, it turns out you are master, I will play with you personally." Scar said this and took a stance. As one of the 4 Hall Masters of the Golden Wolf Gang, he was very powerful and had already entered the ranks of warriors. Although he was slapped by Lin Feiyang before, it was because he was too careless. Lin Feiyang showed a disdainful smile, then stretched out a finger and hooked it. Scar got furious when he saw Lin Feiyang looking down on him. He stomped his toes on the ground, used the force to jump up, and kicked Lin Feiyang's head in mid-air. The warrior's strength is very strong. This kick is extremely powerful. If it hits the head, even a cow will fall down. Lin Feiyang smiled slightly, and suddenly he made a move and grabbed Scar's ankle. Scar was shocked and quickly turned his body and kicked Lin Feiyang with his other foot. It was very fast, but in Lin Feiyang's eyes it all seemed like slow motion. He dodged it by turning his head, then lifted up Scar with a little force and smashed it hard on the table. With a loud bang, the glass table shattered into pieces in an instant. Then Lin Feiyang grabbed it hard and the bone shattered instantly. Scar let out a scream and stared at Lin Feiyang with angry eyes. "If you go against our Golden Wolf Gang, you will only die." Lin Feiyang gave a disdainful smile, then slowly raised one foot. Liu Feifei immediately realized something and turned around quickly. Scar also understood in the next second, and his expression suddenly changed. "No!" Bang! Along with the sound of eggs breaking, Scar's eyes immediately widened, then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Lin Feiyang looked at the other gangsters, and they were immediately trembling with fear. "Who ordered you to do this?" Lin Feiyang asked coldly. One of the gangsters said tremblingly, "It was a man named Liu Dongcheng who came to our brother Dao and asked us to kill you." "Where is he now?" Lin Feiyang asked. "In private room 808. The gangsters didn't dare to hide it, nor did they want to hide it. If it weren't for that bastard Liu Dongcheng, they wouldn't have provoked Lin Feiyang, the evil star. At this time, Liu Dongcheng was still in the private room, drinking foreign wine, hugging women left and right, looking very happy. Just then Liu Jiancheng called, "Dongcheng, is the matter settled?" "It's been done, don't worry." Liu Dongcheng hung up the phone and then couldn't help laughing, his mouth wide open. Because he cheated Liu Jiancheng out of 5 million, but in fact he didn't spend a penny. He just gave Liu Feifei to Scar as a bargaining chip. He not only made money, but also pleased Scar and taught Lin Feiyang a lesson. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang and the door of the private room was kicked open. Chapter 15. I need to see a gynecologist. Liu Dongcheng was immediately startled, and then he saw a man with a murderous face walking in. "Lin Feiyang! Why are you here?" Liu Dongcheng's face was filled with shock. He thought that by now Lin Feiyang should have been crippled by Scar. Lin Feiyang didn't say anything, but just walked over step by step, with cold light flashing in his eyes. "Whoever bullies his woman will have to bear his wrath. Don't come over here. I'm warning you." This is Brother Dao's territory. He will be here soon. By the way, you may not know Brother Dao, but you should have heard of the Golden Wolf Gang. This is our Jiang Cheng. Bang! Lin Feiyan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and slapped him directly. Liu Dongcheng turned around on the spot and felt dizzy. Before he could steady himself, Lin Feiyan slapped him on the other side of the face. Lin Feiyan was so angry that he slapped Liu Dongcheng with great force. Blood immediately gushed out of his mouth and nose, and most of his teeth fell out. Lin Feiyan grabbed his neck and said coldly, "Liu Dongcheng, I warn you, if you dare to play dirty again, watch out for your life." As soon as Lin Feiyan came out, he saw Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei heard the screams inside and asked hurriedly, "What did you do to Liu Dongcheng?" "It's just a lesson he'll never forget." "You can't be so heartless, can you?" Lin Feiyan asked back. Liu Feifei shook her head. "That's not the case, but he is my uncle's son and my grandfather's grandson after all." Lin Feiyan said coldly, "What they did is worse than that of animals, so you don't have to treat them as relatives. And I doubt that Liu Jiancheng is your father at all. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he not be my dad?" Liu Feifei was speechless. Lin Feiyan explained, "What I mean is that he may not be your biological father. You have double eyelids, but he doesn't. I've seen photos of your mother, and she also has single eyelids. In addition, you have dimples, but they don't, so my guess should be pretty close." Liu Feifei was stunned for a moment. She had never thought about it in this way before, but after hearing what Lin Feiyan said, she felt that Lin Feiyan's analysis made sense. In addition, Liu Jiancheng didn't treat her as his daughter at all, which made this possibility even greater. Liu Feifei was in mixed feelings, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. "Don't think too much. I will be by your side no matter what." Lin Feiyan gently held her in his arms, and Liu Feifei hugged him tightly. At this moment, she felt that she was still very lucky. At least Lin Feiyan had always protected her and never left her. "By the way, I heard from them that the Golden Wolf Gang is very powerful, and its leader, Golden Wolf, is a martial arts expert. You beat Scar so badly, they will definitely not let it go," Liu Feifei said worriedly. Lin Feiyan said nonchalantly, "I just worry about you. I will take you to and from get off work from now on. Don't go out alone." The next few days were very peaceful. Liu Jianming's family had already learned about what happened to their son, but the family acted as if nothing had happened. It's not that they don't want to pursue the matter, but they were in the wrong first. However, they couldn't just give up and instead prepared to look for another opportunity. It's a pity that they didn't know that Scar was crippled by Lin Feiyan, otherwise they wouldn't dare to think of revenge even if they had the courage. However, what Lin Feiyan found strange was that even the Golden Wolf Gang was silent. Liu Jianming's family are all clowns, so it is understandable that they were intimidated by him, but the Golden Wolf Gang is the largest gang in Jiangcheng. It is said that Golden Wolf is a martial arts expert, so there is no reason for him not to stand out. The more this happened, the more Lin Feiyan dared not take it lightly. He would send Liu Feifei to the company every day before going to work, and pick her up after get off work to prevent the Golden Wolf Gang from playing dirty tricks. However, Liu Jianming and others could not find an opportunity to deal with Lin Feiyan for the time being, so they turned their attention to Liu Feifei and convened a board meeting, intending to remove Liu Feifei from the position of president. After a heated discussion, the board of directors decided to give Liu Feifei another 3 days. If she could not find an investor within 3 days, she would be removed from her position. At the same time, Lin Feiyan was also targeted while working in the hospital. As his fame grew, he became envied by his peers. Zhao Hui, deputy director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, was very jealous of Lin Feiyan, so he found his father, who was the vice president, and asked him to discipline Lin Feiyan. The vice president had only this one precious son, so he was always willing to respond to his every request. He transferred Lin Feiyan to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology on the grounds that the department was short of staff. In this way, Lin Feiyan became the only obstetrician and gynecologist in Jiangcheng Hospital. However, Lin Feiyan was not angry, because after arriving at the Obstetrics and Gynecology department, the number of people seeking his advice suddenly decreased, and he felt much more relaxed. In a luxurious villa. Finally, I don't have to drink urine anymore, har har har. Xu Guangya was very excited. He had been drinking boys' urine for a month with the attitude of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that there would be a real reaction now. Take off your clothes now. Xu Guangyao pushed Luo Xiaoli onto the bed. Having been holding back for more than a month, he couldn't wait to regain his virility. Because he was too impatient, he pounced on her without waiting for Luo Xiaoli to finish taking off her clothes. Vomit. Because Xu Guangyao drank boy's urine in the morning, he smelled a pungent smell when he opened his mouth. Luo Xiaoli couldn't help but spit on Xu Guangyao's face. Fuck you. Xu Guangyao was so angry that he slapped her in the face. Luo Xiaoli quickly apologized and begged for mercy, then took a towel to wipe Xu Guangyao clean. Xu Guangyao was in a hurry to vent his anger, so he didn't bother with her. However, when he wanted to regroup, he found himself wilting again. At first he thought it was nausea, but there was no reaction for 2 days. Then he realized something was wrong and had to run to the hospital to find Lin Feiyang again. However, Lin Feiyang had already been transferred to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at this time, so Xu Guangyao had no choice but to go and register. At this moment, a roar came from the front. I want a gynecological appointment, what's it to you? Hurry up. Wu Dongyang was very angry. More than a month ago, his testicles were kicked and broken by Lin Feiyang, and his father transplanted one for him. However, he became weak after his injury healed. He saw both Chinese and Western medicine doctors, but neither could cure him. He accidentally heard that a miracle doctor had appeared in Jiangcheng Hospital, and that was Lin Feiyang, who had kicked his testicles and burst them. Although he was angry, he had no choice but to come in order to be a man. As a result, Lin Feiyang went to the gynecology department, so he had no choice but to register. When the staff said no, he immediately got angry. The staff was shocked and then agreed to register him. Xu Guangyao, who was standing behind, witnessed all this and wanted to laugh but couldn't, because he was a fellow wanderer in this world. When it was Xu Guangyao's turn, the staff were extremely surprised. It was unheard of that a grown man would come to see a gynecologist. Previously, Wu Dongyang could be said to be a mental patient, but now another one has come. Could it be that the door of the mental hospital is not closed? Chapter 16 Believe in Miracles. After waiting in line for more than an hour, it was finally Wu Dongyang's turn, but when he arrived at the door of the clinic, he hesitated again. After all, it was Lin Feiyang who kicked his balls and broke them. He hated Lin Feiyang so much, but now he asked him to treat him. It was really frustrating. But he had no choice. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still went in. Lin Feiyang was also stunned when he saw Wu Dongyang. After all, he was an obstetrician and gynecologist, and there was actually a man who came to see him, and it was Wu Dongyang. You've come to the wrong place. This is the obstetrics and gynecology department, said Lin Feiyang. Wu Dongyang was furious and ashamed. I just came to see you for treatment. Oh. Lin Feiyang was surprised, and then asked seriously, are you suffering from irregular menstruation or cervicitis? Wu Dongyang immediately became furious, pointing at Lin Feiyang and shouting, Lin Feiyang, don't go too far. How did I go too far? Lin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and said, this is the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and this is the most common disease in the department. I was just asking as usual. I'm a man, how could I have these problems? Wu Dongyang said angrily. So you are a man? Lin Feiyang pretended to be suddenly enlightened, which made Wu Dongyang very angry. He looked at Lin Feiyang with eyes full of anger. Since you are a man, why are you coming to our obstetrics and gynecology department? Lin Feiyang asked puzzledly. Wu Dongyang pulled out a chair and sat down, then said angrily, it's all thanks to you. Wu Dongyang immediately told the story of how he had undergone a transplant operation but his penis became withered. I heard that you can cure this disease, so I came here. Wu Dongyang was still angry at first, but after saying this, his tone obviously softened. After all, he now needs help from others. Har har har. Lin Feiyang almost burst out laughing after hearing this, and only stopped laughing slowly when Wu Dongyang looked at him with murderous eyes. I am an obstetrician and gynecologist now. If you want to see this kind of disease, you should go to other departments. If doctors from other departments could cure me, I wouldn't come here. Wu Dongyang snorted coldly. Lin Feiyang said with a half-smile, I really want to help you, but this is not within my scope of responsibility, so I can only say sorry. Wu Dongyang could not help but look disdainful. If you want money, just say so. Why beat around the bush? 200,000 is enough, isn't it? Wu Dongyang seems to be very wealthy, but this is normal. After all, he is the eldest son of the Guo family, one of the four major families. A mere 200,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Then take the 200,000 and go find someone else. I'm not interested. Lin Feiyang refused without hesitation. Wu Donyang was very angry. You are really greedy, but I have plenty of money. I will give you 500,000 yuan. This should be enough. With your salary as a lousy doctor, how many years will it take you to earn this much money? Broken doctor. Lin Feiyang laughed when he heard this. Since you look down on a lousy doctor like me, then why are you still looking for a lousy doctor like me? Get out. Wu Donyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. As the eldest son of the Guo family, he had never been treated like this before. But he still held back. I was wrong just now, I apologize to you, just tell me how much money you want. Lin Feiyang smiled and stretched out a hand. How much? You don't want 5 million, do you? Wu Donyang was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect Lin Feiyang to ask for such a high price. He wanted 5 million just to treat an illness. He was too greedy. Lin Feiyang smiled and shook his head. You misunderstood me, I want 500 million. What? Wu Donyang was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Lin Feiyang, don't joke with me. Lin Feiyang said seriously, who is kidding you? If you want to get treatment, take 500 million. If not, get out. Lin Feiyang wanted the 500 million yuan naturally to help Liu Feifei overcome the difficulties. Originally, the person he was waiting for was Xu Guanyao, but he didn't expect that Xu Guanyao didn't come, but Wu Donyang came to his door instead. They are all fat sheep anyway, it doesn't matter who you slaughter. Wu Donyang pointed at Lin Feiyang and trembled with anger. Lin Feiyang, you are going too far. I have never heard of a treatment costing 500 million yuan. If it was 50 million, I could consider it. Lin Feiyang said, 500 million cannot be less than a cent, but you will not lose anything, because I want you to invest 500 million in Liu Group. So you are helping Liu Feifei. Wu Donyang was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Liu Feifei was supposed to be his woman, but Lin Feiyang snatched her away. It was so infuriating. Okay, I agree. Wu Donyang had no choice but to agree. Okay, then, hand the money to Liu Feifei by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lin Feiyang heard from Liu Feifei that tomorrow was the deadline given to her by the board of directors. Not long after Wu Donyang left, Xu Guanyao came in. Lin Feiyang, I spent so much money, but my illness is still not cured. You must give me an explanation today. As soon as Xu Guanyao came in, he started to accuse him. I asked you to come for a follow-up visit in a month. Can you blame me if you didn't come? Lin Feiyang snorted coldly. Xu Guanyao was suddenly speechless. He was worried that Lin Feiyang would ask him for the remaining money. In addition, he had a reaction that day and thought he was cured, so he did not come for a follow-up visit. I was wrong. Please help me treat it again. Xu Guanyao lowered his posture. Pay me the money you owe me first. Lin Feiyang said. Xu Guanyao could only reluctantly transfer 49 million to Lin Feiyang. After Lin Feiyang received the transfer, he smiled at Xu Guanyao and said, due to your reasons, the disease has relapsed, so we need to charge you again. How much do you need this time? Xu Guanyao asked vigilantly. Lin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't charge you this time. You just need to invest 500 million in Liu Group before tomorrow morning, and the money must be handed over to Liu Feifei. Invest in Liu Group. What does it have to do with you? Xu Guanyao felt a little puzzled. You don't need to know this. If you want to be cured, just do as I say. Okay, I'm going to get off work. You can think about it slowly. Lin Feiyang said and got up and left. When he returned home in the evening, Lin Feiyang found Liu Feifei drinking alone in the living room. He hurried over and snatched the wine away. Why do you drink so much? Give me the wine. Liu Feifei wanted to snatch the wine back, but Lin Feiyang naturally would not give it to her, and then he hugged her in his arms. I know you're worried about funding, but drinking won't solve the problem. But what else can I do besides drinking? Liu Feifei asked back. It's not the last moment yet, don't give up easily, maybe a miracle will happen. Lin Feiyang said meaningfully. Liu Feifei smiled bitterly and shook her head. I never believe in miracles, but you are right, drinking is just an escape, it can't solve the problem. What is coming will eventually come, I will face it calmly tomorrow, I will go back to my room and sleep now. I'll go to the company with you tomorrow. Lin Feiyang said. Don't you have to go to work? Liu Feifei asked. I'm on leave. Thank you. Liu Feifei was so moved that she wanted to cry. She was helpless, lonely and helpless. Her father and uncle treated her as an enemy, but Lin Feiyang never left her side. Go to sleep and don't think about anything. You have to believe that there are miracles in this world. Lin Feiyang comforted with a smile. Chapter 17 Liu Feifei in danger. Early the next morning, Lin Feiyang accompanied Liu Feifei to the Liu group. Liu Feifei brought Lin Feiyang to her office. Before she sat down to drink a sip of water, her secretary Xiefang came over to inform her that all the shareholders had arrived at the meeting room and asked her to go over immediately. Go ahead, don't be afraid of anything. Lin Feiyang showed a meaningful smile. Liu Feifei smiled back and then took Xiefang to the meeting room. Liu Jianming was the first to speak up. Liu Feifei, we agreed on 3 days. Today is the deadline. How much investment have you raised? Liu Feifei bit her lip. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, tears still flowed out. She had tried every possible way in the past 3 days, but no one was willing to take the risk of knowing about the Guo family and invest in them. She doesn't care about not being the president, and she doesn't care about leaving the company. She is just worried about the future of the company. Once she left the company, her uncle Liu Jianming would naturally take the position of president, and he had long wanted to sell the company. By then, the Liu Group would have to change its name, and her grandfather's life's work would be wasted. But she really tried her best. Liu Jianming looked at Liu Feifei and said, Feifei, don't say that your uncle won't help you. I have found an investor for you. He is in my office now. It depends on you whether you can make the deal. Go quickly. Liu Feifei didn't believe that Liu Jianming would be so kind to help her, but she would not give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope, so she followed Liu Jianming to his office. As soon as she entered the door, she saw an old man in a tang suit sitting on the sofa, with 2 bodyguards in suits standing behind him. Hello, I'm Liu Feifei, the president of Liu Group. May I ask who you are? This is Mr. Zhu Fu, the owner of Fulu Venture Capital Company. Liu Jianming introduced. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Liu Feifei hurriedly greeted. She didn't know Zhu Fu, but she knew Fulu Venture Capital, the largest venture capital company in Jiancheng. She had been there several times before but had never been able to meet Zhu Fu. She didn't expect him to come in person, which gave her hope. When Zhu Fu received the cup of water, he took the opportunity to touch the back of Liu Feifei's hand. Miss Liu is so beautiful, she is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Jiancheng. Liu Feifei frowned slightly, she had realized that Zhu Fu was an old pervert. But in order to get Zhu Fu to invest, she still smiled and said, Boss Zhu, let me introduce our company to you first, and then you can decide whether to invest in us. Zhu Fu smiled and waved his hand. I already know the situation of your company. Investing in you is very risky and will offend the Guo family. But as long as you agree to my conditions, I will invest in you. What conditions? Liu Feifei asked. Zhu Fu looked at Liu Jianming and asked, didn't you tell her? Not yet. Liu Jianming looked at Liu Feifei and said, Boss Zhu likes you very much, so you just need to make Boss Zhu happy for a while. Liu Feifei's face suddenly darkened. What do you mean? Liu Jianming sneered, I have made my words so clear, why are you asking questions when you already know the answer? You are so shameless. Liu Feifei pointed at the two of them and was shaking with anger. At this time, Liu Yingying came in. She smiled at Zhu Fu first, then looked at Liu Feifei with a face full of sarcasm and said, It's not like you haven't dated men before, why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? It's your honor to sleep with Boss Zhu, others don't have this opportunity yet. Zhu Fu nodded in agreement, that's right, I am Zhu Fu, not every woman wants me. Although I am old, I am definitely not inferior to those young men in terms of physical strength and energy. Just play with me once and you can get 500 million. Where can you find such a good deal? Get out, all of you. Liu Feifei pointed at the door and yelled. She was really angry and she never expected that these people could be so shameless. Liu Jianming snorted coldly, Liu Feifei, don't be ungrateful. This is your last chance. If you don't seize it, you will be the one to get out. Let's go. After Liu Feifei finished speaking, she walked outside. She had her own bottom line. She wanted to keep the company, but she would never accept this method. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Ju Fu was very angry, and immediately winked at the two bodyguards behind him. The two bodyguards understood and rushed forward to stop Liu Feifei. What do you want to do? Get out of the way. Liu Feifei was very angry. She didn't expect these people to be so bold. Ju Fu showed a cold smile, stood up and walked towards Liu Feifei. There is no woman I can't get that I want. Since you won't obey me, I can only use force. Don't come over here. Help! Liu Feifei shouted for help. She wanted to run away, but there were two bodyguards guarding the door and she couldn't get out at all. Boss Ju, I wish you a happy time. Liu Yingyin gave a sinister smile, then left the office tactfully. She has always been jealous of Liu Feifei's appearance, and whenever she is with Liu Feifei, she can only be a foil. Moreover, her grandfather was biased and actually handed the company over to Liu Feifei to manage, which made her very dissatisfied. That's why she wanted to destroy Liu Feifei. It was she who planned to drug Liu Feifei and Lin Feiyang before, and she was also the one who brought the current boss Ju here. Liu Feifei, after today, you will go from being a slut to a rotten shoe. I don't think any man will want you. Liu Yingyin thought to herself, and then followed her father out of the office tactfully. The two bodyguards also went out, closed the door, and stood guard at the door to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Ju Fu immediately took off his shirt and walked towards Liu Feifei with fiery eyes. Don't come over here. Help! Liu Feifei hid while shouting for help, but the office was well soundproofed and no one could hear her. Ju Fu approached Liu Feifei with a lewd look on his face. Miss Liu, I advise you to save your energy. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Boss Ju, I advise you to calm down. What you are doing is against the law. Liu Feifei said with forced composure. Look what this is. Ju Fu walked behind the camera in the corner and turned on the camera mode. Ju Fu said with a lewd smile, this thing will record all the wonderful scenes of our battle. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will let everyone in your company see it. You are so despicable. Liu Feifei was shocked and angry, but more of it was fear. That's right. I am not only despicable but also shameless, and even more shameless things are yet to come. Ju Fu said as he pounced towards Liu Feifei. Although Liu Feifei tried her best to hide, the office was so small that where could she hide? She was soon grabbed by Ju Fu's neck and pressed down on the sofa. Seeing Liu Feifei resisting fiercely, he slapped Liu Feifei twice in the face. At this time, Lin Feiyang was still sitting in Liu Feifei's office drinking tea, and had no idea that Liu Feifei was in danger. Bang! In desperation, Liu Feifei grabbed a water cup on the table and smashed it on Ju Fu's head. R. Ju Fu cried out in pain, and blood covered it when he touched it with his hand. How dare you hit me? Par. Par. Ju Fu immediately gave Liu Feifei two loud slaps, causing her mouth to bleed and her head to feel dizzy. You asked for trouble. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. As Ju Fu spoke, he grabbed Liu Feifei's clothes and prepared to open them violently. At this time, Liu Feifei was stunned and had no power to resist. Bang! At this moment, the office door suddenly flew in. Ju Fu was startled. Before he could react to what was happening, he felt the back of his neck tighten. Then he flew out and hit the wall hard. Feifei, I'm sorry, I'm late. Lin Feiyang helped Liu Feifei up and held her tightly in his arms. Chapter 18 Anger and Counterattack. Bang! In desperation, Liu Feifei grabbed a water cup on the table and smashed it on Ju Fu's head. R. Ju Fu cried out in pain, and blood covered it when he touched it with his hand. He was originally sitting in Liu Feifei's office, using his perspective to see what was happening in the conference room, but he couldn't find Liu Feifei, so he searched other places and saw Ju Fu bullying Liu Feifei. He hurried over as fast as he could, knocked out two bodyguards with one move and rushed in. Woo woo! Liu Feifei couldn't help but burst into tears. But Ju Fu wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Lin Feiyang snorted coldly and raised his hand to throw a silver needle at him. Ju Fugang lifted his feet, but his lower body lost feeling and he fell to the ground with a thump. Feifei, please sit down first. I will help you get revenge. Let's report it to the police. Liu Feifei held Lin Feiyang back. She was afraid that Lin Feiyang would beat someone up and get into trouble. How can it be so cheap for him? Lin Feiyang knew very well that Zhu Fu's behavior would not last long and it would not satisfy him at all. Zhu Fu saw Lin Feiyang walking towards him viciously, and he was immediately trembling with fear. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "I am warning you, you can't do anything rash. I know someone from the Golden Wolf Gang. If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it." Lin Feiyang smiled, very brightly, "Don't worry, I will never touch you." Lin Feiyang grabbed his neck as he spoke, then slowly raised one hand. "You!" Bang! Before Zhu Fu could utter the word, "dare," Lin Feiyang slapped him in the face, and several bloody teeth flew out. And this was just the beginning. Lin Feiyang then slapped it a dozen times. By the time they stopped, Zhu Fu had been beaten beyond recognition, all his teeth had fallen out, and he fell into a coma. Liu Feifei looked at Zhu Fu's miserable appearance, without any sympathy, but felt relieved. However, she became a little worried. "You don't think he's dead, do you?" "Don't worry, he won't die." Lin Feiyang acted with restraint, otherwise it would be very troublesome if a big boss died here. "What happened just now? Shouldn't you be in the meeting room? Why are you here?" Lin Feiyang asked puzzledly. "It's like this." Liu Feifei immediately recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Lin Feiyang was furious. Liu Jianming, Liu Jiancheng, Liu Yingying, these three are worse than pigs and dogs. I let them go last time, but I will never let them go this time. Don't do anything rash and don't make things worse. After all, this is a society ruled by law. Liu Feifei hurriedly reminded. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After Lin Feiyang sent Liu Feifei back to the office, he used his internal energy to reduce the swelling on her face. After the swelling on her face subsided, Lin Feiyang left the office. He had been smiling a moment ago, but his face suddenly turned cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. These scumbags are so bold that they even dare to bully Liu Feifei. This seriously touched his bottom line, and they must pay a lesson they will never forget. Lin Feiyang left the office and was about to look for Liu Jianming and Liu Yingying, but unexpectedly the two of them had just returned from the meeting room. "Why are you here?" A trace of panic flashed in Liu Jianming's eyes. He knew how powerful and ruthless Lin Feiyang was. If Lin Feiyang knew that Liu Feifei had been bullied, the consequences would be disastrous. Then he saw two unconscious bodyguards at the office door and immediately exclaimed, "Oh no! I'm here to talk to you about something. Let's go to your office." Lin Feiyang smiled brightly. Liu Jianming and Liu Yingying suddenly felt a chill and subconsciously wanted to run away. Lin Feiyang raised his hand and threw out a silver needle. Liu Jianming felt a numbness in his waist, and then his whole body lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Liu Jianming's eyes widened instantly, filled with fear. "None of my business, please forgive me." Liu Yingying was terrified. She wanted to run away, but when she saw what happened to her father, she immediately gave up the idea. Lin Feiyang walked up to Liu Yingying, whose legs were shaking with fear. Lin Feiyang held up her chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Do you still have the medicine you gave Liu Feifei and me before?" "What medicine? I don't understand what you are saying." Liu Yingying smiled awkwardly and pretended to be confused, but her evasive eyes betrayed her. "I'll give you another chance, yes or no." Lin Feiyang smiled even more brightly, but Liu Yingying shuddered. "Have. Take it out." Lin Feiyang said in an unquestionable tone. "In my office." Liu Yingying was completely shocked and answered every question. "Take me there to get it." Lin Feiyang said. Liu Yingying didn't dare to resist and could only obediently take Lin Feiyang to her office. Her position was the director of the Human Resources Department. She is also a senior executive in the company, but compared to Liu Feifei's position as president, the gap is not small, which is one of the reasons why she is jealous. Liu Yingying took out a medicine bottle from the drawer. Inside the bottle were a few white pills the size of soybeans. There was no smell, so it was indeed difficult to detect. Liu Yingying was very nervous at the moment. She didn't know what Lin Feiyang wanted these medicines for. Was he asking her to take them? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, but if that were the case, she would feel a lot more at ease. Walk. No need to be so troublesome. There are tables and sofas here. You can play however you want. Liu Yingying gave a charming look. I have to say that Liu Yingying is very beautiful, one in a million. I want to take you to do something more exciting. Lin Feiyang took Liu Yingying to Liu Jianming's office, and then pulled in the two unconscious bodyguards and the motionless Liu Jianming. What do you want to do? Liu Yingying's face was full of vigilance, and she already had a bad premonition in her heart. Lin Feiyang chuckled, it's just a game. Feed them your medicine. 2 pills per person should be enough. Chapter 19. The surprise came too suddenly. Liu Yingying was so scared that her face turned pale. She knelt down in front of Lin Feiyang with a plop. You can't do this, please forgive me, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Lin Feiyang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and said with a smile, it's just a game, look how scared you are. You can do whatever you want if you want to play alone, but you can't do this, especially with my dad around. What are you thinking? I won't do anything that would anger the heavens and the people. You didn't lie to me. Liu Yingying looked at Lin Feiyang warily and asked. Do I have to lie to you? Hurry up. Lin Feiyang seemed a little impatient. Liu Yingying was skeptical, but at the moment she had no choice but to do as she was told and feed each of the people 2 pills. Lin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction, then leaned lazily on the sofa and waited patiently. Liu Yingying stood there anxiously, she didn't know what Lin Feiyang was trying to do. The drug took effect faster than Lin Feiyang had imagined. In just a quarter of an hour, these people had obvious reactions. The 2 bodyguards and Ju Fu woke up one after another, but the drugs in their bodies had already taken effect and they were in a semi-conscious state. It's almost done, let's go out. Lin Feiyang took Liu Yingying out of the office and closed the door. Liu Yingying then understood Lin Feiyang's intention. The 4 grown men inside had all taken medicine, and double the dose. Even if they were given a sow, they would look handsome. It is not difficult to imagine that the 4 people inside will soon stage a wonderful battle. This is Lin Feiyang's revenge on them. He doesn't want their lives, but he can make them receive the punishment they deserve, and he guarantees that they will never forget it. Because the office is soundproofed, you can't hear the sound inside when standing outside, but you can still vaguely hear screams occasionally. Liu Yingying was so scared that her face turned pale, but at the same time she was secretly glad that Lin Feiyang did not leave her in there, otherwise she would have been miserable. Lin Feiyang looked at Liu Yingying again. He stroked his chin and thought about how to teach her a lesson, because this woman was even more hateful. Liu Yingying also realized that something was wrong, so she quickly hugged Lin Feiyang's arm and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Lin, I was wrong before, and I really know I was wrong now. Please give me a chance to reform. I promise that I will turn over a new leaf and make amends. And I will repay you. As Liu Yingying spoke, she tiptoed to kiss Lin Feiyang on the face. When she wanted to take further action, Lin Feiyang pushed her away. Lin Feiyang sneered, if you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. The beauty trap will not work on me. Then what do you want to do? Liu Yingying asked fearfully. You'll know later. Lin Feiyang patted her on the shoulder with a meaningful smile on his face. Liu Yingying didn't notice anything at all and thought Lin Feiyang was being soft. Little did she know that Lin Feiyang had already injected a stream of true energy into her body. This true energy will not explode for the time being, but in the future, if she encounters a slightly larger vibration, such as thunder or firecrackers, or even strenuous exercise, the true energy will run wild and make her suffer excruciating pain. Lin Feiyang returned to Liu Feifei's office. Seeing him coming back, Liu Feifei hurriedly asked, What did you do to them? It's nothing, just a casual lesson. Does your face still hurt? Lin Feiyang gently stroked her fair and smooth face. It doesn't hurt anymore. Liu Feifei felt the warmth of Lin Feiyang's fingers and her face instantly turned red with shame. Although she had been slept with by Lin Feiyang twice, both times she was unconscious, so when Lin Feiyang touched her, the feeling was still very strong. Since it doesn't hurt anymore, let's go to the meeting room. Those people are still waiting. Lin Feiyang said meaningfully. Okay, I'll resign now. Liu Feifei took a deep breath and then walked towards the meeting room. In the conference room, Wu Dongyang was waiting anxiously, while Liu Jiancheng was serving tea and water, asking about his well-being. A group of shareholders were also fawning and kept trying to get close to him. The Liu Group has a market value of only a few billion and is facing bankruptcy. It is no match for the Gu Group, which has a market value of tens of billions. To them, Wu Dongyang is also a big shot, someone they need to curry favor with and flatter. Liu Feifei saw Guo Dongyan as soon as she walked into the meeting room. She snorted coldly, "Guo Dongyan, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Liu Jiancheng immediately became furious. "How could you talk to Mr. Guo like that? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Guo right away?" "Shut up." Guo Dongyan slammed the table and stood up. "Did you hear me? I told you to shut up." Liu Jiancheng glared at Liu Feifei. "I told you to shut up. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Guo Dongyan pointed at Liu Jiancheng's nose and cursed. Liu Jiancheng was suddenly confused and didn't know how he had offended him. After Guo Dongyan finished scolding him, he looked at Liu Feifei and immediately smiled charmingly. "Hello, Miss Liu, I apologize for offending you before. Please forgive me." As Guo Dongyan spoke, he bowed 80 degrees. This made everyone present look confused. It was Liu Feifei who fooled around with another man on the eve of their engagement. If anyone should apologize, it should be Liu Feifei who apologized to Guo Dongyan. How did this get reversed? Liu Feifei was also puzzled. "Guo Dongyan, what on earth are you doing?" Guo Dongyan looked up at Liu Feifei and said with a smile, "Ms. Liu, I sincerely apologize to you, and I am ready to invest in your company. I have prepared the funds." Liu Feifei's face was immediately filled with surprise. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Is he teasing her? But looking at Guo Dongyan's sincere expression, it doesn't seem like that. "Are you sure you are not kidding?" Liu Feifei asked uncertainly. "I'm not kidding, you can draft the contract right away and I will sign it immediately," Guo Dongyan said. Liu Feifei finally believed Guo Dongyan and was immediately excited. "Okay, I'll have someone prepare the contract right away, according to the terms we agreed on before." Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Guangya walked in quickly. "What are you doing here?" Liu Feifei saw that Xu Guangya was also in a bad mood. She had also gone to Xu Guangya to ask him for investment, but Xu Guangya offered a condition that he asked her to sleep with him, which made her very angry. Xu Guangya also knew why Liu Feifei was angry, so he hurriedly said, "Ms. Liu, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and don't be angry with me. I came here today to invest in your Liu Group. I have prepared 500 million yuan in funds. I have signed the contract and it will be deposited into the account soon." Liu Feifei opened her mouth in surprise, and Liu Jiancheng and the shareholders present were also stunned. "No one paid any attention to me when I begged for help before, but now two people come to invest at once. What is going on?" Guo Dongyan got angry when he heard this. "Xu Guangya, you are really trying to make trouble, right?" Xu Guangya snorted coldly. "Who is making trouble? I am here to invest." Guo Dongyan sneered. "Everything should be based on first come first served. I have already proposed to invest in Liu Group. You are late. We haven't signed the contract yet." Xu Guangya looked at Liu Feifei with a smile on his face and said, "Hello, Miss Liu, how many shares did you promise to take from the Guo Group?" Liu Feifei was full of doubts, but she quickly replied, 500 million in funds, 30% of the shares. At the peak of the Liu Group, its market value was close to 10 billion. However, due to years of losses, its market value has continued to shrink and now is less than 3 billion. Moreover, as the company is facing bankruptcy and its market value is shrinking, the board of directors decided to give up 30% of its shares in exchange for 500 million yuan in funds after many discussions. Xu Guangya smiled and said, "Well, our Xu Group will invest 500 million yuan, but only 25% of the shares will be enough. Is everything you said true?" Liu Feifei's face was full of disbelief. This happiness came too suddenly. Chapter 20, Renewal of the Waves. No one was interested just a moment ago, but now two people came to invest, and Xu Guangya even offered conditions that they dared not even think about. Xu Guangya smiled and nodded. "Of course it's true, you can draw up the contract now." Guo Dongyan was so angry. He thought that if he injected capital into the Liu Group would happily agree. However, he never expected that Xu Guangya would suddenly come and make trouble. But in order to let Lin Feiyang treat him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "We at Guo Group only want 20% of the shares." 15. Our Xu Group only wants 15% of the shares. Xu Guangya was not willing to be outdone. He had already calculated before coming here. As long as the Liu Group could overcome this difficulty, it would not be a dream for the market value to return to its peak. 15% would also be profitable. 10%. Our Gua group only wants 10% of the shares. Gua Dongyang had to give in again. 5%. Xu Guangya was also trying his best. 500 million in exchange for 5% of the shares would not bring much profit, and he might even lose money. But in order to let Lin Feiyang treat him, he accepted the loss. 3%. Almost as soon as Xu Guangya finished speaking, Gua Dongyang said something that stunned everyone present. 500 million in exchange for 3% of the shares, what does this mean? Given the company's current situation, it's almost like giving it away for free. No one knows what's wrong with these two people. They ignored everyone when they were begged to invest in them before, but now everyone is rushing to invest in them. How could they know that these two people were trying to get rid of their status as eunuchs? As the heir of a large family, although several hundred million is a considerable sum of money, it is far less important than inheritance. You can earn back hundreds of millions if you lose them, but if your life is ruined, there will be no one to succeed you. Xu Guangya looked at Liu Feifei and said, Ms. Liu, I only want 3% of the shares, and I will transfer this 3% to you for free. I only want 3%, and I'll give it to you for free. Gua Dongyang couldn't care less. He had to hand over the 500 million to Liu Feifei today no matter what. Liu Feifei and a group of shareholders were all stunned. They even wondered if the two men were crazy, otherwise why would they rush to give money to others? Liu Feifei took a deep breath to suppress her excitement. Facing the competition between the two, she thought for a moment and came up with an idea. She smiled and said, you don't have to fight anymore. Why don't you two invest 500 million each and each get 3% of the shares? Okay, I agree. Okay. The two nodded in agreement without hesitation. Anyway, they just had to give away 500 million yuan and it would be considered as a way to ward off disaster. After getting the consent of the two people, Liu Feifei immediately asked her secretary Xiefang to draft the contract. Then the parties checked the contract. Gua Dongyang and Xu Guangya signed it without even reading it, and completed the transfer operation within a quarter of an hour. The two then asked a lawyer to draft a share transfer agreement to transfer the shares they had just acquired to Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei naturally would not refuse. The more shares she owned, the more say she had in the company. Originally, the shares of her family were all gifted by her grandfather. Liu Jianming, Liu Jiancheng, Liu Dongcheng and Liu Yingying each had 5%, and she had 6%. Now that the three have invested, the equity will be diluted a little, but she also got 6% transferred by the two, which adds up to nearly 12%, making her the second largest shareholder of the company. The largest shareholder is her grandfather, holding 20%. Moreover, her grandfather appointed her as the equity agent, which meant that she alone controlled 1/3 of the equity. It would be even more difficult for her uncle and others to make things difficult for her in the future. In fact, even without these shares, Liu Jianming would not have the courage to make things difficult for her. Because just when she was signing the contract with Gua Dongyang and Xu Guangya, the fight between Liu Jianming and others ended. Lin Feiyang pushed the door open and went in. The place was in a mess and unsightly. Lin Feiyang was too lazy to look at it. He came in with only one purpose, which was to take away the camera's memory card. Liu Jianming and Zhu Fu wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare to. They could only watch Lin Feiyang take the things away. Flying. Liu Feifei saw Lin Feiyang as soon as she came out of the conference room. She then ran up to Lin Feiyang and said, I want to tell you a good news. I didn't resign because I have found 2 investors. Really? Congratulations. Lin Feiyang pretended not to know. Seeing her so happy, he was already satisfied. We have just signed the contract and there are still many things to do. You should go back first. I will treat you to a big dinner tonight. Liu Feifei said. Lin Feiyang nodded and then left. Now that he has the leverage over Liu Jianming, I don't think he would have the guts to embarrass Liu Feifei again. As soon as I left the company, I saw Gua Dongyang and Xu Guangya, a pair of brothers in distress. The 2 men also saw him and ran over quickly. I have already given the money to Liu Feifei. 500 million is not a cent less, and I didn't ask for any shares. I think you should be satisfied now. Gua Dongyang's words were full of resentment, which was inevitable. Not only did Lin Feiyang rob Liu Feifei, he also extorted 500 million from him. He wished he could cut Lin Feiyang into pieces. Well done. Lin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction. I also invested 500 million yuan, but I don't have any shares. Xu Guangya was also very angry. After all, it was 500 million yuan. Let's go, find a place and I'll treat you. Lin Feiyang also kept his promise and used silver needles to treat the two people. However, the two people suffered a lot during the treatment. Every needle made them suffer excruciating pain. Later, Lin Feiyang prescribed them another prescription, and the prescription was different. Xu Guangya needed boys' urine for 1 month, while Guodongyang needed woman's urine for 1 month. He said it was the second course of treatment. Guodongyang had no doubts about it. Xu Guangya was a little skeptical at first, but when he saw that Guodongyang believed it, he had no choice but to believe it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Liu Group received 1 billion yuan in funding and successfully overcame the difficulties. The new product was also successfully launched on the market and received a very good response, and the company had turned losses into profits. It seemed that everything was moving in a good direction, but Lin Feiyang still did not dare to let his guard down, because he knew that there was still a golden wolfgang that had not been dealt with. He didn't know why the golden wolfgang had not yet retaliated against him, so the more careful he had to be, the more vigilant he had to be, and so he drove Liu Feifei to and from get off work every day. As they spend more and more time together, their relationship is getting better and better, and they are not far from becoming a real couple. That day, after get off work, Lin Feiyang went to pick up Liu Feifei as usual. As soon as she picked up Liu Feifei, she received a call. Grandfather. Liu Feifei was immediately excited because the call was from her grandfather. Her grandfather was seriously ill and had some dementia. He had been living in a nursing home and being cared for by a special person. Now he has returned home and even called her, which shows that his condition has stabilized. So Lin Feiyang turned around and headed towards Liu's house. Not long after, Lin Feiyang and Liu Feifei arrived at the Liu family. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the whole family was there, including Liu Dongcheng. As soon as Liu Dongcheng saw Lin Feiyang, he gritted his teeth. A month ago, all his teeth were knocked out by Lin Feiyang, so he had to get a set of porcelain teeth. Lin Feiyang ignored Liu Dongcheng and his eyes fell on an old man in a Zhongshan suit. It is obvious that this old man is Liu Feifei's grandfather Liu Huiyan. Grandfather. Liu Feifei threw herself directly into Liu Huiyan's arms, tears flowing uncontrollably, but they were tears of joy. Okay, you're a grown-up girl now, why are you still a crybaby? Liu Huiyan's face was full of doting, which made Liu Yingying next to him very jealous. However, with Lin Feiyang here, she didn't dare to show it at all. Liu Jiancheng curled his lips, and then his eyes fell on Lin Feiyang. What are you doing here? Get out. Dad, please don't be like this. He is my husband now. Liu Feifei said. Liu Jiancheng snorted coldly, a poor loser wants to be the son-in-law of our Liu family. What wishful thinking. Liu Huiyan's face darkened. Feifei, I didn't believe them before when they said you were married, but I didn't expect it to be true. You didn't even tell me about such a big thing. Do you still have me as your grandfather in your eyes? Liu Feifei hurriedly explained, Grandpa, don't be angry first, I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just. Liu Feifei really wanted to explain, but for a moment she didn't know how to start. If she told him everything, she was worried that her grandfather would be so angry that he would have a heart attack. You don't have to say anything. The reason is not important. Anyway, I will not agree to this marriage. You should divorce him immediately. Liu Huiyan said in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 21 She's not dead yet. Grandpa, he's been very good to me, I don't want to divorce him. Liu Feifei glanced at Lin Feiyang and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. After spending these days together, she has already accepted Lin Feiyang from the bottom of her heart, and there is only a thin layer of window paper between the two of them that has not been broken. Liu Huiyan sneered, You are so beautiful, any man who marries you will treat you as a treasure. I heard from your father that this man is just a doctor in Jiangchen Hospital. He is of no help to your career. How can he be worthy of you? Your grandfather is right. With your conditions, you can find someone who is 10 or 100 times better than him. To put it bluntly, anyone you pick up on the street is better than this guy. Liu Jiancheng glanced at Lin Feiyang with disdain on his face. Liu Jianming had a precious video in Lin Feiyang's hands, so he dared not say anything. He had no scruples. Liu Feifei ignored him, just looked at Liu Huiyan and said, Grandpa, I don't need anyone to help me in my career, I can do it myself. It's not easy for a woman to build a career, but it's much easier with the help of a man. This is your innate advantage, and you must make good use of it. I don't need it. I can do it myself. Liu Feifei said. Seeing Liu Feifei being so stubborn, Liu Huiyin was immediately furious. If I say no, then no, you must divorce him, unless you don't recognize me as your grandfather. As Liu Huiyin spoke, he began to have difficulty breathing. Grandpa, don't get excited. Liu Feifei was startled and hurried forward to comfort her. But Liu Jiancheng pushed her away. Liu Feifei, you are only happy if you want to piss off your grandfather to death. Liu Feifei felt extremely aggrieved and her tears couldn't stop flowing. She didn't understand why her grandfather, who had always loved her, would force her. Lin Feiyang wanted to go forward to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Liu Huiyin looked at Liu Feifei and said angrily, Feifei, do you still recognize me as your grandfather? Liu Feifei knelt on the ground with a plop. Grandpa, I used to listen to you in everything, but this time, can you let me make the decision? Please. Lin Feiyang also stepped forward and said, Grandpa. Shut up. Who is your grandpa? Get out of here. Before Lin Feiyang could finish speaking, Liu Huiyin shouted at him and pointed at the door, telling him to get out. Lin Feiyang was helpless. Unlike Liu Huiyin and Liu Jianming, he loved Liu Feifei very much, so he could not use tough measures. Liu Feifei looked back at Lin Feiyang with an apologetic look. Feiyang, why don't you go back first? Lin Feiyang nodded. He knew that he could not help here and would only exacerbate the conflict, so he could only leave first. After Lin Feiyang left, Liu Huiyin pulled Liu Feifei up. Feifei, you also know that Grandpa loves you very much. Everything I do is for your own good. Liu Feifei nodded with tears in her eyes. Grandpa, I know what you said, but I really like him and I don't want to divorce him. So-called love is nothing more than an impulse of youth. Listen to Grandpa and divorce him. Grandpa will not harm you. Liu Jiancheng also followed suit to persuade them, and even Liu Jianming and his wife joined in to persuade them. When Lin Feiyang was here before, Liu Jianming didn't dare to speak, but now that Lin Feiyang is gone, he naturally has to seize this opportunity. He must make Lin Feiyang and Liu Feifei divorce, so that he will have a chance to get the precious video back. Even if he can't get the video back, he can't let Lin Feiyang join this big family, otherwise he will be controlled by others for the rest of his life. However, no matter how they persuaded her, Liu Feifei never agreed to divorce. This made Liu Huiyin very angry. Well, you are getting stronger, right? Since you want to build your career with your own abilities, then you don't have to go to the company anymore. Jianming, I will leave the company to you. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, I will manage the company well. Liu Jianming was very excited. Now that the company has sufficient funds, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money after he takes control of the company. Liu Jiancheng was also happy because after Liu Jianming became the president, the position of vice president would be his. Liu Huiyin looked at Liu Feifei and said, Feifei, as long as you admit your mistake now, the position of president is still yours. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I still can't agree to it. Liu Feifei's attitude remained firm. Liu Huiyin was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, You are really too arrogant. If that's the case, why are you still here? Get out of here. Liu Feifei kowtowed several times and then left in tears. Lin Feiyang did not leave, but waited in the car. When he saw Liu Feifei running out crying, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Liu Feifei threw herself into Lin Feiyang's arms and burst into tears, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances. I'm unemployed. Liu Feifei cried and recounted what had just happened. Lin Feiyang stroked her hair and comforted her. If you lose your job, then lose your job. I will support you in the future. Are you really willing to support me? Liu Feifei looked up at Lin Feiyang and asked. Of course, you are my wife, and it is my duty to make money to support you. Lin Feiyang gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Liu Feifei finally smiled and said, The day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 70th birthday. I want to prepare a gift, and I hope he can forgive me. Okay, I'll prepare a gift too, and I guarantee he will like my gift. Lin Feiyang said confidently. Is it true? Liu Feifei was a little skeptical. After all, her grandfather didn't like Lin Feiyang very much and didn't even look at ordinary gifts. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Feiyang was very confident. He saw that Liu Huiyan had a heart disease, so he planned to refine a pill to treat heart disease. It would be strange if he didn't like such a gift. The next day, Lin Feiyang took half a day off because he wanted to go to the Chinese medicine store to buy some medicinal herbs to make pills. Although the hospital had Chinese medicine, it was not complete. Besides, he also had to go to the antique market to see if he could buy an alchemy furnace. Not long after, Lin Feiyang took a taxi to Beikoutang, the largest local Chinese medicine store. Beikoutang is not only the largest local Chinese medicine store, but its owner is Zhang Baikao, who is known as a miracle doctor. Therefore, Beikoutang's business is very good, with people coming to buy medicine or see doctors every day. Lin Feiyang had just walked into the pharmacy when a girl about 14 or 15 suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Yuan, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly, don't scare your mother. The girl's mother was so scared that her face turned pale, but no matter how she called, the girl didn't respond at all. Hurry up and make way, Dr. Zhang is here. When Lin Feiyang was about to step forward to rescue, someone shouted that Dr. Zhang was here, and then the crowd automatically parted, and an old man in a tang suit walked over quickly. The old man squatted down and examined the girl. Soon he frowned, then shook his head and sighed. The girl's mother almost fainted when she saw his reaction, and then she knelt down in front of Zhang Baikao and said, "Dr. Zhang, please save my daughter. I kowtow to you." Zhang Baikao hurriedly supported the woman and said, "It's not that I don't want to save her, but your daughter is gone. Please accept my condolences." Yuan. The woman let out a heart-wrenching cry. Everyone around had a look of regret on their faces. It was such a pity that a teenage girl, who was at such a vibrant age, died so young. Lin Feiyang stepped forward, squatted, took out a silver needle and stabbed it into the girl's heart. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, the people around hurriedly shouted and scolded. The woman also looked at Lin Feiyang angrily, and Lin Feiyang hurriedly explained, "She is not dead yet." "Really?" The woman seemed to have grasped the last straw, and hurriedly grabbed Lin Feiyang's arm, begging bitterly, "Please save her. As long as you can save her, I will repay you even if I have to work like a cow or a horse for you. Don't worry, I will definitely save her." Lin Feiyang would certainly not stand by and watch her die. He was about to stab her with the silver needle in his hand, but his wrist was grabbed by someone. Lin Feiyang looked up and saw Zhang Baikao staring at him angrily. "Why did you stop me from saving people?" "Save people?" Zhang Baikao sneered, "She is already dead. I don't know what your purpose is, but the dead are gone. I absolutely will not allow you to torment her body. This is disrespectful to the dead. Is this guy a liar? He is so despicable. He tried to defraud people even though their child died. He is a scum among scums. We must call the police to arrest him." "You're right. This kind of person has lost all conscience and is extremely despicable." The crowd was outraged and criticized the protesters verbally and writtenly, with some of the bad-tempered ones almost resorting to violence. Chapter 22 Antique Market. At this time, the girl's mother also came to her senses. She was too sad and lost her judgment just now. Now, after being reminded by everyone, she immediately realized that Lin Feiyang might really be a liar. After all, Zhang Baikao said that his daughter was dead, so how could it be false? "Get away. Don't touch my daughter," the woman said as she tried to push Lin Feiyang, but she didn't push him. As time was running out, Lin Feiyang had no time to explain and directly inserted the silver needle. "Stop. Beat him." The girl's mother and everyone else were angry, even Zhang Baikao was no exception. To torment a corpse was something that was outrageous to both humans and gods. Everyone was about to rush forward to teach Lin Feiyang a lesson, but at this moment, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong with me?" Those who were about to take action were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Zhang Baikao was also stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Yuan. The girl's mother immediately hugged her and said, "You scared me to death." Alive, this girl is really alive. It turns out that what he said was true. The girl is really not dead. We just missed him. All those who were about to take action before were now filled with shame. They were clearly trying to save people, but were treated as liars. The girl's mother cried with joy, and then she remembered something and hurriedly knelt down and pulled the girl to kneel down in front of Lin Feiyang's mother. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I will never forget your kindness. Get up, I just helped a lot." Lin Feiyang did not take credit for himself, but patiently reminded her, "She is suffering from heart failure. Although I have temporarily revitalized her heart, it is only a temporary solution. She must be treated as soon as possible." The girl's mother hurriedly said, "You are right, but the doctor said that a heart transplant is needed, and the cost is too high. We are just an ordinary family and cannot afford the expensive cost." Everyone couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In fact, some people can obviously be saved, but because the cost is too high and they can't afford it, they have to give up treatment. This is the sadness of ordinary people. Lin Feiyang pursed his lips, thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll prescribe a prescription for you, and you ask her to take it every morning and evening for 3 months." The girl's mother was overjoyed, but then she became worried. How much will the treatment cost? Are the medicines expensive? Lin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't charge you any money, and the medicine is not particularly expensive, only a few hundred yuan a day." "Thank you, doctor." "Thank you, doctor." The girl's mother once again pulled the girl to her knees and kowtowed to express her gratitude, and everyone applauded. Lin Feiyang saved people without expecting anything in return. Such a character deserves respect from everyone. Zhang Baikao immediately asked someone to bring paper and pen to Lin Feiyang, and Lin Feiyang immediately wrote out a prescription, which was basically composed of common Chinese medicines, with only 2 relatively rare ones. However, Beiko Tang had all of them, so Zhang Baikao hurriedly asked someone to get 7 days' worth of medicine and gave it to the woman for free. He also promised that she could get a 50% discount when she came to get the medicine next time, which won unanimous applause from everyone. The mother and daughter were also very grateful. At this time, Zhang Baikao faced Lin Feiyang and bowed 80 degrees. "I just wronged the doctor, please forgive me." Lin Feiyang helped Zhang Baikao up. The girl just entered a state of suspended animation. "You jump to conclusions without careful judgment. This is a taboo for doctors." Lin Feiyang's tone was completely like that of teaching a junior, and no one thought it was inappropriate. After all, the medical skills that Lin Feiyang had just displayed were so superb. Zhang Baikao also humbly accepted the advice. "The divine doctor has taught me that I will never make the same mistake again. But I am very curious. You cured her with just 1 injection. I am puzzled. Please enlighten me, divine doctor. With your current ability, you won't be able to learn it even if I tell you." Lin Feiyang spoke the truth. His needle looked simple, but in fact it involved the use of true qi. Moreover, his true qi is not ordinary true qi. What he cultivates is the yin-yang book. The true qi he cultivates is the yin and yang qi. Yin and yang complement and restrain each other, and are both hard and soft. It contains the power of destruction and vitality at the same time. After hearing this, Zhang Baikao made a move that stunned everyone present. He bent his legs and knelt in front of Lin Feiyang. "Please, doctor, accept me as your apprentice." Everyone was shocked. Zhang Baikao was already in his 60s or 70s, but now he wanted to take a young man in his 20s as his master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? "I don't want to accept any apprentices." After saying this, Lin Feiyang walked towards the counter and handed a list to the clerk. Zhang Baicao's face was full of disappointment, but his eyes were soon filled with determination. He then snatched the list from the clerk and personally prepared the medicine for Lin Feiyang. "How much?" Lin Feiyang asked. Zhang Baikao said flatteringly, "I won't charge you any money. Just consider it as my apology to you." Lin Feiyang was not a pedantic person. Since he didn't want to take money, he just let it go. He took the medicine and prepared to leave. However, a few people stopped him, but they were not looking for trouble. Instead, they wanted him to help them with their medical treatment. Lin Feiyang could only politely refuse. He was not a savior and his abilities were limited. Besides, the illnesses of these people are not complicated, and Zhang Baikao is capable of treating them, so there is no need for him to do it himself. Then he took the medicine to the antique market. Since it was not very far, he planned to walk there. However, just as he was about to reach the antique market, a red Ferrari sports car suddenly accelerated and hit him. Lin Feiyang's first reaction was that someone wanted to take revenge on him, but when he saw the owner of the car, he rejected this idea. The owner of the car was a woman in her early 20s, with shoulder-length hair flowing in the wind, fair skin like cream, delicate facial features, red lips, and white teeth. Looking at the luxury car, it was obvious that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. And her panicked expression also showed that she didn't mean it. Lin Feiyang subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he saw a little boy of 5 or 6 years old not far away. Without thinking too much, he rushed towards the little boy and pushed him out gently. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Fortunately, the woman stepped on the brakes at this time. Even so, he was still knocked several meters away by the strong inertia. "Sir, how are you?" The woman hurriedly got out of the car to inquire about Lin Feiyang's situation, her eyes filled with panic and self-blame. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Feiyang asked harshly. The woman felt terrified when she saw Lin Feiyang's obsidian eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just got my driver's license and I was so nervous that I mistook the accelerator for the brake. Are you seriously injured? I'll take you to the hospital." Lin Feiyang lowered his head to look at his legs. There was just a tear in his pants, but it was impossible that he was injured. He practices diligently every night, and his body is now in great shape. "No, drive carefully next time." Lin Feiyang saw that the woman was remorseful, so he stopped caring about it. "Sir, I'd better take you to the hospital." The woman caught up and asked. "No, I'm fine." Lin Feiyang shook his head gently. The woman looked at Lin Feiyang's torn pants and said, "The pants are torn, how can they be fine? Let's go to the hospital for a checkup." "I'm really fine, don't worry, I won't settle the score with you later. Then I'll give you some money. Wait for me." The woman said and went back to the car to get her wallet, but when she turned around, Lin Feiyang was gone. What a weird guy. Qin Feishue parked the car in a roadside parking space and walked towards the antique street. Chapter 23, I'll say it 10 times, it's still a fake. The antique market is also called Antique Street. There are shops on both sides of the street, selling antique paintings and calligraphy as well as some jade articles. In addition, there are many stalls on the street, selling antiques, calligraphy and paintings. This street is very busy, and many people come here every day to pan for gold and see if they can find a bargain. Although the sellers all claim that their items are antiques and fair, there are actually countless counterfeits and imitations here. In some stores, more than half of the items are counterfeits and imitations. As for the street vendors, there is no need to mention them. At some stalls you can still see 1 or 2 antiques, while at some stalls you can see all imitations. Lin Feiyang looked at each one of them. He had a certain understanding and knowledge about antiques. In addition, he had the ability to see yin and yang, so he could see many details that others could not see. Therefore, he could almost tell at a glance whether it was a fake or an imitation. Lin Feiyang visited several shops in succession and saw an alchemy furnace. The owner said it was from the Hongwu period, but he knew it was fake after just one glance. Anything that has gone through the baptism of time will leave traces of the years, and that alchemy furnace is at most something from a few decades ago. Of course, he bought the furnace to make elixirs. It didn't matter whether it was an antique or not. The key point was that the furnace was just a decoration and did not meet his requirements. "Gentlemen." Just as Lin Feiyang was about to enter a store, a woman's voice came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that it was the woman who had bumped into him before. Qin Feishue was very happy to see Lin Feiyang. "I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. Is there anything wrong?" Lin Feiyang asked. Qin Feishue couldn't help but be stunned. All along, countless men had tried every means to strike up a conversation with her. Now she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Feiyang, but she didn't expect Lin Feiyang to be so cold. "It's okay. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. How about this? You must have come here to buy antiques. Pick one and I'll give it to you as compensation." "Need not." After Lin Feiyang finished speaking, he walked into the store. He didn't like taking advantage of others, and he was not injured, so why did he ask for compensation? Qin Feishue was devastated. She was just wondering if Lin Feiyang was trying to play hard to get, but the moment Lin Feiyang turned around, she understood that Lin Feiyang was really not interested in her. She couldn't help but feel curious about this cold man, so she followed him into the store to see what Lin Feiyang wanted to buy. There is an alchemy furnace in the store, which is only 2 feet high and is made entirely of bronze. It is carved with exquisite patterns and looks vivid. At first glance, it does look quite old. But when Lin Feiyang opened his yin-yang eyes, he was greatly disappointed. It was another fake and could only be used to make pills. Lin Feiyang was about to go somewhere else to see if there was anything better, when Qin Feishue followed him. Sir, if you want to buy real antiques, I suggest you go to Qingyuanzhai. They are full of antiques and we will compensate you tenfold if they are fake. I want to buy an alchemy furnace, not an antique. Lin Feiyang rarely replied. Qin Feishue said hurriedly, that's a coincidence. There happens to be an alchemy furnace in Qingyuanzhai. It is definitely an antique. If you are interested, I will take you to see it. Lead the way. Ha! Okay, this way. Qin Feishue didn't expect Lin Feiyang to agree, which made her a little excited. In fact, even she herself didn't know what happened. When did she fall to the point where she was so excited to lead a man? Miss Qin, you are here. When the owner of Qingyuanzhai saw Qin Feishue, he hurriedly greeted her warmly. Uncle Wang, are the things I want ready? Qin Feishue asked. It's ready. Please take another look. Wang Kui said as he went inside to get the goods himself. Qin Feishue took advantage of this opportunity to bring Lin Feiyang to the alchemy furnace. This is it. It is said to be from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Lin Feiyang first took a look at it with his yin-yang eyes, and just as Qin Feishue said, this was indeed something from the Ming and Qing dynasties. But what surprised him even more was that there were many complex patterns in the furnace. To ordinary people, these patterns are just some ordinary carvings, but he could tell at a glance that this was a simple spirit-gathering formation. The alchemy furnace with the formation carved on it is no longer an ordinary alchemy furnace, but a magical weapon. Although it is only the lowest grade magic weapon, but in this Dharma-ending age, any magic weapon is priceless. Of course, with his ability, it is not difficult to refine a magic weapon. It just requires materials and time. Originally, he came to the antique market just to try his luck. If he couldn't find a suitable alchemy furnace, he would plan to make one himself. But now that I have it, there is no need to do that anymore. How is it? Are you interested? Qin Feishue asked curiously. Not bad. Lin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction. Qin Feishue smiled and said, the boss has gone in to get something. Please wait a moment. Not long after, Wang Kui came out holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. He carefully placed it on the counter and then slowly opened the package. Inside was a beautiful vase. Miss Qin, please take another look. Qin Feishue picked it up and took a look at it. Actually, she didn't understand it either. Mainly because she trusted Wang Kui, she just glanced at it and put it back. Uncle Wang, please wrap it up. I will give this gift to my grandfather. He will definitely be very happy. Qin Feishue seemed very happy. Does your grandfather like imitations? Lin Feiyang asked curiously. Of course not. This is a Ming dynasty porcelain and is worth tens of millions. Qin Feishue said excitedly. When Lin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Wang Kui showed an unhappy look on his face. What are you laughing at? Do you suspect that this is a fake? Lin Feiyang said, I am not doubting, but I am sure that this is a replica. Say it again. Wang Kui stared at Lin Feiyang angrily. He had run the shop for more than 20 years, and this was the first time someone said he was selling fake goods. It's the same no matter how many times you say it. This is just a replica. Lin Feiyang said indifferently. He. Wang Kui was so angry that he laughed. I will pay 10 times the price for any fake items from Qingyuanzhai. You said this is a fake. What proof do you have? Uncle Wang, he is my friend, don't bother with him. Qin Feishue said, and then she looked at Lin Feiyang and said, Uncle Wang will not sell fake goods, don't talk nonsense. There were other customers in the store, and they all came over after hearing this. Everyone knows that Boss Wang never sells fake goods. If he did, there would be no real goods on this street. You're right, young people, don't pretend to know something you don't. If you want to show off your knowledge in front of a beautiful woman, you should find another place. Everyone made sarcastic remarks. Lin Feiyang picked up the porcelain bottle and looked at it, then slowly said, the glaze of Ming dynasty porcelain is thick and moist, the bottom is mostly unglazed, the mouth of the vessel is mostly sharp, and more importantly, the color is slightly bright. All of the above are enough to show that this is a modern product, and it is no more than 50 years old. Lin Feiyang happened to know something about Ming Dynasty porcelain, so he told everyone he knew in one breath. Wang Kui listened to his clear and logical explanation and hurriedly checked it carefully. Several guests also took out magnifying glasses to examine it carefully. Fake, is this really fake? How is this possible? After a careful inspection, Wang Kui finally found a clue and came to the conclusion that this was indeed a replica. He was stunned for a moment. Chapter 24 Porcelain Cat. Wang Kui collapsed to the ground, because Qing Yuanzhai's policy was to compensate 10 times the price for a fake item, and he sold this antique to Qin Feishue for 10 million yuan, which meant that he had to compensate Qin Feishue 100 million yuan. Although his Qing Yuanzhai is very famous and has many antiques, many of them are deposited here by others for sale, and there are not many that belong to him personally. And when he bought this antique, or to be more precise, this imitation, it cost him more than 8 million. The total profit over the years was only tens of millions, and 100 million was enough to bankrupt him. Several guests nearby were also sighing when they saw Wang Kui in such a state. Qing Yuanzhai is the most honest store on this street and they never sell fake goods. Looking at Wang Kui's appearance, he was clearly mistaken and deserves sympathy. I never thought that I, Wang Kui, would have a day when I would be fooled. Wang Kui laughed at himself, then looked at Qin Feishue and said, Miss Qin, Qing Yuanzhai will belong to you from now on. Except for the things stored here, everything else is yours. Although it may not be 100 million, this is all my wealth. Qin Feishue hurriedly smiled and said, Uncle Wang, I believe in your character, so I won't ask you for compensation. Ms. Qin, is everything you said true? Wang Kui found it a little unbelievable. After all, this was 100 million. Although he knew that Qin Feishue was rich, 100 million was not a small amount. Of course it is true. Everyone present here is a witness. Qin Feishue gave an affirmative answer. This made Wang Kui very excited. Ms. Qin, thank you so much. How about this, you choose other gifts and I will give them to you for free, as an apology. Can I pick 2? Qin Feishue asked tentatively. Of course, not to mention 2 pieces, even 3 or 4 pieces will do. Wang Kui seemed very generous. After all, although his shop was full of antiques, their value was not too high. At most, they were worth a few million. Qin Feishue pointed at the alchemy furnace in the corner and said, I want that one. Okay, no problem, I'll have it delivered to your home later. Wang Kui said. Qin Feishue smiled and said, I'm asking for it on behalf of my friend. Qin Feishue said as she looked at Lin Feiyang, you just helped me a lot, the alchemy furnace is my thank you gift. Lin Feiyang didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. This was the income from his hard work, so he felt at ease accepting it. Sir, can you do me another favor? Qin Feishue asked Lin Feiyang with anticipation on her face. Okay. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly. Qin Feishue seemed very happy. My grandfather's birthday is coming soon, and I want to give him a gift. Can you help me pick one? Lin Feiyang looked around and found that there was nothing good except the alchemy furnace, so he said, let's go to another place. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Feishue agreed without thinking. Although the things here were free, she didn't care at all, otherwise she would not have given up Wang Kui's compensation. Lin Feiyang left an address and asked Wang Kui to send someone to deliver the alchemy furnace, and then he left with Qin Feishue. Qin Feishue was wearing a white long dress, with long flowing hair and fair skin. She was a first-class beauty who would attract a lot of attention wherever she went. Lin Feiyang became the object of everyone's jealousy. It would be fine if he was tall, rich and handsome, but the key point was that he was wearing cheap clothes and there was a hole in his pants. He looked like a poor loser no matter how you looked at him, which made everyone feel very unbalanced. Not long after, Lin Feiyang stopped in front of a stall. Qin Feishue thought that Lin Feiyang had found something good, and hurriedly looked at the things on the stall, but no matter how she looked at them, they all looked like imitations. The stall owner saw that there was business coming, and he hurriedly greeted them with a smile and introduced enthusiastically, Sir, beautiful lady, here are many things passed down from my ancestors. If I am not in a hurry to use the money, I will definitely not sell them. If you like them, buy them quickly, otherwise they will be bought by others. Qin Feishue sneered. This was not the first time she had come to the antique market. Most of the stall owners here made the same excuse. No matter how many items they sold, they would immediately take out a few new ones the next day. Lin Feiyang's eyes fell on a porcelain cat. Seeing that he was interested, the stall owner hurriedly said, "This is porcelain from the Ming dynasty." When Zhu Di was imprisoned, he only had a cat as a companion. Later, when he became the emperor, he asked someone to make a porcelain in the image of the cat. "If you like it, I'll sell it to you for 200,000 yuan. Qin Feishua rolled her eyes when she heard this. The older the antique is, the higher its value will be. If it is related to a celebrity, its value will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. If what the stall owner said was true, and this was made by Zhu Di, then people would be scrambling to buy it, not to mention 200,000 yuan, even 20 million yuan would be enough. You just said that these are all treasures passed down from your ancestors. Does that mean you are a descendant of Zhu Di? Lin Feiyang asked with a smile. At this time, a wealthy businessman passing by joked, "His name is Huang San. If he is a descendant of Zhu Di, then he just changed his surname. If your ancestors knew about this, they would jump out of their coffins and beat you up." Everyone burst into laughter. Huang San was a little embarrassed and explained hurriedly, "The Ming dynasty was overthrown, and later this treasure was passed down to my ancestors. Now my parents are seriously ill, my wife ran away with someone, and my 2 children are hungry. Otherwise, I would not sell it even for 2 million. Huang San even shed tears as he spoke, as if it were real. "I want 200 yuan. Lin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Huang San almost fainted when he heard this. "Brother, you are not the one who bargains so hard. If you really like it, I will sell it to you for 180,000 yuan. 300. Lin Feiyang said lightly. 100,000. This is my last bottom line. Huang San said while gritting his teeth, looking painful. 500. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Lin Feiyang made a gesture to leave. "Brother, don't go. I really want to sell it, but the price you offer is too low." Huang San held Lin Feiyang, afraid of missing out on the business. "Then tell me your lowest price," Lin Feiyang said. Huang San bit his lip, thought for a moment and said, 50,000, 50,000 I'll sell it to you. Pay the bill. Lin Feiyang said to Qin Feishua. Qin Feishua hesitated for a moment, because it was obviously fake, but 50,000 was a small amount for her, so she paid the bill. She planned to buy another one later. After the transaction was completed, a wealthy businessman who was watching said, "Little brother, you've made a mistake. This thing is obviously made with modern technology, and it can't be more than 10 years old at most. If you had insisted a little longer, he would have sold it to you for 500 yuan. Huang San glared at the rich businessman, signaling him not to talk nonsense, then looked at Lin Feiyang and said, "This is indeed an antique, it has collection value, and it can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands." Har har har. The people nearby all burst into laughter upon hearing this, and Qin Feishua also shook her head secretly. She originally thought that Lin Feiyang was an expert in antique appreciation, but now it seems that she was just guessing. At this time, Lin Feiyang, who was squatting on the ground, took the porcelain cat and smashed it to the ground, breaking it into pieces in an instant. Everyone thought that he was angry because of shame, but Lin Feiyang showed no joy or sadness. He picked up the 2 green beads slowly. Chapter 25 Grandson. Lin Feiyang took the 2 beads and examined them carefully. After confirming that they were correct, he smiled and said, "The porcelain is indeed fake, but what I want is this pair of cat's eyes." Huang San's face changed immediately when he heard this. At this moment, he also realized that the cat's eye was not simple. It was as black as ink, round and smooth, and looked like a good thing. At this time, people nearby also gathered around, and one of them said uncertainly, "Is this an emerald?" "It doesn't look like one." Lin Feiyang showed a mysterious smile, then he gently rubbed the cat's eye with his hand, and a layer of green powder fell off. "It's a real green emerald, an emerald at that." Everyone exclaimed in amazement as the outer shell covering the gem faded away, revealing its original color. It was the emerald gem, one of the finest gems. Such a large emerald, and a pair of them, their value is inestimable. Everyone around was envious. Its value was definitely over 10 million, but the cost was only tens of thousands. Compared with its value, the cost was almost negligible. It was a huge profit. Qin Feishua next to her was also shocked. She had just suspected that Lin Feiyang was a half-baked person, but she never thought that she didn't know the value of things and mistook the treasure for weeds. Huang San was dumbfounded. He actually sold something worth tens of millions for just a few $1,000s as junk. His heart was bleeding. Little brother, sell this pair of gems to me, I'll give you 10 million. I'll give you 11 million. I'll give you 12 million. 15 million. Several wealthy businessmen competed to bid, and the price was raised to 15 million in a short time. Qin Feishui couldn't help it, so he said, "Sir, sell it to me, I'll give you 20 million. When other wealthy businessmen heard the price, they all backed off. After all, 20 million is not a small sum of money, and not everyone can afford it. Not for sale. Lin Feiyang refused without even thinking about it. Qin Feishui's face was full of disappointment. She originally thought that Lin Feiyang would give her face, not to mention that the price she offered was not low. She never expected that Lin Feiyang would refuse so bluntly. Take it. The next second Lin Feiyang handed the 2 gems to Qin Feishui. Qin Feishui was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Thank you, sir, I will transfer the money to you right away. I already said I won't sell it. Lin Feiyang said unhappily. Then what is this? Qin Feishui was a little confused and didn't know what Lin Feiyang meant. This is your stuff, I'm not qualified to sell it. Lin Feiyang explained. Qin Feishui finally reacted and waved her hands hurriedly. No, although I paid for it, you bought it. I can't take such an expensive thing. Of course the stuff you paid for is yours, take it. Lin Feiyang stuffed it directly into her hand. The wealthy businessmen around were all stunned. Gems worth 20 million were actually given away like that. It was really too much of an expense to pursue a woman. Even Qin Feishui felt that Lin Feiyang was trying to please her and pursue her, otherwise there would be no reason for him to give her such a valuable thing. Lin Feiyang had no idea what she was thinking. He did this because Qin Feishui brought him to Qingyuansai, where he discovered the magic weapon furnace. Choosing a treasure for her was a way to repay her favor. Although 20 million is not a small amount, it is nothing compared to the magic weapon alchemy furnace. In fact, gems do not have much practical use, and their prices are hyped up by businessmen. But the magic alchemy furnace is different. Not only can it be used to make elixirs, but it can also be used as a weapon. Its value is immeasurable. Wait a moment. The two were about to leave when Huang San suddenly stopped them. What? Qin Feishui asked unhappily. I don't want to sell the things anymore, give them back to me. Huang San said as he tried to snatch the gem from Qin Feishui's hand. Qin Feishui naturally refused, and hurriedly took a step back, saying angrily, How can you be like this? There is no reason to take back the things you have sold. Huang San snorted coldly, I will return you double the money, but I won't sell it anyway. Qin Feishui laughed in anger, don't even mention double it, I won't give it back to you even if it's 20 or 200 times. People around him also criticized Huang San, saying that it was too unkind of him to regret after realizing that he had made a loss. Stop talking nonsense and bring the gems here quickly, or you won't be able to leave today. Huang San's face was full of ferocity, and he didn't care about his face anymore. He couldn't make 20 million yuan even if he sold fake goods for his entire life, so compared to that, his face was worth nothing. I won't give it to you. What do you want? Qin Feishui said this, but she was obviously timid. After all, she was just a weak woman, while Huang San was a burly man. Shame on you. Huang San snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped Qin Feishui in the face. Qin Feishui was so frightened that her face turned pale and she forgot to dodge for a moment. Although the people around him despised Huang San's behavior, no one dared to step out. People who make a living on this street all have some connections, and no one wants to get into trouble because of a stranger. Mind your own business, this is the truest portrayal of life. Just as the slap was about to hit Qin Feishui's face, his hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, less than 5 centimeters away from Qin Feishui's face. It could not fall any further because his wrist was firmly grasped by a big hand. The person who took action was naturally Lin Feiyang. Not to mention that he and Qin Feishui were together, even if they were strangers, he could not allow a grown man to bully a woman. Huang San wanted to shake off Lin Feiyang's hand, but he couldn't move it at all no matter how hard he tried. Huang San glared at Lin Feiyang and said viciously, Boy, let go quickly, or I will make you pay for it. Lin Feiyang showed a playful smile, I am a cat, and I am curious about how you made me suffer. Okay, just wait for me if you're brave enough. Huang San said as he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, brother Biao, it's me, Huang-san. There's a reckless guy here to cause trouble. Bring a few people over here. The money for the brothers' tea will definitely not be less. Yeah, okay, please. Huang-san's face was full of flattery, but after hanging up the phone, he immediately put on a condescending attitude. Boy, you're dead. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Lin Feiyang let go of his hand and pretended to be scared. Huang-san thought Lin Feiyang was really scared, and couldn't help but feel very proud. Then bring the gem, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and call me grandpa 3 times. Then let the girl next to you accompany me to have fun. When Qin Feishua heard this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Feiyang pretended not to hear clearly. What did you ask me to call you 3 times? Huang-san was about to say grandpa, but he immediately reacted. Boy, you want to trick me, but I won't be fooled. If I ask you to do that, would you dare to agree? Lin Feiyang asked. Don't even mention calling me grandpa. Even if you call me ancestor, I would agree. Huang-san said proudly. Grandson. Well. As soon as Lin Feiyang finished speaking, Huang-san subconsciously agreed. Then he realized that he had been fooled, but it was too late. Har har har. Everyone burst into laughter, some were bent over with their mouths wide open. Chapter 26 Alchemy. Grandson, you are not obedient at all. Lin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. Huang-san was so angry that he wanted to fight, but he was no match for his opponent, so he could only say viciously, Boy, the people I called will be here soon, I wonder how long you can be so proud. Lin Feiyang was not afraid at all, but Qin Feishua was very scared. She hurriedly pulled Lin Feiyang's sleeve and whispered, Sir, my car is parked outside. Let's go quickly before anyone comes. If you're afraid, just leave first. Lin Feiyang had no intention of leaving. Qin Feishua felt less afraid when she saw Lin Feiyang so calm. Brother Biao, here. When Huang-san saw Brother Biao and his men coming, he waved hurriedly, very excited. 7 or 8 hooligans came towards this side quickly with great momentum. The people around hurriedly dispersed for fear of suffering an unexpected disaster. When Lin Feiyang saw the gangster leader, he immediately laughed. He didn't expect that the Brother Biao mentioned by Huang-san was actually Brother Dao's subordinate. It was really fun. Who is the blind guy who dares to mess with my brother, a Biao? A Biao asked harshly as soon as he arrived, looking ferocious. Brother Biao, it's this guy. And the girl next to him. Our Biao also noticed Qin Feishua at this time, and his eyes lit up immediately. This girl is so pretty, look at her face, it's so tender that it's almost wet. As a Biao said this, he was about to touch Qin Feishua's little face, but at this moment he suddenly opened his eyes wide, because he saw Lin Feiyang smiling at him, and that smile made him feel creepy. Huang-san had someone to back him up, and he immediately became very confident. He pointed at Lin Feiyang's nose and cursed, You little jerk, if you have the guts, try to be arrogant again. Then what counts as arrogance? Would it count if I slap you in the face? Lin Feiyang asked with a smile. You still want to slap me in the face? Huang-san stretched his face directly in front of Lin Feiyang. Come, my face is right here, if you dare, try to hit it. Bang! Before Huang-san could finish his words, he received a loud slap in the face. Stars appeared in his eyes, he was dizzy, and he opened his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, even Qin Feishua was no exception. No one had expected that after Huang-san's reinforcements arrived, Lin Feiyang would still dare to attack people. Didn't he think about the consequences? Especially some people who knew a Biao's background, looked at Lin Feiyang as if he was a dead person. Damn you, you really dare to hit me. Lin Feiyang sneered, You asked me to hit you. You even stretched your face to me. If I don't hit you, wouldn't that be giving you no face? You're dead. Huang-san turned around and looked at a Biao and said, Brother Biao, you can see how arrogant this kid is. You should deal with him quickly and break all his arms and legs. Bang! Almost as soon as Huang-san finished speaking, a Biao took action. He raised his hand and slapped him in the face. The sound of the slap was particularly crisp. Brother Biao, why did you hit me? Huang-san covered his swollen and painful face, looking aggrieved. I'm going to hit you, hit me hard. A Biao was really furious. Although his younger brothers didn't understand why, after hearing the order, they just beat Huang-san up without thinking twice. Spare me, brother Biao, spare me. Wang San had no idea what was going on. He was clearly the one who called a Biao to help, but it turned out that not only did he not help him beat Lin Feiyan, but he actually beat him instead. The onlookers were also very surprised. At this time, our Biao did something shocking. He came to Lin Feiyan and said with a big smile on his face, "Master Lin, I'm really sorry. This bastard dared to provoke you. I must beat him until his face is covered with peach blossoms." Everyone then suddenly realized that a Biao was afraid of Lin Feiyan, so he turned around and taught Wang San a lesson. Wang San secretly groaned and regretted his decision. He didn't expect that he would hit a wall. "You just touched my friend. How do you want to settle this account?" Lin Feiyan asked with a smile. Our Biao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Master Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your friend, otherwise I wouldn't dare to do it even if you gave me the courage. Please forgive me this time." "You mean, you can tease her just because she's not my friend?" Lin Feiyan sneered. "No, that's not what I meant. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time and let me go." A Biao was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs were shaking. He knew how powerful Lin Feiyan was. Even someone as strong as Scar was still limping. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Since you have a good attitude of admitting your mistakes, I won't beat you this time. Just kneel here and sing "Conquer" for half an hour. Lin Feiyan said in an unquestionable tone. Master Lin, this. A Biao was in a dilemma. He was a well-known figure in this neighborhood. If he knelt on the ground and sang "Conquer," he would not be able to face the world in the future. Lin Feiyan narrowed his eyes, and two cold rays of light shot out immediately. A Biao felt a chill in his heart and he knelt on the ground subconsciously, and then asked several of his younger brothers to kneel down as well. "I was conquered by you just like that." A Biao and his friends immediately sang in chorus, and they sang really well, with great voices and emotions. The crowd watched this hilarious scene and almost burst out laughing. Qin Feishua also laughed so hard that her body shook. A Biao and his companions were so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Feiyan stared at them coldly and said, "Remember, half an hour. If I know it's 1 second less, I will break your legs." Lin Feiyan left after he finished speaking, and Qin Feishua hurriedly followed. "Mr. Lin, why are they so afraid of you?" Qin Feishua caught up with Lin Feiyan and asked curiously. Lin Feiyan smiled lightly and said, "Evil dogs are afraid of evil people, and I happen to be an evil person. I don't believe you are a bad person, but those people are indeed vicious dogs, bullying others by taking advantage of their power. You made them kneel down and sing "Conquer." It's really a relief." Qin Feishua became even more curious about Lin Feiyan, so she took the initiative to extend her hand and introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Qin Feishua." Lin Feiyan. Lin Feiyan did not shake hands with her, but just gave her a name. This made Qin Feishua feel a little embarrassed, but more puzzled. A woman as beautiful as her, there are countless men trying every means to get close to her and be close to her, but Lin Feiyan is not interested in her at all. She can't help but wonder if there is something wrong with Lin Feiyan. After leaving the antique market, the two parted ways and Lin Feiyan took a taxi home. Not long after, the delivery person sent by Wen Kui arrived. Since the alchemy furnace was made of bronze and weighed several hundred kilograms, it took 3 people a lot of effort to lift it into the living room. After everyone left, Lin Feiyan picked up the alchemy furnace and walked towards a room not far away. If someone saw this, they would be so shocked that their mouths would be wide open. Lin Feiyan had cleared out a room in advance, and after moving the alchemy furnace into the room, he began to clean it. Then he took out the ignition equipment prepared in advance and placed it under the furnace. After the preparations were ready, he officially began. The first thing is to add pure water into the furnace and bring it to a boil. Then add the medicinal materials one by one and boil them. The pill he refined was an entry-level vitality pill, so the refining method was very simple, and he only needed to use true qi to assist at the last moment. Before Liu Feifei came back from get off work, he had already refined a furnace of pills, a total of 9. These vitality pills can not only treat heart disease, but also many other diseases. You can imagine how precious they are. Lin Feiyan was very satisfied, and then put the vitality pill into the bottle he had prepared in advance. Chapter 27 Birthday Banquet. In the blink of an eye, it was Liu Huiyan's 70th birthday. Although the Liu family is not as good as the four major families, it can barely be ranked among the first-class families. Liu Huiyan, as the head of the Liu family, founded the Liu Group and is also a well-known figure in Jiancheng. Naturally, many people will come to congratulate him on his. Even Guodongyang and Xu Guangyao sent gifts in person. Originally, Guodongyang didn't want to come, but his illness had not yet recovered and he was afraid of offending Lin Feiyan, so he had no choice but to come. The same went for Xu Guangyao, and even Luo Xiaoli came along. Originally Xu Guangyao didn't want to bring her here, but he couldn't stand Luo Xiaoli's coquettishness, so he brought her here. Those who came to celebrate the birthday were all well-known figures in Jiancheng. For Luo Xiaoli, these people were the ones she needed to look up to. Although she is following Xu Guangyao now, she knows herself well. Xu Guangyao is just playing with her and will never marry her. She is not even Xu Guangyao's girlfriend, but at most a lover. So she asked Xu Guangyao to bring her here, on the one hand to broaden her horizons and gain more experience, and on the other hand to see if she could find a better successor. After arriving at Liu's house, Xu Guangyao let Luo Xiaoli stay alone, while he found Guodongyang sitting in the corner drinking alone. Now the two of them can be said to be in the same boat and naturally have common topics. In addition to the guests, many relatives also came to the Liu family, such as Liu Huiyan's younger brother and sister's families, people from Liu Feifei's mother's side, and many distant relatives. Liu Huiyan was in a particularly good mood today because the company had just signed a big business deal, and Liu Yingyin also had a boyfriend, Yang Shichen, the eldest son of the Yang family. The Yang family is one of the four major families, which is considered out of reach for the Liu family, so today can be said to be a triple blessing. People feel cheerful when happy things happen to them, let alone when three happy things happen at the same time. The smile on their faces never stops. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday party. I am deeply honored. Liu Huiyan clasped his fists to everyone. Everyone also hurriedly started to say polite words. Just then Liu Feifei walked in and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Many men had fiery looks in their eyes and their breathing became rapid. As the most beautiful woman in Jiancheng, Liu Feifei's beauty is unquestionable. Today, she wore a lavender-tight dress, which perfectly showed her curvaceous figure, noble and elegant, just like a princess. Luo Xiaoli was also full of surprise. This was the first time she had seen Liu Feifei. She had only heard about her from Xu Guangyao before, but now that she had seen her with her own eyes she realized how beautiful Liu Feifei was. She felt ashamed of herself and couldn't help but feel jealous. Liu Huiyan's face suddenly turned gloomy. It was obvious that he still held a grudge against Liu Feifei for not listening to him. However, when he saw that Liu Feifei did not bring Lin Feiyan with him, his expression eased a little. It's not that Lin Feiyan won't come, but he will come a little later. Because he forgot to wrap his gift, he asked Liu Feifei to come over first, while he went to the gift shop to have someone wrap the bottle. It was half an hour later when he arrived, but it was not too late. Stop. Show me your invitation, please. Lin Feiyan was about to go in, but was stopped by two gatekeepers. Do family members need invitations? Lin Feiyan felt a little puzzled. One of the men snorted coldly, we all know the people in the Lin family, but there is no one like you. I advise you not to make trouble, otherwise it will be bad for you. You may not know me, I am Liu Feifei's husband. Lin Feiyan explained. Our third miss is still unmarried, how can she have a husband? If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame us for being rude to you. The two men guarding the gate were furious. In their opinion, Lin Feiyan was deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Feiyan could only take out his cell phone to call Liu Feifei and ask her to come out, but the phone was turned off, which made him feel helpless. What I said is true. Just let me in. If not, you can go in with me. After you meet Liu Feifei, you will know whether what I said is true or not. Who has the time to mess around with you? Get out of here right now, or else. The two gatekeepers sneered, the threat evident in their smiles. Hey, isn't this divine Dr. Lin? When Luo Xiaoli was walking around inside, she unexpectedly saw Lin Feiyan being blocked outside, so she hurried out. But she was not trying to help Lin Feiyan out. She started by saying sarcastically, famous divine Dr. Lin, do you want to come in and eat and drink for free? Lin Feiyan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He was thinking about how to get in. But Luo Xiaoli was relentless, if you want to go in, you can beg me, and I will take you in if you beg me. Lin Feiyang was a little angry, staring at Luo Xiaoli and said coldly, Luo Xiaoli, I warn you, don't mess with me. How dare you be mean to me? Don't you see who you are? Do you deserve it? Luo Xiaoli's face was full of disdain. It is said that a night of love is 100 days of grace, but that is the normal breakup of boyfriends and girlfriends or couples, but they are not that kind of couple. While Luo Xiaoli was dating Lin Feiyang, she had an affair with Xu Guangyao. She felt very ashamed when their affair was discovered, so she became angry and wanted to kick Lin Feiyang a few times whenever she saw him. Lin Feiyang sneered, you just rely on Xu Guangyao to back you up, believe it or not, Xu Guangyao will kick you out immediately. Lin Feiyang originally didn't want to bother with her, but he didn't expect that this woman would insist on provoking him, which made him very unhappy. Who are you trying to scare? Luo Xiaoli said this, but she was obviously timid, because she knew that Lin Feiyang was treating Xu Guanyao's illness, and before the illness was cured, Xu Guangyao would definitely not dare to offend Lin Feiyang. Just then a luxury sports car stopped at the door and a woman with long flowing hair and wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Hello, Miss Qin. Please come in. The two gatekeepers were arrogant when facing Lin Feiyang, but now they were nodding and fawning, because the person who came was Qin Feishue, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. The Qin family is the last of the four and also the strongest one. Whether it is the Guo family, Shu family or the Yang family, they are all slightly inferior to the Qin family. Not to mention that the two of them were just gatekeepers, even if Liu Huiyin came, they would have to greet him respectfully. Hello, Miss Qin. I'm Luo Xiaoli. Do you remember me? Luo Xiaoli hurriedly greeted Qin Feishue after seeing her. She had met Qin Feishue once before with Xu Guangyao, so they knew each other. Qin Feishue also happened to smile at this moment, and it was a very sweet smile, and she walked over quickly. This made Luo Xiaoli very excited. She didn't expect that Qin Feishue really remembered her and was so enthusiastic. When Luo Xiaoli was about to go to meet him, Qin Feishue suddenly ran up to Lin Feiyang and said, Mr. Lin, it's really you. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. What a coincidence. Qin Feishue seemed very excited. Ever since they parted that day, Lin Feiyang's figure has been lingering in her mind. She came here today just to try her luck and see if she could meet Lin Feiyang here. She didn't expect to meet him as soon as she arrived, which made her very excited. Luo Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, and the two goalkeepers were also stunned. Chapter 28 Gift. Luo Xiaoli was stunned, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. In her eyes, Lin Feiyang was just an ordinary doctor who could only earn a few thousand yuan a month. But now, Qin Feishue, whom she needed to curry favor with, actually took the initiative to greet Lin Feiyang, and Lin Feiyang was indifferent. What was going on? The two men guarding the gate were trembling with fear. How could someone who could be treated like this by the eldest lady of the Qin family be an ordinary person? They were not polite to Lin Feiyang at all just now. If Lin Feiyang wanted to deal with them, it would be easy. Facing Qin Feishue's enthusiastic greeting, Lin Feiyang had a blank expression and said nothing, but Qin Feishue was not angry at all. Instead, she thought that Lin Feiyang's cool look was really handsome. Can I go in? Lin Feiyang asked the two men guarding the gate. Yes, of course, please come in. The two men guarding the gate kept wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Lin Feiyang didn't care and walked in with Qin Feishue. Qin Feishue's arrival immediately caused quite a stir. Miss Qin is here too. It looks like the Liu family is really going to rise. Who says it's not true? The Qin family rarely interacts with outsiders except when doing business. This is the first time they have come to give gifts to someone. Liu Huiyin was also very excited, and hurriedly trotted to Qin Feishue. Hello, Miss Qin, please take a seat. Qin Feishue originally wanted to be with Lin Feiyang, but when she turned around, she found that Lin Feiyang had left by himself. Just when she wanted to call Lin Feiyang, she found that Lin Feiyang had gone to find Liu Feifei, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Miss Qin, the meal is about to start, please take a seat. Liu Huiyin saw Qin Feishue in a daze and thought she was looking at Liu Feifei, so he didn't take it seriously. As for Lin Feiyang, he simply ignored him. Although he didn't want Lin Feiyang to come, since he was already here, he couldn't just kick him out. After all, there were many distinguished guests coming today, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Liu Huiyin brought Qin Feishue to the main table, where they sat with Liu Huaiyan's younger brother and sister, Liu Jianming, and his wife, Liu Jiancheng, Wu Dongyan, Xu Guanyao, and Zhang Baikao. Although Zhang Baikao is not powerful, he is a skilled doctor and highly respected. Even people from the four major families have to show courtesy to him. How could Liu Huiyan not take him seriously? Sitting next to the main table were Liu Dongcheng and Liu's close relatives. At this time, Liu Feifei came over with Lin Feiyang. When they were about to sit down, Liu Huiyan came over, stared at Lin Feiyang and said coldly, "This is for my Liu family to sit, there is no place for you." "Grandfather." Liu Feifei wanted to plead, but Liu Huiyan interrupted her directly, "Today is my 70th birthday. If you want me to have a good birthday, just sit here honestly and don't worry about anything. It doesn't matter where you sit. I'll find another seat." Lin Feiyang didn't want to embarrass Liu Feifei, so he took the initiative to leave and found a seat in the corner. This scene was discovered by Qin Feishue and Zhang Baikao, who had been paying attention to Lin Feiyang. Qin Feishue looked at Liu Jianming and asked curiously, "What is the relationship between Mr. Lin and Liu Feifei? Are you talking about Mr. Lin, Lin Feiyang?" Liu Jianming asked uncertainly. Qin Feishue nodded. Liu Jianming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qin Feishue to know Lin Feiyang. He hurriedly said, "He is Feifei's husband." Qin Feishue was a little surprised. She had also heard about Liu Feifei and Wu Dongyang's engagement, but she didn't expect Liu Feifei to get married so soon, and her marriage partner was Lin Feiyang, which made her feel very uncomfortable. "What husband? I don't recognize him as my son-in-law." "The old man won't recognize him either," Liu Jiancheng said angrily. "Mr. Lin is very outstanding, why don't you recognize him?" Qin Feishue asked puzzledly. Zhang Baikao was also full of doubts. Although he and Lin Feiyang had only met once, the medical skills displayed by Lin Feiyang were far beyond his reach. How could such a person be found in an ordinary place? If he hadn't learned that Lin Feiyang was already married, he would have wanted to introduce his granddaughter to Lin Feiyang. "Excellent." Liu Jincheng's face was full of sarcasm, "He is just a second-rate doctor." Zhang Baikao was immediately furious when he heard this. He stared at Liu Jiancheng and said coldly, "Mr. Liu, please be careful with your words. How can he be so inferior? Do you look down on me?" Liu Jiancheng thought that Zhang Baikao was angry with him because he had belittled doctors, so he hurriedly explained with a smile, "Don't be angry, Dr. Zhang. I definitely didn't mean to belittle you. I was talking about that brat Lin Feiyang." Zhang Baikao wanted to say something more for Lin Feiyang, but when he thought that this was someone else's family affair, he gave up. Almost all the guests have arrived and the banquet is about to begin, but before that there is a very important step, which is the gifts presented by descendants. As the eldest son, Liu Jianming was the first to step forward with his wife, holding the gift. He opened the box and saw a lifelike pine tree carved out of jade. "I wish you a long life and happiness." Liu Huiyan nodded with a smile, obviously very satisfied with the gift. Next it was Liu Jiancheng's turn. He presented an antique painting and calligraphy, and Liu Huiyan was also very satisfied. Next came Liu Dongcheng, who gave a jade ring. "Sorry, we're late." Liu Yingyin seemed to have arrived at the exact time, and she came when it was her turn to present a gift. She came in with a man's arm around her, with a smug look on her face. However, when everyone saw the man, they understood why Liu Yingyin was so proud, because the man next to her was tall, handsome, well-dressed, and had an extraordinary temperament. He was Yang Shichen, the eldest master of the Yang family. The Yang family is one of the four major families and the top wealthy family in Jiangcheng. Yang Shichen, as the heir of the Yang family, is handsome and is the prince charming in the eyes of countless women. It would be hard for Liu Yingyin not to be proud with a man like this. Liu Huiyan hurriedly stood up to greet him, "Mr. Yang, thank you for coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar." Yang Shichen said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Grandpa Liu, you are too kind. As a junior, I should have come earlier, but I was delayed a little in order to buy a suitable gift." As Yang Shichen spoke, he asked his followers to take out a painting and unfold it in public. Many people who like antique calligraphy and paintings couldn't help but come forward to take a closer look. The calligraphy and paintings given by Yang Sha were definitely from famous artists, so they naturally had to be appreciated. Before Yang Shichen could speak, Liu Yingyin said proudly, "This painting of mountains, forests, birds and rocks was created by Tang Yin, a great artist from the Ming dynasty. It is priceless. Young Master Yang spent a lot of effort to buy it from an antique dealer. Everyone was shocked when they heard that it was an authentic work of Tang Yin. You know, there are only a handful of authentic works of Tang Yin, and their value is at least tens of millions, and they are in short supply. Liu Huiyin was so excited that he couldn't even express it in words. After all, this gift was so precious, and more importantly, it contained a lot of meaning. This was the part where descendants presented gifts. Yang Shiqin presented gifts together with Liu Yingying, which undoubtedly publicly acknowledged Liu Yingying's identity as his girlfriend. Once they marry into the Yang family, the Liu family's rapid rise to prominence is just around the corner. Liu Yingying was very proud, and her eyes hardly ever left Liu Feifei. This was an obvious provocation, meaning, see, the man I found is much better than your man. This was not the end yet. Liu Yingying started to attack directly. Feifei, what gift did you two prepare for Grandpa? Could it be more precious than the painting we gave you? Liu Feifei looked at Lin Feiyang, who was sitting in the corner. She originally wanted to prepare the gift herself, but Lin Feiyang took the initiative to take on this task and never told her what the gift was. Chapter 29. His paintings are fake. Lin Feiyang walked forward with the gift box and stood side by side with Liu Feifei in front of Liu Huiyin. Their whole place was instantly boiling with excitement. No one had expected that Liu Feifei had already gotten married quietly, and her husband was actually Lin Feiyang. Many people present had attended the engagement party, so they were familiar with Lin Feiyang. What shocked everyone was that Liu Feifei had been fooling around with this man on the eve of her engagement, but now they were actually married. She gives up being the eldest lady of the Guo family and insists on marrying an ordinary doctor. What is the charm of this man? Liu Huiyin became furious when he saw Lin Feiyang. He had high hopes for Liu Feifei, but because of Lin Feiyang, not only did the marriage with the Guo family be destroyed, but the Liu family's reputation was also ruined. He wished he could have him kicked out. Lin Feiyang handed the gift box to Liu Huiyin with both hands. I wish Grandpa good health and all the best. Open the gift and let us all broaden our horizons. Liu Yingying's face was full of sarcasm. She was sure that the gift would not be too expensive. Of course, she dared to do this because she was not afraid of Lin Feiyang, and the reason was the man beside her. Although Lin Feiyang is a good fighter, what is the use of being able to fight in this era? One person might be able to beat a few, but what about 10 or dozens? So after relying on Yang Shiqin, she no longer took Lin Feiyang seriously. Lin Feiyang ignored her, but Liu Huiyin snatched the box and opened it in public, only to see 3 thumb-sized black pills in the box. What is this? Liu Huiyin looked at Lin Feiyang and asked. Lin Feiyang immediately explained, I heard from Feifei that you have a heart disease, so I specially made a pill for you. This pill is called Vitality Pill. It can not only treat heart disease, but also has a good effect on other diseases. Wow! Isn't this an elixir? Will I be able to ascend to heaven after eating it? Liu Yingying couldn't help laughing as she spoke. The others couldn't help but burst out laughing, their smiles full of sarcasm. Liu Feifei held her forehead with her hand, her face full of black lines. Originally, she trusted Lin Feiyang very much, but she never thought that Lin Feiyang was so unreliable this time. He made a pill made of something unknown and actually said it was an elixir. Wasn't he deliberately trying to embarrass her? Grandpa didn't like Lin Feiyang in the first place, and now his impression of him must be even worse. Yang Shiqin couldn't help laughing, looking at Lin Feiyang and said, You must be the funny guy hired by Monkey, it's so funny. I can't help it, my stomach hurts from laughing. Lin Feiyang remained calm despite everyone's ridicule and said calmly, My pill is genuine, but your painting is problematic. When Yang Shiqin heard this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then his face turned gloomy. What do you mean? Do you think the painting I gave you is fake? Liu Yingying said loudly, everyone heard it, right? He actually said that the painting given by Yang Xiao was fake. Do you think he is ridiculous? How can the things young Master Yang sent be fake? This guy is so funny. It seems that what Master Yang said is right. This guy is really a funny guy hired by the monkey. It's really hilarious. Everyone burst into laughter and made sarcastic remarks. This is not surprising. After all, Yang Shiqin's identity is there. He is the eldest son of the Yang family and is not short of money at all. How could he give fake goods? If it gets out, he will be laughed at. Lin Feiyang said indifferently, If it is true, do you dare to verify it in public? Lin Feiyang originally had no intention of exposing him, but this guy insisted on provoking him, so he naturally had to fight back. Yang Shiqing said proudly, "Of course I am not afraid of the test, but there is no need for it at all." Liu Yingyin quickly nodded in agreement. Mr. Yang is right. We all trust Mr. Yang's credibility. Since someone has doubts, it would be better to take it out and verify it on the spot, so that he will be convinced. Qin Feishue suddenly stood up. Who am I? Why should I bother with him? Yang Shiqing snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. But in fact, I was very nervous because the painting was indeed fake. He spent money extravagantly and had no spare money, so he asked a master forger to paint this picture, which was said to be indistinguishable from the real thing. But he still felt unsure. What if someone found out it was fake? That would be such a disgrace to him. Lin Feiyang saw at a glance that he was guilty, so he said, "You are not disdainful, but you dare not." Liu Yingyin was immediately furious when she heard this. "You can verify it, but if it is true, you must kneel down and apologize to Master Yang." "Feiyang, stop messing around. Just consider this as me begging you," Liu Feifei said with a pleading look on her face. "I'm not kidding. His paintings are indeed fake," Lin Feiyang said and looked at Liu Yingyin. "No problem, what if it's fake?" Lin Feiyang asked back. "If it's fake, I will eat the painting in public." Liu Yingyin didn't know that the painting was fake, so she was very confident. But Yang Shiqing on the side was sweating profusely and wanted to slap her in the face with his broken shoes. But now that things have come to this, he can't stop it, otherwise he would be really guilty. Now he could only hope that there weren't any people who knew too much about the matter present, otherwise he would really be embarrassed. Liu Huiyin didn't mind checking it, and immediately asked the two men to open the painting. Liu Yingyin pointed at the painting and said, "Come here and check it out. I want to see how much ink you have in your stomach." Yang Shiqing was worried that some experts would come to check it, so he said to the crowd, "Whoever thinks there is something wrong with my painting can come forward to check it out." It has to be said that Yang Shiqing is very insidious. The meaning of his words is very clear. Anyone who comes to test him does not trust him. Just ask how many people have the courage to go against him, young Master Yang. As expected, when these words were spoken, several knowledgeable people who were about to step forward stopped in their tracks when they heard these words. Qin Feishue naturally noticed this, but she didn't take it to heart, because she knew that Lin Feiyang was a master in treasure appraisal, so she said, "Mr. Lin, you said this painting is fake, now please tell us about it." Yang Shiqing also made a please gesture, with a teasing look on his face. If those treasure appraisers came to examine him, he would be a little worried. As for Lin Feiyang, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, Lin Feiyang is so young and he is studying medicine. Even if he knows a little about antiques, it is only superficial. Saying that the painting is fake is nothing more than a lie. Lin Feiyang strode forward, and then he did something that no one expected. He tore the painting in half with one hand. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone opened their eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. This is an authentic Tangyan work worth tens of millions, but he tore it up without even looking at it carefully. Is he crazy? Liu Feifei was also shocked. 10 million was a huge sum of money for her. If she wanted to pay compensation, she would have to sell their house. Liu Huiyin immediately flew into a rage. "You actually tore up the painting that young Master Yang gave me. Who gave you the courage?" Chapter 30 Trash or Treasure. Liu Yingyin also came back to her senses, and immediately pointed at Lin Feiyang's nose and shouted, "This painting was bought by Master Yang for 10 million, you must compensate for it at the original price." Lin Feiyang didn't care and sneered, "It's just a fake painting. I can afford to pay for it. We haven't even tested it, so why do you say it's fake?" Yang Shiqing asked harshly. Liu Yingyin followed suit and said, "That's right, pay the money quickly." At this time, Qin Feishue spoke up, "Everyone, please be patient and listen to what Mr. Lin has to say. If the painting is real, I will compensate him for the 10 million. Everyone was surprised to hear this. No one expected that Qin Feishue would actually speak for Lin Feiyang and was willing to compensate him tens of millions. Even for the Qin family, this was not a small amount of money. Lin Feiyang pulled out a line from the broken part of the painting, then looked at everyone and asked, "Does anyone recognize what this is?" "It looks a bit like cotton," someone in the crowd said uncertainly. Lin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not like it, it's indeed cotton nylon. Yang Shiqing said nonchalantly, what's so strange about the painting being made of nylon? When everyone heard this, they looked at him as if he was a fool. Liu Feifei couldn't help laughing, and then explained, cotton rayon is a modern thing, but Tang Yin lived hundreds of years ago. Could he have traveled through time? Yang Shiqing was stunned for a moment, and then felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Liu Yingyin also blushed for a while, and then said, this painting really was bought by Master Yang for 10 million. Yang Shiqing also pretended to be calm and said, I was deceived by that bastard. If I find him, I will make him pay. Yang Shiqing then bowed to Liu Huaiyan again, Grandpa Liu, I'm really sorry. I wanted to give you an antique painting, but I didn't expect it to be counterproductive. Liu Huaiyan hurriedly said generously, Mr. Yang, there is no need to blame yourself. You are also a victim. How can I blame you? That's right. After all, young Master Yang was willing to spend 10 million to buy a gift. This thought is precious. He is not like some people who take a few black things and pretend they are elixirs. Liu Yingyin looked at Lin Feiyan with a sidelong glance, her face full of contempt. Liu Huaiyan nodded in agreement, Yingyin is right, take this damn elixir back and eat it yourself. Liu Huaiyan said as he threw away the vitality pill. When Zhang Baikao saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran towards the pill the next moment. He had witnessed Lin Feiyan's abilities, so he believed in Lin Feiyan's words without a doubt. Such a good pill was thrown away as garbage by Liu Huaiyan, so if he picked it up, it would be his. However, Zhang Baikao was not the only one who wanted the elixir. Almost at the same time, Guo Dongyang and Xu Guangyao also ran towards the elixir. They both knew that Lin Feiyan was an excellent doctor and the pills he refined must be extraordinary. If they took them, perhaps their illnesses would be cured immediately. The 3 pills rolled to different places, one of them was crushed by someone, leaving only 2. Zhang Baikao picked up one first, while Guo Dongyang and Xu Guangyao both rushed to the last one. Get away and don't compete with me. Guo Dongyang pushed Xu Guangyao away and grabbed the pill. Give it back to me. Xu Guangyao tried to snatch it away, but Guo Dongyang naturally refused, and the two of them started fighting each other. Everyone present was stunned. Guo Dongyang and Xu Guangyao were both heirs of the 4 major families, yet they were fighting over a black object. Liu Huaiyan was also stunned and confused. This was something he had thrown away as garbage, but it was actually worth 2 young masters fighting over. Could it really be a good thing? When he saw Zhang Baikao also grinning from ear to ear while holding the pill, he realized that he might have been wrong. Guo Dongyang and Xu Guangyao were arguing over the pill, and the pill fell to the ground. Coincidentally, a golden retriever from the Liu family ran in and grabbed the pill in its mouth. No. Guo Dongyang and Xu Guangyao both let out heart-wrenching howls, feeling as if their hearts were bleeding. Whose dog is this? Guo Dongyang roared loudly. Mr. Guo, this is our family dog. Liu Huaiyan said. Guo Dongyang was so angry that the pills he got were eaten by a dog. It was such a waste of resources. But then he looked at Zhang Baikao, Dr. Zhang, sell me the elixir in your hand. I'll give you 1 million. I'll pay 5 million, sell it to me. Xu Guangyao was not willing to be outdone. I'll offer 10 million. Guo Dongyang raised the price again, determined to win. I'll offer 15 million. Xu Guangyao also refused to give up. Everyone was stunned. The pill that was regarded as trash was now being fought over by 2 young masters. A sky-high price of 15 million was offered for 1 pill. Could it be a real elixir? However, many people think that the 2 young masters were not fighting over the elixir, but were competing for their energy. After all, even if the medicine could really cure the disease, it couldn't be worth so much money. I'll give you 20 million. At this moment, Qin Feishue suddenly joined the fight, leaving everyone stunned, not knowing what was going on. Qin Feishue was arrogant and also looked determined to win. That's because she realized that the vitality pill was a good thing. First of all, she knew that Lin Feiyan was a strange man and a master-level treasure appraiser. Secondly, Lin Feiyan could make the gangsters of the Golden Wolf Gang afraid. And everyone seems to be unaware of this, so it can be seen that Lin Feiyan is a hidden master. But the most important thing is the attitude of Guo Dongyang, Xu Guangyao and Zhang Baikao. All 3 of them regard the vitality pill as a treasure. The first 2 are fine, as they are rich young men. It is possible that they are fighting with each other or they have too much money and have nowhere to spend it. But Zhang Baikao is the number one doctor in Jiancheng. If even he values something, it must be a good thing. Wu Dongyang and Xu Guangyao both hesitated. It was not that they were reluctant to raise the price. After all, they had already spent 500 million yuan on the treatment and did not mind spending a few tens of millions more. The key point was that they were afraid of offending Qin Feishuo. At this time, Liu Huiyan was regretting so much that his intestines turned green. A pill could actually be sold for 20 million. He was essentially throwing away a pill worth 60 million as garbage. How blind he was. At this time, Zhang Baikao spoke up, "Stop arguing. No matter how much money you offer, I will not sell this medicine." Zhang Baikao was very proud at this time. It was not because the medicine was valuable. For a miracle doctor like him, medicine that can cure diseases and save lives is priceless. So he wanted to take the medicine back and study it carefully. Wu Dongyang and Xu Guangyao were both very disappointed, but in the next second, the golden retriever who had taken the elixir ran in front of them. The first thought that came to their mind was anger, and they wanted to kill it and eat its meat immediately. However, just as this idea came out, a thought suddenly popped up in the minds of both of them. The dog swallowed the pill directly, and it definitely hasn't digested it yet. We can still retrieve the pill if we kill it now. Although it is dirty, they don't care at all. After all, for people who have to drink urine 3 times a day, it doesn't matter whether it is dirty or not. Just wash it clean and disinfect it. The two of them looked up at Liu Huiyan almost at the same time. "Sell your dog to me," Wu Dongyang and Xu Guangyao said in unison. Chapter 31: The Golden Retriever's Skyrocketing Value. This time Qin Feishuo did not snatch it. Even if the food the dog had eaten was washed clean, she couldn't bring herself to eat it. But Wu Dongyang and Xu Guangyao had no scruples. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Then Xu Guangyao looked at Liu Huiyan and spoke first. "I'll pay 10 million, sell the dog to me." "I'll offer 20 million. Wu Dongyang doubled the price without hesitation. "I'll offer 30 million. Xu Guangyao said, gritting his teeth. This price was not low for him. "I'll offer 40 million. Wu Dongyang hesitated for a moment and raised the price again. Xu Guangyao also hesitated. After all, he only guessed that this medicine would help his illness, so he walked to Lin Feiyang and asked in a low voice, "Is this medicine helpful for my illness?" "Yes, the medicine works." Lin Feiyang gave an affirmative answer, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching and he almost laughed out loud. In fact, he cured the two people's illness when he gave them acupuncture, and making them drink urine was just a deliberate trick on them. Of course, in order to avoid being discovered by them, a trace of true qi was left in each of their bodies. It would take 2 months for this trace of true qi to slowly dissipate, and only then would they be truly healed. "I'll give you 50 million. After Xu Guangyao got Lin Feiyang's affirmative answer, he no longer hesitated and added another 10 million. All the guests were stunned. Spending 50 million on a dog? Was he crazy? However, no one would really think that the two young masters bought the dog. Their purpose was obviously the pill that the dog had eaten. Something that was previously considered garbage is now worth 50 million after being eaten by a dog. Could it really be a magic pill? At this moment, Liu Huiyan had mixed feelings, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that a dog could be sold for 50 million, but sad that he threw away the other 2 pills, which meant a loss of 100 million. And if the dog hadn't eaten the pill, he wouldn't even have the 50 million. His heart bleeds when he thinks of this. However, he had made a decision in his heart at this time. He looked at the 2 people who were arguing and said, "Two young masters, please stop arguing. I have raised this dog for many years and have a deep affection for it. Maybe it is just a dog to you, but to me, it is like my son. So no matter how much money you offer, I will not sell it." When Liu Jianming and Liu Jiancheng heard this, their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. The old man's words undoubtedly compared them to dogs. Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang were both very disappointed. They had thought they could escape the fate of drinking urine, but it turned out to be a false alarm. The gift-giving session ended here, and the banquet was about to begin. But Liu Huiyan had no appetite. He quietly asked a servant to kill Jin Mao and take out the pill to prevent it from being digested later. If that happened, he would have no place to cry. After all, this is a pill worth 50 million. The reason he didn't sell it is because he wanted to eat it himself. His heart disease is still very serious, and he is too old, so the risk of a transplant operation is too high. This pill is his last hope. However, at this moment, Lin Feiyang said to Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyan, "Fortunately, you didn't buy that dog just now, otherwise you would have lost a lot." "Why?" the two asked in confusion. At this time, the people around had not yet dispersed. After hearing this, they all looked at Lin Feiyang curiously, wanting to know the reason. Lin Feiyang smiled and said, "You two bought the dog just to get the elixir in its stomach, but the elixir melts in the mouth. Even if you kill the dog, you can't get the elixir back." "I see." After hearing this, Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang both breathed a sigh of relief and were secretly glad that Liu Huiyin did not agree, otherwise tens of millions would have been wasted. Liu Huiyin, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Xu Guangyao offered 50 million to buy the dog, but he didn't sell it because he wanted to keep it for himself. However, he didn't expect that he couldn't get the elixir even if he killed the dog, which meant he missed out on 50 million in vain. The more Liu Huiyin thought about it, the angrier he got. As a result, he ran out of breath and had a heart attack. He immediately fell to the ground, holding his chest. "Grandfather!" Liu Feifei exclaimed and was the first to run over. Immediately afterwards, Liu Jianming, Liu Jiancheng and others also rushed over. "Dr. Zhang, please come and save my grandfather as soon as possible." Liu Feifei looked at Zhang Baikao and prayed. Zhang Baikao did not dare to delay, and hurriedly took out the silver needles he carried with him to perform acupuncture on him, and at the same time asked someone to bring him some heart-saving pills to take. Liu Huiyin slowly recovered, but he was still filled with remorse. He had thrown away pills worth more than 100 million yuan as garbage, and he was heartbroken. Lin Feiyang watched coldly. All of this was Liu Huiyan's own fault. He deserved it and could not blame anyone else. However, Liu Huiyin was not in danger of his life. After recovering, he directed the banquet to begin as if nothing had happened. Even though he was in a terrible mood, he could only force himself to smile. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that after the banquet, he must ask Lin Feiyang to give him a few more. At this time, Lin Feiyang was sitting in the corner eating and drinking. It must be said that the banquet was very good, with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, and the wine was also good, Feiqian Maotai. The people sitting at the same table were all servants of the Liu family. This was a deliberate arrangement by Liu Dongcheng with the purpose of humiliating him and making him angry to death. Unfortunately, Liu Dongcheng made a mistake. Lin Feiyang didn't care about these things at all. In his eyes, there was no distinction between high and low. At this moment, Xu Guangyao came over with a glass of wine, looked at the person next to Lin Feiyang and said, "How about I switch seats with you?" This man was just a gardener of the Liu family. How could he dare not disagree? He quickly stood up and offered his seat to them, but he did not have the courage to go to the table of the head of the family. After Xu Guangyao sat down, he smiled flatteringly at Lin Feiyang, "Mr. Lin, I toast you a glass." Lin Feiyang simply ignored him and continued to eat and drink. Xu Guangyao felt very embarrassed holding the wine glass. He was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to show it. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you during your meal. I came here to ask if you still have that vitality pill." Xu Guangyao's face was full of hope, fearing that he would hear a bad result. "Have. That's great, please sell one to me, the price is negotiable." Xu Guangyao was very excited. "Don't sell it to him, sell it to me." Wu Dongyang also walked over with a wine glass. As soon as he got close, he heard these words and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Wu Dongyang was so excited that his voice was so loud that almost everyone present could hear it. In an instant, the whole place fell silent, and everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked over here. There is no doubt that Lin Feiyang has unknowingly become the protagonist of today. After all, his few pills caused the two young masters to fight each other, made the genius Dr. Zhang Baikao so excited that he couldn't stop smiling, made the eldest lady of the Qin family offer a sky-high price to buy them, and almost angered Liu Huiyin to death. Chapter 32, Sky-High Bride Price. "Wu Dongyang, are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" Xu Guangyao was very angry. If it weren't for Wu Dongyang, the 500 million yuan would not have been wasted, and there wouldn't be so many problems now. But the same is true for Wu Dongyang. "I think you are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, but I am too lazy to bother with you now." Wu Dongyang looked at Lin Feiyang and said, "Sell me one, you can name any price. How about selling me one too?" At this time, Qin Feishua also came over with a wine glass. "No problem, let's charge 50 million per piece." Lin Feiyang agreed after a little thought. After all, refining vitality pills is not difficult, and the required medicinal materials are easy to buy. Selling a few pills for some money can also help improve the lives of parents, so why not do it? No problem. Qin Feishua agreed without thinking, and Xu Guangya was even more direct. He took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. Wu Dongyang did not hesitate and took out his mobile phone to transfer the money. In this way, Lin Feiyang only used 3 pills to sell 150 million, which is a sum of money that an ordinary person cannot earn in his entire life. Then he took out the pills and gave them to the 3 people on the spot. Har har har, finally I don't have to drink urine anymore. Xu Guangya was so excited that he accidentally spoke out his true feelings. However, he immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late, his voice was so loud that all the guests heard it. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Xu Guangya with shock and disbelief on their faces. "Don't get me wrong, I said you don't have to take medicine anymore," Xu Guangya hurriedly explained, trying to save the situation. However, in the eyes of everyone, this was just an attempt to cover up the truth. After all, drinking urine and taking medicine were not wrong at all, and everyone would not have heard it wrong. Therefore, after a moment of silence, the whole room suddenly burst into laughter, and many people laughed so hard that they fell forward and backward, gasping for breath. This is definitely a strange story in the world. No one would have thought that the eldest son of the Xu family would have such a hobby. Xu Guangya was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. When he turned around and saw Wu Dongyang laughing there, he immediately became angry and said, "What are you laughing at? Didn't you drink?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again, followed by another round of laughter. Wu Dongyang was also feeling ashamed. He glared at Xu Guangya fiercely and then ran away. Xu Guangya was too embarrassed to stay here, so he left in a hurry. A birthday party that was supposed to be a good one turned into a comedy, and Xu Guangya and Wu Dongyang lost face. Not long after, Zhang Baikao came over with a wine glass, but he didn't come to buy the vitality pill. After all, he already had one. He came here mainly to ask Lin Feiyang for advice on some medical issues. As their host, Liu Huiyin was also very angry because he was completely ignored and everyone's attention was on Lin Feiyang. Liu Dongcheng and others were also extremely angry, and Yang Shiqing had a gloomy face throughout and did not say a word. "Fei Fei, come here." Liu Huiyin shouted to Liu Fei Fei, who was not far away. "Grandpa, what's the matter?" Liu Fei Fei asked. "Go and call that guy over," Liu Huiyin said, gritting his teeth. Liu Fei Fei was stunned at first, then she realized that the guy was referring to Lin Feiyang, so she walked towards Lin Feiyang. "Grandpa, why did you call that bastard over?" Liu Dongcheng asked indignantly. Liu Huiyin sneered, "That guy's pill can be sold for 50 million each, and more importantly, it can cure my heart disease, so of course I have to let him give me a few pills as a gift." "Grandpa, you are still smart." Liu Dongcheng quickly gave a thumbs up, and then said, "It would be best if you can take all the pills he has, and also ask him to hand over the recipe of the pills." Liu Jianming rolled his eyes and said, "He's not stupid, how could he be willing to give it to him?" Liu Dongcheng said with a half smile, "If he doesn't want to give it, then let Fei Fei ask for it. If she doesn't want to give it, then you should cut off your relationship with her and see if they give it to you." Liu Huiyan's eyes lit up immediately, and he slapped his thigh excitedly. "This is a good idea, let's do it." At this time, Liu Fei Fei came over with Lin Feiyang. They hurriedly stopped discussing and pretended nothing had happened. "Grandfather." Although Lin Feiyang didn't like Liu Huiyin, he was Liu Fei Fei's grandfather after all, so he called him out of politeness. Liu Huiyin looked up at Lin Feiyang and said, "Do you like our Fei Fei very much?" "Yes." Lin Feiyang answered without hesitation. At first he agreed to marry Liu Fei Fei only out of a sense of responsibility. But as they got to know each other better, he found that Liu Fei Fei was a gentle, kind and pitiful woman. He couldn't help but feel pity for her and fell deeply in love with this woman without realizing it. Liu Huiyin continued, "Since you like Fei Fei, I won't do anything to break up the couple." But Feifei is our little princess, and we must follow the proper etiquette. Let's talk about the betrothal gift first. You talk, I'm listening. Lin Feiyang didn't think it was wrong. Giving betrothal gifts during marriage is a custom that has existed since ancient times. When getting married, the man should buy the house. Do you have one? Liu Huiyin asked. When Liu Feifei heard this, she hurriedly said, Grandpa, we have a house to live in, so we don't need this. Liu Huiyin snorted coldly, rules are rules. You are our little princess. Men who want to marry you can go around the city 3 times. If you live in the girl's house, wouldn't that be like paying for it? If it gets out, people will laugh at you. Liu Yingyin finally found an opportunity to attack Lin Feiyang, and hurriedly said, That's right, since ancient times, it has always been men who buy houses, and only losers will let women buy houses. You have to learn this from Master Yang. We haven't even gotten married yet, but Master Yang has already given me a big villa, more than 500 square meters, worth tens of millions. Okay, I'll buy it. Lin Feiyang agreed without thinking too much. After all, he had just made 150 million, which was more than enough to buy a villa. Liu Huiyin said, The house you and Feifei live in now was bought by me. If you give me the money, it will be considered as yours. You don't have to move, which saves a lot of trouble. Lin Feiyang was speechless. It turned out that he just wanted money after going around in circles. However, he didn't care and asked, How much? Liu Huiyin pondered for a moment and said, Let's say you give me 66.66 million, just for good luck. Liu Feifei was shocked when she heard the price. She knew that her grandfather only spent more than 10 million yuan when he bought it. Even if it has appreciated now, it would only be more than 20 million yuan at most. But just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Liu Jianqing's fierce look. Okay, tell me all your other conditions at once. Lin Feiyang nodded and agreed without thinking too much. He also knew that Liu Huiyin was blackmailing him, but it didn't matter. As long as he could make Liu Feifei happy, it would be fine. After all, money is just something outside of the body and can be earned back after spending it. Liu Huiyin was a little surprised to see Lin Feiyang agreed so readily. He had thought that Lin Feiyang would bargain. But he didn't think much about it, and continued, The car is the dowry, and you can buy clothes and jewelry as you like, but the betrothal gift can't be less, just 88.88 million, for good luck. In addition, 9 vitality pills, for a long and lasting marriage. Liu Huiyin looked at Liu Dongcheng and winked at him. Liu Dongcheng immediately understood and looked at Lin Feiyang and said, You'd better give us the recipe for vitality pill. It just so happens that our company produces medicines and can produce them in batches. Making money is secondary. The key is to benefit the people. Chapter 33, Spit out what you take. Lin Feiyang frowned slightly. He had expected Liu Huiyin to ask for a high price, but he didn't expect them to be so greedy. He asked for 66.66 million yuan in the name of the house and 88.88 million yuan in the betrothal gift, which adds up to more than 155 million yuan. That would have been fine, but he actually wanted 9 vitality pills. What's even worse is that he even wanted the recipe for the vitality pills. Liu Feifei couldn't bear it any longer. Grandpa, you're asking for too much. Many. Liu Huiyin sneered, then looked up at Lin Feiyang and said, Feifei is our family's treasure, isn't she worth this little thing in your eyes? Lin Feiyang grabbed Liu Feifei's hand and smiled gently, She is a priceless treasure in my mind, so this little thing is nothing. But are you marrying off your granddaughter or selling her? Liu Huiyin was immediately furious, Boy, watch your words. If you are not willing to give even this little thing, it means that Feifei is not as important as these things in your mind, then you are not qualified to have her. Liu Yingyin quickly agreed, saying with disdain on her face, That's right, I've never seen such a stingy man who haggles over the bride price. Liu Jiancheng also stared at Lin Feiyang and said coldly, If you want to marry my daughter, this is a necessary condition. Facing the aggressiveness of this family, Lin Feiyang seemed helpless. I can agree to the gift and the house, but I don't know how to make the vitality pill. Nonsense. How could you not know? Liu Huiyin snorted coldly. I found the vitality pill by accident in a cave during an expedition. As for the method of making it, how could I possibly know it? Lin Feiyang lied casually. He was not stingy, nor was he reluctant to give up the recipe of the vitality pill, but the way this family ate was so ugly that he would rather give them a discount than give them a discount on a dog. Liu Huiyin stared at Lin Feiyan's eyes closely. He wanted to see something from Lin Feiyan's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Lin Feiyan's eyes did not evade at all, but were as calm as water without any ripples. Liu Huiyin then believed that what Lin Feiyan said was true, which made him very disappointed. Then he thought of the vitality pill. Forget it since there is no recipe. You have to give me more vitality pills, just 18. Lin Feiyan was so angry that he laughed. You think the vitality pills are candy beans? I don't have so many. Then how much do you have? Liu Huiyin asked hurriedly. I only have 6 in total. Lin Feiyan said. Okay, 6 then. Although Liu Huiyin was a little disappointed, after thinking about it carefully, 6 pills were not bad. If he ate 1, he would have 5 left. If he put them up for auction, they could be sold for at least 300 million, or even more. Lin Feiyan said sarcastically, go check your hearing when you have time. I said there are only 6 in total. I'll give you 3. The remaining 3 were just sold to Guodongyan, Xu Guanyao and Qin Feishue. Impossible, you couldn't have sold them all, you must have some on you. Liu Huiyin said as he wanted to search her. How could Lin Feiyan tolerate this? 2 cold rays of light suddenly shot out of his eyes, like 2 sharp swords, as if they could pierce through people's minds. Liu Huiyin suddenly felt terrified, and even his heart seemed to stop beating. He was so scared that he quickly put down the hand he had just raised. Liu Huiyin was shocked by Lin Feiyan's aura and did not dare to look him in the eye, so he set his sights on Liu Feifei. Feifei, Grandpa has a bad heart and is too old to withstand surgery. Only the vitality pill can cure my illness. Can you bear to watch Grandpa suffer from the pain? He might die someday. When Liu Feifei heard this, she immediately softened her heart and looked at Lin Feiyan with hopeful eyes. Feiyan, if you still have vitality pills, give me a few more. Lin Feiyan didn't want to deceive Liu Feifei, so he looked at Liu Huiyin and said, I originally gave you 3 vitality pills, but you threw them away as if they were garbage. You can't blame me for that. The only way now is that you can only buy them from someone else. Lin Feiyan pointed at Zhang Baikao as he spoke. He refused to sell it even when Miss Qin offered 50 million just now, so how could he sell it to me? Liu Huiyin was shaking with anger. In his opinion, Lin Feiyan must have some vitality pills but just refused to give them to him. Of course, this is actually true. Lin Feiyan smiled and said, I have some friendship with Dr. Zhang. How about I go and talk to him and ask him to sell the vitality pill to you? Liu Huiyin had no choice at all. His heart disease was very serious and he could die at any time, so he just accepted the offer even if he had to pay for it. Anyway, he thought that since he had just extorted more than 150 million from Lin Feiyan, even if he spent 10 million to buy pills, he would still have 100 million left. Lin Feiyan quickly called Zhang Baikao over. Zhang Baikao looked at Liu Huiyin and said, I heard from Mr. Lin that you wanted to buy my vitality pill. Liu Huiyin hurriedly smiled and said, yes, I have a serious heart disease and I am waiting for the vitality pill to save my life. I hope Dr. Zhang can give up and sell the vitality pill to me. Zhang Baikao pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, this pill means a lot to me. I didn't intend to sell it at first, but for Mr. Lin's sake, I will sell it to you. However, the price is. Dr. Zhang, just name your price. Liu Huiyin looked like a wealthy man. In that case, I won't be polite. How about 200 million? Zhang Baikao said indifferently. What? 200 million? Liu Huiyin had an urge to curse. In his opinion, 50 million for a pill was already ridiculously expensive. He never expected Zhang Baikao to ask for 500 million right away, as if he really thought he was a bank owner. Dr. Zhang, Miss Qin and Mr. Guo both sold the deal for 50 million. How about we also go with the same price? Liu Huiyin asked tentatively. Zhang Baicao's face darkened when he heard this. I only agreed to sell it to you because of Mr. Lin's face. If you think it's too expensive, go find Miss Qin and the others to buy it. Dr. Zhang, please stay. Liu Huiyin knew that Zhang Baikao was asking for a high price, but when he saw him about to leave, he hurriedly spoke to try to keep him. After all, this was his only hope of curing his heart disease. Dr. Zhang, 200 million is really too expensive, can you make it cheaper? Zhang Baikao hesitated for a moment and said, okay, for Mr. Lin's sake, I'll give you an 80% discount, 160 million, and this is my bottom line. Liu Huiyin showed an awkward smile. Dr. Zhang, I can't take out so much money at once, can I give it to you in installments? If you don't have money, you can borrow it. Zhang Baikao glanced at Yang Shichen. Your future grandson-in-law is the eldest son of the Yang family. More than 100 million is not a drop in the bucket. Chapter 34 Sister was kidnapped. Dr. Zhang, you must be joking. More than 100 million is a huge sum of money for me. After all, my grandfather is the head of our family. I don't have much money, not to mention that I was defrauded of 10 million today. Yang Shicheng is not stupid. He cannot spend the money, otherwise it will be like throwing meat buns at a dog, and there will be no return. Of course, he couldn't come up with so much money at once. So he looked at Lin Feiyang and said, didn't you just say you wanted to give me a betrothal gift? Just use the betrothal gift. I'll make up for the shortfall. Lin Feiyang looked at Liu Huiyin and asked what he meant. Okay, let's do it. Liu Huiyin could only agree helplessly. Although he didn't have to pay for it, he always felt that he was at a big loss. After all, Lin Feiyang had originally given him 3 vitality pills, but now there was only 1 left. Lin Feiyang immediately took out his mobile phone to transfer money to Zhang Baikao, but it was just a show. Just now he gave Zhang Baikao another vitality pill, so in fact Zhang Baikao was selling it for him. However, Zhang Baikao did not lose out. The betrothal gift was only more than 15 million, and the remaining several million was made up by Yang Shichen, and this money was Zhang Baicao's remuneration. After the banquet, everyone said goodbye and left. A birthday banquet turned into a medicine-selling conference. Lin Feiyang was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Not only did he make 150 million, but he also made the Liu family acknowledge his relationship with Liu Feifei. Liu Huiyin, who should have been in high spirits, was furious. Yang Shiqing was also angry because the fake painting he sent was exposed by Lin Feiyang in public, and he was completely embarrassed. Of course, compared with Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang, it is not worth mentioning. Xu Guangyao spoke the truth in a hurry. Although he later explained that he was drinking medicine instead of urine, no one believed him at all. In this way, Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang became the biggest laughingstock in the circle. Lin Feiyang, you bastard, I will not let you go. Wu Dongyang was furious when he returned home and smashed everything that could be smashed in the living room. Xu Guangyao was similar. After returning, he beat Luo Xiaoli severely. If it weren't for Luo Xiaoli, he would never have provoked Lin Feiyang. If he hadn't provoked Lin Feiyang, he wouldn't have lost hundreds of millions, suffered so much, and lost such a big person. Luo Xiaoli was beaten so badly that she ran away with her head in her hands, feeling filled with regret. She also didn't expect that her ex-boyfriend, whom she looked down upon, suddenly became so capable that he could sell a few pills for more than 100 million yuan. How great it would have been if they hadn't broken up yet. Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang suffered such a huge loss that they naturally did not want to give up, so they went to the Kilang Underground City at the same time. Kilang Underground City is an underground entertainment venue with beautiful girls of various styles. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can enjoy the treatment like an emperor. However, the most famous thing about Kilang Underground City is its casino, which is the largest and safest casino in Jiangcheng. The reason why it is safe is that Kilang Dungeon is the property of the Golden Wolf Gang. The Golden Wolf Gang is the largest gang in Jiangcheng and has such great power that almost no one dares to provoke it. In addition, the underground city has very good security facilities. If you want to enter, you must be led by someone you know, and you have to pass several checkpoints along the way. Most people don't even know that there is such a place, but Xu Guangyao and Wu Dongyang are familiar customers here, so they entered the underground city smoothly, and they came in one after the other. Xu Guangyao was furious when he saw Wu Dongyang, but when he learned the purpose of Wu Dongyang's visit, his anger immediately dissipated. It turned out that the two of them did not come here to play, but to find someone from the Golden Wolf Gang to kill Lin Feiyang. After discussing it, the two decided to ask the Golden Wolf Gang to take action together, which would save a lot of money. Soon after, the two were taken to a secret room, and then a man in his 30s walked out. The man was not good looking, short, thin, and had a pale face, looking as if he was malnourished. But if anyone dares to underestimate him, he will suffer a great loss, because this man's name is Zhang Dao, nicknamed the Death Knell, one of the 4 Hall Masters of the Golden Wolf Gang, and also the most ruthless one. If anyone accidentally offends him, the end will definitely be extremely miserable. In the arms of Deathstroke was a tearful woman. The woman was not very old, about 20 years old, very beautiful, and the pure type. Moreover, she was still crying, which made her look pitiful, making people have the urge to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. The woman's father owed a lot of money at the casino and was unable to repay it, so he asked his daughter to pay off the debt. Deathstroke likes this kind of pure type of woman the most, so he was very excited and was about to have fun, but then Guodongyang and Xu Guangyao came to find him, which made him very unhappy. Originally, he had not planned to fight, but he did not want to offend the two gods of wealth, so he suppressed his anger and came out. Brother Zhang. After seeing the death knell, Guodongyang and Xu Guangyao hurriedly greeted him. Here, they did not dare to put on airs as the rich young masters. After all, the person in front of them was a ruthless man who killed people without blinking an eye. What brings you two young masters to my place? Death Knell asked straight to the point. Guodongyang also knew that Death Bell was impatient, so he didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. We would like to ask Brother Zhang to help us kill someone. Who to kill? Asked Deathstroke casually. A doctor at Jiangcheng Hospital. Guodongyang hesitated for a moment and added, now he is the husband of the third daughter of the Liu family. The third young lady you are talking about is Liu Feifei, the most beautiful lady in Jiangcheng, asked the Death Bell uncertainly. That's right. Liu Feifei is such a beauty, how could she marry a little doctor? And I remember she almost got engaged to you. Death Bell was very surprised. Guodongyang was furious when he thought of this, and gritted his teeth and said, who knows what that woman is thinking, Brother Zhang, as long as you help me kill that person, the price is negotiable. When Death Bell heard this, he immediately smiled and said, he is the son-in-law of the Liu family. The price cannot be too low. It must be at least 5 million. No problem. Guodongyang agreed without thinking. 5 million was nothing to him. Death Bell looked at Xu Guangyao again, what about you? Xu Guangyao said, my goal is the same as his. If that's the case, then you guys go back and wait for news. Deathstroke said as he hugged the woman and prepared to leave. He couldn't wait to enjoy himself. Brother Zhang, can you do it earlier? We can increase the money. Xu Guangyao seemed a little impatient. He didn't want Lin Feiyang to live in the world for a moment. When Death Bell heard about the increase in money, he immediately became interested and looked at Xu Guangyao and asked, how much do you want to increase? 5 million. Xu Guangyao said, gritting his teeth. After hearing the price, Deathstroke sat down again. It's okay to start early, but after all, it's murder, so we have to think of a foolproof plan. Xu Guangyao showed a sinister smile. Brother Zhang, I have thought of a way. That man has a sister who is in college. We can find someone to lure his sister here, and then we can wait for him to fall into our trap. And I heard that his sister is very beautiful, and she is a 3-good student. Maybe she is still a virgin. When Deathstroke heard this, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. Although there are many pretty girls here, they are all sluts who have been slept with by thousands of men. He is not interested in them at all. What he likes are those pure and beautiful young girls. Unfortunately, there are too few such women. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally could not miss it, and immediately asked Xu Guangyao to find someone to trick the person out. This was a piece of cake for Xu Guangyao. He easily contacted a classmate of Lin Feiyang's sister named Xue Huan and gave her some money. Not long after, Xue Huan tricked Lin Yuro out. Deathstroke and his men were in a van, following behind. When they reached a remote section of the road, they drove over immediately. Chapter 35. Kneel down and kowtow to spare your life. When the van drove to Lin Yuro, the door suddenly opened and she was forcibly pulled into the car. Their whole set of movements went on smoothly like flowing water, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. After Lin Yuro was pulled into the car, she struggled and screamed for help, but it was all in vain. One of the gangsters covered her nose with a towel soaked in sleeping pills, and she soon lost consciousness. Death Bell began to look at Lin Yuro carefully. She is indeed beautiful. Based on my many years of experience, she is most likely still a virgin. Brother Zhang, the most urgent thing is to kill that guy first. There will be plenty of time to play after that. Xu Guangyao reminded. Do I need to tell you that? Death Bell naturally would not forget the important matter, and immediately took out his mobile phone to call Lin Feiyang. As for the phone number, it was provided by Xu Guangyao, who naturally got it from Luo Xiaoli. It was getting dark at this time. Lin Feiyang was cooking in the kitchen. Just as he finished the last dish, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. However, since he was a doctor, he thought it might be a call from a patient, so he quickly answered the call. Then a cold voice came from the phone. "I have your sister Lin Euro in my hands. If you don't want her to get into trouble, come out immediately. There is a car outside to pick you up. Don't tell anyone, you can only be alone, otherwise you will only see her body." Lin Feiyang was surprised. When he wanted to ask, the other party had hung up the phone. When he called back, the other party's phone was turned off. Lin Feiyang quickly found his sister's number and called. The call was quickly connected. Before he could say anything, the same voice rang out again, "The car is waiting for you outside." After saying this, the other party hung up the phone again. At this time, Lin Feiyang realized that his sister had really been kidnapped. This made him very angry, but more worried. "Fei, I've prepared the meal. You can eat it by yourself. I have something to do outside," Lin Feiyang said as he walked out. "This is an urgent matter and cannot be delayed at all. Be careful." Liu Feifei saw Lin Feiyang so panicked and realized that something had happened. She couldn't help much and could only remind him to be careful. Lin Feiyang nodded and walked out quickly. As soon as he reached the roadside, a van stopped beside him and opened the door. Lin Feiyang got into the car without hesitation. There were 3 men in the car, all of them looked fierce, had tattoos and dyed yellow hair, and were obviously gangsters. "Who are you?" Lin Feiyang asked. "Don't ask if you shouldn't." One of the hooligans threw a blindfold at Lin Feiyang. "Put it on." This was done to prevent Lin Feiyang from remembering the way, even though in their opinion, Lin Feiyang would never come back this time, and wearing a blindfold was just a precaution. Lin Feiyang had no choice, but for him, there was not much difference between wearing the blindfold and not wearing it. He possesses the ability of clairvoyance, and as his cultivation has steadily improved, he can now use it continuously for more than a quarter of an hour, so remembering the route is no problem. He also guessed the identities of these people. They should be members of the Golden Wolf Gang. In Jiangcheng, only members of the Golden Wolf Gang had the courage to do this. He had known for a long time that the Golden Wolf Gang would come after him, but what he had not expected was that the Golden Wolf Gang would touch his family. This had seriously touched his bottom line, and those who touched his bottom line must be made to regret coming into this world. But right now he needs to consider the various situations that may happen later and the various countermeasures. He cannot let his sister get hurt no matter what. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the suburbs and finally stopped outside an independent house. "Get off." As soon as the car door opened, Lin Feiyang was pushed out of the car and then pulled inside by 2 gangsters. Lin Feiyang turned on the perspective at this time, and he immediately saw the situation in the yard. There were more than a dozen thugs in the yard, led by a short man with a sharp look in his eyes and a slightly raised temple. He was obviously an expert. In addition, Lin Feiyang also saw the 2 bastards Guo Donyang and Xu Guangyao. This surprised him a little. He originally thought that it was the Golden Wolf Gang who were taking revenge on him, but now it seems that it is very likely that these 2 guys were responsible. But his main concern at the moment was his sister, so he looked inside the house. Soon he saw his sister, Lin Euro, who was lying motionless on the bed. This made Lin Feiyang very angry, but what made him feel fortunate was that judging from Lin Euro's appearance and condition, she was probably just temporarily unconscious and had not suffered any other injuries. This also made him feel a little relieved. After arriving in the yard, the gangster took off his blindfold. "Lin Feiyang, you didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." Guo Donyang spoke first. There was anger and the pleasure of revenge in his eyes. Lin Feiyang looked up at the 2 of them, a scornful smile on his face. "Guo Donyang, it seems that I was too gentle when I kicked your balls." As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the Golden Wolf Gang looked at Guo Donyang, and took a special look at his vitals, their faces full of surprise. Guo Donyang was immediately filled with shame and indignation, and hurriedly explained, "I had a transplant operation, and now I am still a normal man." Then Guo Donyang looked at Lin Feiyang and said with gritted teeth, "Lin Feiyang, I will make you pay back 10-fold and 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me, and make you wish you were dead but unable to live. A dog that bites doesn't bark. The louder the dog barks, the more incompetent it is." Lin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Guo Donyang was immediately furious. "You are still stubborn, I wonder how long you can keep being so arrogant. Lin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned to look at Xu Guangyao. And you, Master Xu, you stole my girlfriend and broke my leg, but I didn't ask you to settle the score. It's okay that you don't feel lucky, but you actually dared to provoke me. I think you are really tired of living. Xu Guangyao was frightened by Lin Feiyang's sharp eyes, but when he thought of Death Bell here, he calmed down immediately and snorted coldly, "You blackmailed me for hundreds of millions and made me suffer. This hatred is irreconcilable." Lin Feiyang looked disdainful, turned around and looked at Death Bell and said, "Looking at your appearance, you must be a big shot in the Golden Wolf Gang, but now you are being used as a gun by others. It's really sad and pitiful." Death Bell was so angry when he heard this that he laughed. "You don't need to sow discord. You are just taking money to help others get rid of disasters. We both get what we need. Is it worth risking your life for a little money?" Lin Feiyang asked seriously. As soon as these words came out, Death Bell's face suddenly darkened, and murderous intent filled his eyes. "You are really arrogant, you little brat. Now I am the knife and you are the meat. Whether you live or die depends on my decision. If you kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy right now, I might consider letting you die more quickly." Lin Feiyang showed a playful smile. "I will also give you a chance. If you kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy now, I can spare your life." Chapter 36, Scared. When Lin Feiyang said this, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this kid a psychopath? I think he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. He is about to die and still dares to speak nonsense here. It's really ridiculous. The gang of hooligans were laughing so hard that they were bent over backwards, their mouths wide open. They kept mocking Lin Feiyang and looked at him as if he was a fool. Death Bell also laughed non-stop, then looked at Guodongyang and Xu Guangyao and said, "Two young masters, you decide how to deal with him." Guodongyang gnashed his teeth and said, "This bastard stole my woman, I want to fight back, but it's his sister." "Of course, you must go first, Brother Zhang, and after you have played with him, I will have his sister in front of him. Only in this way can I relieve the hatred in my heart." Lin Feiyang smiled, and it was a very bright smile. Everyone thought he was a fool, but if those who were familiar with him in the cultivation world saw his smile, they would definitely be frightened, because the brighter his smile, the stronger the anger in his heart. And once he gets angry, even he is afraid of it. Death Bell showed a lewd smile. "You are really good at playing. Playing with her in front of her brother is exciting. Let's do it. Someone, bring that woman out. I want to break her brother's limbs in front of her, and then play with her in front of her brother." Har har har. The more Deathstroke thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Little did he know that he was getting closer and closer to death. A cold light flashed in Lin Feiyang's eyes, and the next moment he appeared in front of the death knell like a ghost. Deathstroke was suddenly horrified, and without thinking, he clenched his fist and punched him. Lin Feiyang snorted coldly, grabbed his fist, then exerted force with his 5 fingers. With a crack, the bone shattered instantly. R. The death knell immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and this was not the end yet. Lin Feiyang sneered, then grabbed his other arm and pulled it hard. There was another click sound, and then he kicked his knees twice. With 2 clicks, Deathstroke fell to the ground like mud. The screams were becoming louder and louder, more piercing, heart-wrenching and terrifying to listen to. Brother Zhang. All this happened in a flash. Before anyone else could react, Deathstroke had already been destroyed. It was so sudden and unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. The gangsters wanted to attack Lin Feiyang, but they were afraid. As Deathstroke's subordinates, they are very aware of his strength. Even if they all attack together, they cannot be his opponent. Now that Lin Feiyang has destroyed the Deathstroke in just one encounter, it means that it will be easier for Lin Feiyang to deal with them. Deathstroke, who was lying on the ground, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw that his subordinates did not dare to take action. He immediately shouted loudly, "You bunch of useless people, hurry up and kill him for me, otherwise you will all be punished by the gang rules." The gangsters who originally wanted to escape, after hearing their gang rules, were all trembling with fear, their eyes filled with deep fear. Outsiders have no idea how strict the rules of the Golden Wolf Gang are. If the big brother has not left yet, deserting the battlefield is tantamount to treason, and traitors will have to endure the torture of being eaten by thousands of ants. The so-called being eaten by tens of thousands of ants actually means tying up a person, smearing honey all over the body and throwing him into the grass, where he will be eaten by billions of ants. It's chilling to think about it. Instead of doing this, it is better to fight forward. Even if you die or become disabled, it is better than being dealt with according to gang rules, and your family can also get compensation. Let's go together and kill him. Kill. After figuring it out, the gang of thugs immediately pulled out weapons such as knives and steel pipes and rushed towards Lin Feiyang shouting. It looked very intimidating, but Lin Feiyang was full of disdain and kicked one away. Then he slapped one of them and sent him flying, took out a few silver needles and threw them, and several people fell to the ground immediately, and then he kicked the remaining gangsters away in the air. In less than 10 seconds, all the gangsters fell to the ground. Except for one who was wailing in pain, the rest were motionless and dead. This was the first time that Lin Feiyang went on a killing spree after his return. There was no need for him to be merciful to these inhumane guys. Who are you? Death Bell glared at Lin Feiyang and asked with gritted teeth. Lin Feiyang's strength was beyond his imagination, and his ruthlessness made him feel frightened. He killed more than a dozen people in one breath without even blinking an eye. He was simply a killing god. He knew he couldn't escape death, and now he just wanted to know who Lin Feiyang was. Lin Feiyang sneered, "Who am I? Didn't Scar tell you?" "Scar? It's you? It turns out you are the one who injured Scar." Deathstroke was shocked. Scar, like him, was the leader of the Golden Wolf Gang. Their strengths were similar and they were both top masters in Jiancheng. However, not long ago, Scar was severely injured, shocking the entire Golden Wolf Gang. You know, since the establishment of the Golden Wolf Gang, they have always been the ones bullying others and have never been bullied by others. That was the first time, and the whole master was bullied. This was a great shame for the entire Golden Wolf Gang. There are 2 reasons why I haven't taken revenge until now. The first reason is that the opponent is too strong. According to the younger brothers present, Scar was completely unable to fight back in front of that person, so he was most likely a high-level warrior. Facing a strong man of this level, it is difficult to take revenge by relying on ordinary brothers. In addition to this, there is another reason. The 4 whole masters of the Golden Wolf Gang are not in harmony with each other and are constantly fighting openly and secretly. As a result, Scar suffers a loss, and the other 3 whole masters are happy to watch the joke. Of course, this is mainly because the gang leader is in seclusion. Once the gang leader comes out, this vengeance must be taken. Don't be too proud. Our leader will come out soon and will avenge us then. Anyone who goes against our Golden Wolf Gang will only end up dead. The death knell said viciously. Who can know what has not happened yet? But one thing is certain, you will not be able to wait until that day. Lin Feiyang sneered, then stepped on his head, ending his life. Wu Dongyang and Xu Guanyao, who were not far away, were so scared that their legs went limp. They wanted to escape, but Lin Feiyang was blocking the door and they couldn't get out at all. When Lin Feiyang looked at them, the 2 could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts and knelt on the ground with their legs bent. "Don't kill me, please. Master Lin, please spare me. Master Lin, please spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time." The 2 men were so frightened that they trembled and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Wu Dongyang was still okay, but Xu Guanyao was so scared that he peed his pants. Chapter 37 Late Night Surprise. Lin Feiyang walked up to the 2 of them and said coldly, "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it." Wu Dongyang hugged Lin Feiyang's feet and begged bitterly, "Master Lin, I really know that I was wrong. Please forgive me this last time. I promise that I will never provoke you again. And I can also give you a lot of money, just ask you to let me live." Xu Guanyao also hurriedly said, "If you let me go, I will give you all the money." Lin Feiyang smiled sarcastically, "You are so reckless just because you are rich. Unfortunately, you don't know that money is not everything. But I can give you a way out." "Thank you, Master Lin." "Thank you, Master Lin." The 2 were overjoyed to hear this and hurried to express their gratitude. But when the 2 heard this, they felt disappointed. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living. You must pay the price for doing wrong. A fierce look flashed in Lin Feiyang's eyes, and then he kicked Wu Dongyang in the vitals. Wu Dongyang immediately let out a shrill scream. Although he had experienced this once before, it was still unbearable and he rolled over in pain. Xu Guangyao, who was standing by, saw this scene and turned pale with fear. He quickly clamped his legs together, covered his vitals, and shook his head and begged, "No, no, please." Lin Feiyang was naturally not merciful and kicked him directly, breaking both of his hands. He almost fainted from the pain. And this was not the end yet. Lin Feiyang immediately broke both of his legs, and then broke both of Guodongyan's legs and arms, shattering the bones inside. As a result, he will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, unable to take care of himself. If you dare to reveal even a word of what happened today, I will kill you. Lin Feiyang looked at the only surviving gangster and said, "Go back and tell your gang leader that if you want revenge, just come directly at me. If you dare to touch my family again, I will make you regret coming into this world." After saying this, Lin Feiyang walked into their house, picked up his sister and left. He spared the lives of Guodongyan and Xu Guangyao, not because he was soft-hearted, but because these two people had special identities. If they died, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Saving their lives now can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. They are completely useless anyway, and it would be a suffering for them to live. As for that gangster, one thing to do was to ask him to go back and tell his words, and the other was to ask someone to collect the bodies, and by the way, send Guodongyan and Xu Guangyao back. This place was some distance away from the city, so Lin Feiyang drove the van directly and took his sister back to his home. At this time, Liu Feifei was sitting on the sofa, anxiously waiting for Lin Feiyang, so when Lin Feiyang pushed the door in, her face was full of joy. However, when she saw Lin Feiyang holding a woman in his arms, her face instantly turned cold. "Pour me a glass of water," Lin Feiyang said as he put Lin Yuro on the sofa. When Liu Feifei saw that Lin Yuro was pretty, she immediately became jealous. "Lin Feiyang, you are going too far. It's okay for you to play with women outside, but you actually brought them home. You are too much of a bully. What nonsense are you talking about? She is my sister." Lin Feiyang was speechless. My biological sister. Born by the same parents, what do you think?" Lin Feiyang asked instead of answering. Liu Feifei was immediately embarrassed and ran to get some water. "What's wrong with her? She was drugged and knocked unconscious." Lin Feiyang took out silver needles and gave her acupuncture. "Who did it? Is she okay?" Liu Feifei asked worriedly. "The matter has been resolved for the time being. She is fine and should wake up soon." Lin Feiyang did not tell her about the Golden Wolf Gang to avoid her worrying. Lin Yuro woke up almost as soon as he finished speaking. "Elder brother." As soon as Lin Yuro opened her eyes, she saw Lin Feiyang. She threw herself into Lin Feiyang's arms and burst into tears. She was really scared. "Okay, don't cry, it's okay." Lin Feiyang patted her back gently to comfort her. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never let his sister and parents get hurt again. "Brother, I remember that several people pulled me into a van, and then I passed out. Where is this place? How did I end up here?" Lin Yuro was full of questions. "Those people caught the wrong person, so they called me and asked me to pick you up. And this is the home of your sister-in-law and me." Lin Feiyang made up another lie to prevent her from having any wild thoughts. Sister-in-law. Lin Yuro then noticed that there was a woman standing next to her. "Wow, so beautiful." Lin Yuro was surprised, then she looked at Lin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother, you are amazing. You found such a beautiful girlfriend without making any noise." Then Lin Yuro stood up, looked at Liu Feifei and said, "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth." Liu Feifei's little face immediately turned red, full of shyness. There were countless people praising her beauty, and she had long been accustomed to it. But now it was different, because the one praising her was Lin Feiyang's sister, which meant that she had gained the recognition and approval of Lin Feiyang's family. "You're beautiful, too. Sister-in-law, let's get to know each other formally. My name is Lin Yuro." Lin Yuro took the initiative to extend her hand. "My name is Liu Feifei." The two shook hands and then sat together to chat. Lin Feiyang was sincerely happy to see them getting along well with each other. The next thing he had to consider was the safety of his parents and sister. After this incident, the Golden Wolf Gang would never let it go. Once the Golden Wolf came out, they would definitely take crazy revenge. He doesn't have to worry about his own safety. What he worries about is the safety of those around him. His sister is fine, as she can stay at school during this period of time. The key is his parents. His parents lived in an old neighborhood where almost anyone could enter. It would be very easy for the Golden Wolf gang to attack them. Fei Fei, I want to discuss something with you. Liu Feifei looked at Lin Feiyang and said, tell me what's the matter. I want to bring my parents over to live with me. Liu Feifei was immediately surprised. I don't feel embarrassed. If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin Feiyang said. No, I'm not unwilling. Liu Feifei quickly explained, Lin Yuro smiled and teased, you are just embarrassed, right? It doesn't matter. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. What's more, you are so beautiful. My parents will definitely like you. I'll go clean up the room. Liu Feifei blushed with shame, found an excuse and ran away. Lin Yuro looked at Lin Feiyang and said with a smile, brother, you are amazing. You actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. She is much better than Luo Xiaoli, and she looks very rich. Little kid, don't ask about adult matters. Go upstairs and go to bed. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Lin Feiyang said as he pulled her braid and walked upstairs. It hurts. Lin Yuro wanted to break free but she couldn't, so she could only follow obediently. After going upstairs, without waiting for Lin Feiyang to speak, Liu Feifei took the initiative to ask Lin Yuro to sleep with her. All the problems have been solved. Lin Feiyang is in a good mood. He just needs to pick up his parents tomorrow and everything will be fine. He returned to his room and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly heard the roar of many engines outside, and the dazzling lights illuminated the sky outside as bright as day. Lin Feiyang hurried to the window and looked down, only to see 5 luxury cars parked in a row in front of the villa. Then the car doors opened, and a group of men in suits and sunglasses got out of the cars and lined up in a row. Then a helicopter appeared in the sky and slowly landed. Chapter 38, A Powerful Hidden Family. Lin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. He didn't know who the visitors were. 5 Rolls-Royces and a helicopter. Even the Qin family, the #1 family in Jiancheng, wouldn't have such a grand display, right? Just when Lin Feiyang was wondering, the helicopter had already landed on the open space outside, and then several people walked down from it. The leader was a young man in a white suit. He breathed steadily and restrainedly, walked like a dragon or a tiger, and landed silently. It was obvious that he was a real master. The followers behind the man were no ordinary people either. They were all reserved and had sharp eyes, giving people a very dangerous feeling. In fact, it's not just these people, even the dozen or so people who got off the car are all masters. It is estimated that any one of them is no worse than the whole masters of the Golden Wolf gang. At this time, Liu Feifei and Lin Yuro were also awakened by the noise outside and walked out. What happened? Liu Feifei said as she looked outside. When she saw the situation outside clearly, she was also surprised. Stay here and don't go out. I'll go down and take a look. Lin Feiyang turned around and went downstairs. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn. He didn't know who the person outside was or what his intention was, but he always had a bad premonition, as if something bad was going to happen. Lin Feiyang walked out of the villa and looked at the young man in the lead. The two looked at each other, and an invisible sense of oppression spread. Lin Feiyang turned on his perspective, and in an instant he realized the cultivation level of the young man opposite him, who was actually a foundation-building master. This took him by surprise. This world has entered the Dharma ending age, and the spiritual energy is almost exhausted. He thought he was the only cultivator left, but he didn't expect that a master of foundation building would suddenly appear. Moreover, this man is not too old, no more than 30 years old. A 30-year-old foundation building cultivator is naturally nothing if placed in the world of cultivation. However, the spiritual energy in this world is almost exhausted, and building a foundation is more difficult than condensing a golden elixir in the cultivation world. It is difficult for him to imagine how the other party did it. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Feiyang asked sternly. Are you Lin Feiyang? The young man asked uncertainly. That's right, who are you? Lin Feiyang asked again. Although the other party was a foundation building master, he was not afraid at all. After all, he was once an immortal king who dominated the world. Even though he is only at the chi training stage now, he is not afraid of a foundation building cultivator. If he was really pissed off, he would kill not only one foundation establishment cultivator, but even if there were 10 or 8 of them. You don't need to know who we are. Go and ask Miss Liu to come down. The young man spoke in an arrogant tone, with a completely commanding tone. Lin Feiyan would not tolerate such humiliation and immediately became angry. Liu Feifei is my wife. If you don't tell me who you are and why you are here, I won't let you see her. Bold. The young man immediately became furious, and an astonishing murderous aura burst out of his body. In an instant, the temperature around dropped drastically, as if we had entered the coldest time of winter, making people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. How dare you disrespect Brother Feng? Slap me in the face. A man next to Liu Chengfeng shouted at him harshly. His name was Liu Chenghao. He was Liu Chengfeng's brother and also Liu Chengfeng's follower, in other words, a lackey. However, Liu Chengfeng has a very high status in the family, so Liu Chenghao's status also rises accordingly, much higher than that of ordinary children. As he gave the order, a man in a suit and tie walked quickly towards Lin Feiyan. After arriving in front of Lin Feiyan, he raised his hand and slapped Lin Feiyan in the face. These people come from families of cultivators. They are all arrogant and look down on everyone. Even if they are just ordinary disciples, they don't take outsiders seriously. In this man's eyes, Lin Feiyan was just an ant. Just as the slap was about to hit Lin Feiyan in the face, Lin Feiyan suddenly made a move, grabbed the man's arm, and twisted it gently. With a click, the man's wrist broke immediately. R. The man let out a scream, but he only managed to scream before holding it back, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Everyone was a little surprised, obviously not expecting Lin Feiyan to be so powerful. Liu Chengfeng put his hands behind his back, revealing a sarcastic smile. I didn't expect you to have some strength, no wonder you are so arrogant, but if you dare to hurt anyone from our Liu family, I will not let you go. Break his hands. Following Liu Chengfeng's order, all the ordinary disciples immediately rushed towards Lin Feiyan, each one of them as fierce as a wolf or a tiger, full of murderous intent. These people are just ordinary people, but they have already entered the Qi training stage. Even though they are only in the initial stage of Qi training, they are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Any one of them would be no weaker than Deathstroke Scar and the others. Now with more than a dozen people joining forces, they are even more powerful and incredible. Lin Feiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he saw the right moment, he kicked forward. With a loud bang, a man in black who was in the front vomited blood and flew backwards. Lin Feiyan dodged the attack with a flick of his body, then knocked one person away with one punch, followed by a spinning side kick that sent another person flying. He then raised his hand and slapped another one away, then took out a few silver needles with his left hand and swung them hard, each of which accurately hit one person, who fell to the ground and could not get up. Middle stage of Qi training. Liu Chengfeng was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Feiyan was actually a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. Although such cultivation level was nothing in his eyes, he was already a rare master in the outside world. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Feiyan ended the fight, and more than a dozen Liu family members fell to the ground. Lin Feiyan looked at Liu Chengfeng again. To him, only Liu Chengfeng, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, was a slight threat to him. Others were like ants, even Liu Chenghao, who was in the late Qi condensation stage, was no exception. Even though he is only in the middle stage of Qi training now, he possesses the vision of an immortal king and thousands of years of combat experience. Moreover, once he opens his yin-yang eyes, everyone's movements will appear in slow motion in his eyes, and he can see the floors at a glance, so his combat effectiveness is far superior to that of the same level monks. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Liu Chengfeng's eyes. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that there are masters of your level in the outside world. Lin Feiyan stared at Liu Chengfeng and said coldly, I don't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If you leave immediately, I can forgive you for the past. Otherwise. What else? Liu Chengfeng smiled disdainfully, don't take yourself too seriously. In my eyes, you are just a slightly stronger ant. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Brother Hufen, please let me teach him a lesson. Liu Chenghao volunteered. Liu Chengfeng nodded gently, okay, destroy his cultivation, break his limbs, and save his life. Yes. Liu Qinghai responded and then walked towards Lin Feiyang with a playful look on his face. For practitioners, the gap between different realms is huge. Lin Feiyang is in the middle stage of qi training, while he is in the late stage of qi training. In his opinion, he can easily control Lin Feiyang with just one hand. Lin Feiyang stood there motionless, but his eyes were flashing with coldness, and it was obvious that he had the intention to kill.